knows it, there might still be a small chance you can win the game, and you're not focusing on the chance you have to win the game and that kind of thing. And so I do think through that lens, it is actually really important to, like, even if it is delusional and you all know you're probably screwed in this game and it's going real bad, you should still focus on the small percent chance you have to win, right? Like in any given circumstance, you know, whether it's a 90% chance from your spot or 1%, you should be really focused on that. So
yeah.
We had to make like a literal rule. We're like, okay, we're not allowed to talk about like anything negative during the game. Like, save it for after.
Yep.
Yeah.
That remind on C9 we had something similar. I don't think anyone ever would like doom post in mid game, but we definitely would have just like a agreement that no hindsighting in the game. If something went terribly, you just wouldn't address it. You just
talk about it after.
You know, what sums were used. You know, what's happening next. Definitely good. I think, yeah, going off of the doom posting. That's a really common thing in solo queue. And then the worst is somebody, the whole game is just saying we lose. And then say you do end up losing in a completely winnable game, and they'll go like, I told you guys this at 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, if you're trying to lose, it's not that hard to lose on purpose, right? It's like, don't feel good because you said we're going to lose and we did. Like, what are you saying,
It's like a 35-minute game. It's close. Told you guys at 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just like, damn, nice, man. Like, how about you try to win next time? And maybe that'll happen too. Like,
yeah. The whole time the guy's doing the bare minimum. He's like farming a couple camps and recalling at full health to go by and like going back out, farming his camps again. Like, no, of course we lost. So yeah, that's definitely accurate. On the thing that you talked about with solo queue having some benefits of like training the mentality of, well, it does actually train you to react to imperfect scenarios if your teammates don't do what's expected. We had that topic come up again recently because JoJo, playing over in Europe, of course, gave a little interview where the headline was pretty funny.
This one was on RiftGG. The website is down, so I can't tell you what the author was, but yeah, it was from RiftGG.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I'm looking at this thing here too to see what the author.
Oh, maybe you have it. But yeah, he was basically saying that.
Well, I have the exact quote.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
He said, "You learn way more about the game watching Vons than you do laning against Scrub Daddy 400 on Malzahar in solo queue." And yeah, it just says RiftGG. Let me go find. You continue. I'm gonna go to the website.
Their website's
and see if we
down.
Can find who did it.
But yeah, I mean, I agree to a point. I think that there is like value in both, right? I think that probably the perfect world exists somewhere in the middle. And I think sometimes this kind of attitude gets memed because sometimes it's used as an excuse for people who don't want to play solo queue, right? And they don't want to practice. So they're just like, no, like it's just more efficient to do what I'm doing. And I think, you know, there's merit to both sides. Like you need to play the game a lot. That's just a reality to like, you know, build your muscle memory, to, you know, learn new champions, to do all these things, keep your reactions sharp. But also, people who are just like mindlessly playing brain off solo queue games, not even really engaging in it, like that at a certain point doesn't have as much value as just like watching VODs, right? So I think to me, it's always just been like focused practice, regardless of how you're doing it, is going to be the most valuable. And if you can mix in VOD watching, where you're like actually paying attention and analyzing the VODs, with, you know, solo queue where you're really trying to improve, with scrims where you're really trying to improve, then that's going to be the most valuable. And I don't think that should be a hot take or anything, but to me, it's like the answer is always somewhere in the middle, where it's like there's value from everything. But if you do too much of one and not enough of the other, then you're probably hurting yourself.
Yeah, definitely. It's a weird one for me because I don't think the reason you play solo queue necessarily is to learn stuff. Like obviously watching a VOD of a really good player, you will learn stuff, but usually when you're practicing, it's more about just repetition. It's like hammering out the mistakes because you're not playing perfectly. There's always things each game you're doing that could be better, right? So even if you're not necessarily learning anything from playing against Malzahar, and you know, solo queue's full of just degeneracy that isn't going to show up in a pro game, but it's just about making sure you're really comfortable on your champions, because if you don't play any amount of time where you're not engaged with the game or playing or VOD viewing, I mean, obviously, you know, you need rest, but if you're just wasting your time, then you start falling behind. You know, it's the little things, you know, you might make some mistake that you otherwise wouldn't have, because I've always seen the best players at any given time are the ones who don't really need to be reminded to just queue it up. They just want to play as much as possible. They just keep going and practicing until they don't make the mistakes anymore, because they've just done it so many times. They don't even think about it.
I mean, obviously, if you're going to play solo queue, you're not going to learn a lot of macro. That's definitely going to be better for our VODs, but it is important to keep your mechanics. And at least I feel like, because a lot of it is like muscle memory, just when you're playing a champion, to be able to do things smoothly and cleanly. And there are specific things that you can still practice in solo queue. And so I definitely agree with both of you guys, of course, that both are important in different doses. And it's actually applicable to a lot of different jobs in esports, not just for pro players. This discussion even happens with casters, where there's casters that are like, oh yeah, you just gotta watch all the VODs of LCK and LPL to analyze all these matchups, because the matchups don't go the same way in solo queue. And then they use I'm like, well, that is partially true, but then they use that to be like, so that's why I don't play the game at all. And I'm like, well, I can definitely hear from listening to you that you don't play the game at all, because there's like other stuff that they say that's just
call them out. Give me a name.
That's just so strange, right? So I think that it is important, like you're saying, to mix both. VOD, high quality VODs are very important, but so is playing the actual game and staying connected. And so that's why I value it as well, just personally. Still, I've never stopped playing. And then also we have interviews that I feel really validated from, because coaches like Tabe, who's considered one of the best coaches in the history of the game, he made a really big point that I still play solo, or he still plays solo queue, to at least up to a master's level, to be able to put into practice some of his ideas. There's like some things that you can still test in solo queue that are not like pure pro play macro or something, and it does help you stay connected to the game and relate to other people that play the game. So
I also think it's not a fluke that when you look at a lot of the world's best players when they're playing at their best, and you look at how they're doing in solo queue, it turns out that a lot of these guys are at the very top of the ladder, right? It's solo queue is not everything. Your ranking is not everything. We've seen examples of that too, where people who dominate in solo queue try to go pro. It doesn't really work out in the same way. But it's no mistake that when you're talking about G2, it's like Scumon and Caps are two guys that are at the very top of the ladder. There's some of these players that are so dominant for so long. When you talk about some of the best Korean players and some of the best Chinese players who have been at the very top forever, and it feels like anytime I look at the leaderboards, anytime I look at the top challenger, you're going to see those guys up there, right? And I don't think that's a fluke either. So I do think that there is a lot of value in it, and sometimes it can be. It can be hard to practice that much and to not get burned out, and sometimes people just want to break and they want to kind of, I think, have a reason for that, and sometimes it's a little bit of justification. But just like with solo queue being garbage if you're not putting in effort, I think the same is true with VOD reviews, right? If you're just kind of half watching this, I know I've seen sometimes watching some scrims and going to team houses in various places and stuff, and it's like sometimes watching players do VOD review, and they're like have something else on one monitor and the other VOD's just playing. And it's like, well, if you're not actually paying attention to it, you're not really getting anything from it either.
This is one of our favorite classic caster stories about Freak that you reminded me of, because we were at Worlds, I don't remember what year, but it was 4 or 5 years ago, a while ago. Freak was still casting, and we were all in our little green room where everyone's getting ready and stuff. And on the monitor, there's a game playing, but Freak is sitting in front of this, and so there's a game playing. Freak is sitting in front of it, but he's looking at his phone, playing a mobile game, completely in there, some gotcha game or whatever, spammy or whatever. And then he looks up after 15 minutes or something. He's like, guys, keep it down. I'm watching this VOD. And he looks back down at his phone.
No. I was telling him to turn off the volume because he's listening to a VOD loud as hell. I'm like, brother, you're not even watching it. Yeah. He's like, yeah, I am. I'm like, mother, you are playing Clash Royale or something. I'm like, and then I pause it. I'm like, tell me what happened in this game. You didn't know a single thing that happened.
It's definitely the same thing. But I like your report about putting intention into VOD watching, because I come into this problem when we're prepping for Worlds and you have to prep for so many teams at the same time. Sometimes I'm just watching VOD after VOD, and I'm trying to pay attention. I'm even taking notes, and they're still they bleed together, and I'm like, wait a second. what game did that happen in? When did this happen or whatever? And like things can just get kind of mushy if you don't have like proper intention and then breaks to like remember lessons that you've learned and stuff. And so, yeah, it seems like usually the best course is involving a mix of everything. Staying connected to the game in some way, I do think is important to at least play it some at all and not just be a pure VOD watcher.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of staying connected to the game, we got April Fool's merch that's
you
coming
can be
out
connected
here.
too.
There you go. I actually really like this shirt. It's a little bit small for me. Otherwise, I would have been wearing it. But we got the Dumpling and Moo Moo. Got new merch here. It's the new April Fool's merch that just came out. We got Dumpling, Darlings, and Moo Moo. We got the Durian Defender Rammus tees. And then also there's a Pengu Garen figurine that came out and a Baby Galio plushie. You can check it out on merch.riotgames.com. If you're interested, go grab yours now. The patch notes also just came out, 26.7. Doesn't feel like a super big one. The only one that kind of is interesting to me is the support farming changes, where they took off the restrictions from support farming. So there's no longer a cap on that. I don't really think it's going to be super relevant for pro play at all, but I was thinking like it could be interesting, where you're doing like the fasting Senna stuff. Like I wonder if there's some strategies there where it could kind of be impacted a little bit, where it's like, okay, you have your farming TK or whatever, but now like Senna could take like a larger portion of the gold while still playing support or something, like with a support item. Because if you get to play support as Senna, you can focus more on farming souls, especially in like melee matchups. It's really easy to farm a lot of souls if you're not focusing on farming minions. So I was kind of wondering like maybe there's something there where Senna could start picking up minions earlier, like try to accelerate in some way. Otherwise, I don't really see it as affecting pro, but definitely is one of those ones in solo queue where when you read that, you're like, is my brand just going to take my whole wave now?
Well, he probably was going to already, but he'll at least get more gold this time.
That's a real answer.
Yeah, it's definitely it's one of those things that when you read it, you're like, that might lead to some bad stuff. But I do think a big difference is before, when it was a problem, it was when you could get like multiple of those on a team, and now you can only have your support with it, and they're the only person who has access to ward, so they're going to want to go around warding and whatnot. So I think it's fine. It seems like in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not going to change too much. I think the Senna example is probably one of the ones that like could show up, but even then, I think fasting Senna hasn't. I mean, we've seen a little bit of it with Sion and whatnot, but it's a weird one because with the way that you select your role when you go into champion select, I don't know if you're even allowed to have your bot laner play the Senna and your support play the Sion or whatnot, unless
but you can swap role in champ select. You can trade roles.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure how it works because I remember talking to Pobelter about it when he was doing the Forsen League. And you're in those custom games, you have to choose your role when you start the champ select. And I don't know if it'll let you switch.
Oh, you can't trade role in champ select?
I'm not sure. I haven't played since they had the role selection whatnot in custom games. So
I just assumed you could because you can in solo queue.
Yeah.
It's different in tournament realm and custom games. So.
Yeah, it would be. It would be a pretty interesting restriction if you just couldn't play it for that reason. But there'd probably be some kind of workaround for it, because if people wanted to use that strat and there was just some like arbitrary reason that they couldn't, it would be kind of unfortunate. But yeah, I don't think that change is going to affect games too much. Maybe the AD carries can be a little bit more nervous if they have like a Xerath or brand support on their team. Swain support actually kind of insane.
The first thing I thought, at least when your AD carry dies as a support now, like you can, like if your AD carry is dying a whole bunch and they're never there, it does help that scenario. So it's like it's less bad then, because at least if your terrible AD carry is dead all the time, then at least somebody can make use of a bunch of extra money. But it's probably not going to have too big of an effect. I was listening to the Cloud9 podcast and Sven was talking about.
Why'd you point to me? I'm not doing that anymore.
It's just off into the distance. Cloud9 is actually located there.
I see. Okay. I'm just making it about myself.
Cloud9 merch now.
Sven was bringing up the point that the last time when it was really a problem was because at that time you could both players have the warding item, and so you have double the wards, and everybody would be farming. But now because of the roles, then only one can still have the wards, so there won't be like an over proliferation of wards. And so I think the roles, like they kind of said in their post, the devs said in their post, they think the roles will be like kind of the checks and balances for this, because you don't want to take a bunch of extra money away from the AD carry who has the AD carry role with extra gold income and everything like that. So we'll see, though, because they also said on the podcast they're going to try and practice some degenerate stuff and see if it's broken. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there could be a world where there's something interesting that, Lee Sin, you could just theoretically make your carry be the support, and then you have something with him who maybe spikes at one item, they farm early, and then once the support finishes their quest, they just take over and farm, and your other guy's kind of the support who can't ward, but they're just, like a Pantheon or what, I don't know. I'll just theory crafting, but, maybe we'll see some fun degeneracy.
Yep, it is interesting. There's been a number of changes. None of them feel too big, to be honest. So like there's not a lot that's like really interesting to talk about. Rel got a buff. There's some Enchanter nerfs that are trying to obviously shift the meta a bit, because I just think Enchanters are just too strong. We started to see that a lot at first stand, that Enchanters were either just getting banned or picked in almost every single game. I've talked about that a lot. We talked about it even before the season started. It's the role quest changes. You get so much more gold, and Enchanters just scale way better. You can realistically get in pro games now to multiple items as a support. And when you can get to 2 items, 3 items, whatever, you just scale so much better than the melee supports do. So they're doing a couple changes. Nami is getting a nerf. Karma's getting a nerf. Rel is getting a buff. So
they don't seem that big though, because I think the way they're doing these nerfs, like the Karma one is just to your empowered E shield for later. So it's
35 off each shield.
Yeah, though. But the way they're not attacking how crazy poke you are in lane. So like you're still gonna be the same lane power, and they're just making the pay or the trade off for picking a Karma bigger, because your team fight value was so much with the empowered R shield later on. And so it's just kind of interesting to me, and I actually like changes like that, where it's not just like, all right, we'll take off some damage here, some health here, and buff like that. It's like, okay, this area of the champion we're gonna nerf, but we'll leave one of the strengths still the same, like lane bully style. Part of the champion is still going to be the same. So I do kind of like that.
Nami's is a bit more lane focused. It's like the bounces are more of a nerf per bounce. So it's like, it used to be minus 10% effect per bounce, and now it's minus 20. And so like obviously all the Nami players are looking for these triple bounce W's and stuff early on, and so that's going to be less effective. But yeah, in general, it's very small changes. There's an increase on the Veigar ultimate cooldown. Graves lost some base AD. Callista is getting a little bit of a buff on Ren damage. It's pretty minor. I will say Cassio is a champion that's already pretty popular in pro play, and Cassio got base mana buff and the Twin Fang buff as well. It is like pretty slight, but it is 8 damage per E at max rank, so pretty slight. But the mana thing is always one with Cassio that can actually be pretty impactful, because Cassio really does hurt for mana early on, and sometimes you can actually find yourself in these situations where you just hit 1Q and you can just chase people down with ease and win a lane early on.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the only reprieve for your opponent as Cassio, is like she just runs out of mana, because if Cassio had no mana for whatever reason, if she was a manaless champion, that would be rough to play into, because she does so much damage. If she hits a Q and then can get in range and start spamming E on you, that's not many things are beating that in those early trades. So yeah, she'll have a little bit more potential to do that. I don't know. Has she really been doing well in pro play? I anecdotally feel like she loses most of the time.
I feel like she's been on the deeper side into Fearless. So not like, game 1 picks or anything like that. But I think she's been okay. And, maybe this does bump her up a little bit more. But I don't think it's going to be anything overbearing or anything like that. My biggest question for this whole patch is me personally in solo queue. Do I stop banning Graves now? Because that has been my perma ban. And I
played against him today with Shyvana, and I was beating him in fights. So
okay,
maybe I do. The patch had already come out when I was playing, because the thing is, I'm like, okay, I want to play some Shyvana, and normally I permaban Graves, but you have to ban Sylas if you're picking Shyvana. That matchup is comically skewed. Like Sylas is so strong with Shyvana ult that it's unplayable. So I banned the Sylas. They first did Graves. I'm like, oh man, I wanted to play Shiv. I'll pick it anyway. But yeah, it wasn't that bad. So yeah, sometimes those 2 AD or whatnot can have bigger effects than it might seem on the surface.
Yeah, because he's basically attacking as much as he possibly can the whole game. Like he's farming all the time, or like fighting people all in between farming the whole time. And 2AD certainly in the past has pretty heavily affected him. So that's probably a % or 2 win rate change, and I guess I'll have to try it. I'll unban him
at your own risk.
If I lose 2 games, then he's going back on the ban.
Just blame the playtest team.
Yeah, now it's actually so nice. Now we can blame Medios and flame Medios each patch. If we don't like it.
Right as Freak is moving off live balance, we can't blame him anymore. So now we needed someone else to blame.
Yeah. It's funny, since taking the contracting role, a lot of my friends or just people in the stream they think I'm sure you guys have got it the whole time. Any association with Riot, it's just like, hey, can you buff my favorite champion, nerf my most hated champion, and ban this person?
Why did you do this?
Well,
it's like, oh yeah, I don't really have anything to do with any of that stuff, but sure.
I get so many. Please, dude, I'm totally not toxic. Can you get me unbanned? and then they'll like send me something, and that's just actually crazy. And I'm like, all right, you know what? I could forward this to Drew Levin. Maybe they'll sort through that. But
get the hit squad on it.
So many people are like, come on, this was totally unjustified. All I said was this, and this, and I was like, whoa. No reply.
Yeah, and then you just see in chat like, so the summoner has been muted. Blah blah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they usually forget the really bad stuff. They'll point to one game where they're like, yeah, all I did was I didn't help my losing bot lane one time, and I'm banned for it. I'm like, huh? What about like all the
slurs,
complete heinous chat? And they're like, well, that game my team was so bad. I'm like, oh, okay, so they deserved it. It sounds like you might have deserved your punishment as well. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's definitely crazy. We are going to take a quick break though, and then we will be right back to talk about our power rankings and LCS.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. It's time to talk about some LCS. Spring Split is going to be kicking off this coming weekend, which reminds me, by the way, we are going to be live in the Riot Games Arena for April 4th and 5th. So you can get your tickets now on the LCS website or on Riot Games website. You can go find your tickets. It's going to be April Fool's themed tailgates before the games this weekend from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. The ticket link will be in the description, so you can just use that if you would like. And it should be a lot of fun to kick off the Spring Split.
Mm-hmm. They're going to have like games and stuff set up. I've heard that,
I like games.
I've heard that Cloud9 has some sort of reaction speed new game that they're gonna set up. So we'll see about that. And there's always boba and free food and stuff like that too. So it's a good time. Now the power rankings that you brought up, they need some adjustment from lock-in power rankings because a couple of those did not go as we expected. And one of the funniest ones, because previously you and I had TL as number 1. I believe Medios, you still had Cloud9 as number 1, and you put TL like second or something, probably last split.
Yep.
But that was one of the biggest like differences between where they actually placed and where we and a lot of people thought they were going to be placed because again of all these scrim rumors that were happening, and because they had played their bootcamp in Korea and played in Kespa Cup and stuff, and so there was a lot of stuff that we were pointing towards. Okay, this will probably be some early success for this team. They've got the extra time and advantages, and it really didn't pan out. But still all lock in long while they're not performing on stage. Everyone's still like, oh yeah, the scrims are still going great. Like they're still crushing everybody. And then Cloud9, people are like, yeah, TL is still way better than all these other teams that they're smashing and stuff. And it's just like, I'm not going to put them first again, but I am still going to place them higher than they placed in the lock-in tournament. Honestly, I guess we should just say we didn't actually aggregate all of our power rankings, did we here?
Well, our top 3 are all
our top 3 are all the
our
same.
top 3 are all Lion, C9, then TL.
Yeah.
Then it starts to differ a little bit. I had FlyQuest 4th, while Kobe and Medios had Sentinels 4th. I think the biggest difference here, maybe we can just start talking about the differences, because I think the bottom half, it gets pretty hard, and I think that kind of makes it interesting, right? Because it doesn't feel like there is just like a guaranteed last place team. I had FlyQuest all the way up at 4th. Meteos had them in 8th. So that is the biggest discrepancy, I think, out of all the power rankings. So
okay, so
go 4th. And
I will start by saying I'm not a FlyQuest hater in any way. What I base this off of is basically how I feel like the team's trajectory was during the first split. And granted, I think FlyQuest had a really hard schedule. That being said, I think that the way that they played kind of trended downward the more that they played. In the same way that we talk about Berserker feeling hopeless on Lion against the international teams, I think FlyQuest might have been feeling kind of hopeless and desperate in their games. And so I think that for a team with really young players, they came in with this bravado, confidence. They were making really flashy, cool plays. But the more we saw them, it felt like they just were playing worse each time. And so that makes me a little concerned for the team, whether or not they'll be able to bounce back. I don't necessarily think they're guaranteed last. I don't think they're guaranteed the worst team, but it's just of all the teams in here, I think that some of the other ones have a bit better chances.
What about Shopify though, right? Because you're talking about trajectory. Like Shopify didn't win a single game.
That's fair, which is why I had them 7th. I think for Shopify,
their trajectory wasn't downward because it was just flat. It was just a dead heartbeat at the
right. That's fair. That's fair. For Shopify specifically, since this team has been around, or like that roster of contracts and fudge, going back to energy and whatnot, they're just so inconsistent that I think if they did really well, I would be more likely to rank them lower. Because they did so bad, I don't think they could get
because
worse.
They're so inconsistent and they were so bad in the first split.
Yes.
They can't possibly be
they're due for wins now because they can't consistently lose.
It's got to go up.
Yeah. I think that they're kind of...
That's crazy.
I think maybe they're going to win. And also,
maybe they're going to win.
Yeah, I think that their games didn't look all terrible. There were some hope occasionally, but... like Zinni didn't show up at all, did not live up to the hype. But we've seen before, Quidd's debut was pretty rough. I think it's totally possible that with a little bit more experience, being here longer, he finds his footing. And I don't think they're a last place team looking at the roster. Maybe, but...
they were last time, but maybe not this time.
I mean, it's interesting. Like
they'll win a game.
I'll talk about FlyQuest a bit because like I had them highest, right? To me, I kind of looked at it a little bit differently than you did. Like, yes, their trajectory did go downward. It felt like Griffin really struggled against the top junglers, right? When he was playing against Flower and stuff, like and Inspired, he was really struggling. But that being said, I feel like this team looked better in Split 1 than what I expected them to do, and I expected them to grow throughout the year because they have a lot of young players, a lot of new players, right? Like Cryogen, Griffin, Gakkos. I thought they were going to struggle more than they did overall in the first split. So for me, like the fact that they actually did have a pretty hot start and looked good against the like shall we say, like tip top teams, I thought was pretty promising because I do think this is a team that has like a really high ceiling, has a lot of mechanically talented players. So I'm pretty excited for them. Like, Cryogen and Masu did way better as a 2v2 for most of the split than I expected. I know in their final series, they kind of got ran by a Lion. But to me, Masu and Cryogen were, one of the best 2v2 lanes that we had in the league throughout most of the lock-in. They got tons of 2v2 kills. Griffin was doing well and kind of like playing his own unique style. So I'm still pretty excited for this team. And I do feel like they have a pretty big upside because of the amount of talent and because of the amount of experience they have, right? Where it's like, there's a lot of issues that they have that I think could be fixed through coaching. And then there's a lot of things that they, have like as far as their innate skills that I think can't necessarily be taught that they kind of like already have.
Yeah, the biggest thing that will determine FlyQuest success for me is can they develop a strong in-game leader, because their early stages of a lot of games are good, but they're all so young, and they need someone to be more calm, I think, in the mid game and late game to focus the team more, maybe, and have that kind of inspired effect of like aligning everyone. Even though we already talked about kind of loss of that for Lion at first stand. But that alignment in game, like a coach can do a lot out of game.
Yeah.
But I think they're also going to need, someone really to be like, all right, I'm going to be the in-game leader, or at least maybe the team. It doesn't have to be a single person. The team can decide like how they're going to communicate or how they're going to talk about the goals for the next couple of minutes in the game, how they want fights to go, that type of stuff. If you get into the habit of talking about that ahead of time, then it makes it way easier to, play out their mid game and stuff than kind of what we saw. So, I also have high hopes for them, but I put like Sentinels above them just because I've already like seen that from Sentinels. And it's to be expected when you have so many veteran players on this team. And I thought they were able to hold it together. Even at America's Cup, I was like, that's about how I expected them to play and perform. So I kind of bumped them above a little bit as far as like, I think they're going to be more consistent in what they're going to deliver.
I've got a hot take. I think that teams are not guaranteed to get better as they play longer. So I think that that's sort of played into my reasoning for FlyQuest, is that because they're so young and it seems like they trended downwards, they might not actually be taking the correct lessons from their games. It's a very real thing that just because you lose, it doesn't mean you accurately were able to figure out.
Improve.
Yeah,
it's a lie.
You might not realize why you lost that and draw a completely off-base conclusion. And then, with every team pretty much, you're not always going to be able to pinpoint the thing that went wrong right away. And it takes different attempts and whatnot. But especially when you're super young and new, if you don't have someone who's, very knowledgeable about the game who can help lead you in the right direction, sometimes you'll just go down the completely wrong path. And then, because with FlyQuest games, it felt like a lot of the time it was Griffin going for aggressive early plays and then not having the support from his team, right? Like we saw a lot of those games where it would be some disaster happened in the early game. And then it felt like the way that they were drafting was just trying to pick all lane dominant stuff. So maybe they have these really rough early games where a play went bad, and then their takeaway is, all right, we just got to pick more prio. So you have Masu on these like non-scaling champions all the time. And so I don't know if that's what's happening, but I just think that that could be happening. And I think a lot of the times with some of the lower teams in the standings, that's probably what's going on, is they're just not getting the right reads from practice. And if you don't have access to scrimming with the best teams, you might not even know what playing the game correctly looks like. So yeah, I don't think it's guaranteed you improve the more you play. Sometimes teams will actually just get worse.
Yeah. I think it's just really interesting in general, because I feel like there's actually a lot of different arguments to be made around power rankings in this split. Even though we were pretty unified at the top, I think that was kind of arbitrary. Lion, I think, is coming in obviously as the favorites. Like they won, they look good. They felt, even though they had their struggles at first stand, throughout playoffs in lock-in, they looked by far the most unified, right? They looked by far the most on the same page, and I think they're going to come in and they're going to be going that same way. But C9, for most of lock-in, looked like the best team, right? Like they looked really, really good. Then they completely face-planted in finals and in America's Cup. So everyone, I feel like, is almost like overreacting the other way. Like when I see the talk about them online, people are talking about C9 like they're total garbage, but like I would not be shocked if C9 even won the second split. I think that is the hump they have to get over, is actually showing up in the big match and showing up, for finals or for one of these big important matches. But I think that they could be right in there, and they showed that for most of the split. TL as well. I think TL had a pretty bad split, like a really bad split. They honestly, I think, if you replay that Dignitas TL tiebreaker for the knockout stage, if you replay that from the position the FBI was in a number of times, Dignitas usually wins, right? Like I think that's fair to say. So like they were close to not even making playoffs, but yet I would also not be surprised if you came from the future and told me TL wins Spring Split, right? Like I wouldn't be shocked, because they have a lot of talent on that team. So I think that's one of the things that's kind of making it really interesting for me going into this split, is that, yeah, Lion are the de facto number one. They are going to come in as the favorites, but if C9 and TL perform well, I think the top of the table is going to get really interesting really fast. And I do feel like there's pretty reasonable arguments for most of the teams beyond that to be the ones that are kind of like rounding out the middle of the pack, right? Like whether you believe that FlyQuest is going to get worse, better. Sentinels, had a strong showing. Like you can even make arguments for Dignitas and DSG and Shopify that they should be able to improve. So I do think it's actually I'm pretty excited for the second split.
Yeah, I think because we always just do normal traditional power rankings, and it gives the idea that, you know, it's top to bottom, you know, this is the pecking order. But if we did a like magnitude of power discrepancy between teams, this split,
We'd have a blob.
This split would be so much tighter than usual. Like, I feel like usually, and sometimes in the past, like last year, we would even had like, okay, well, the first 4 are pretty close. They're all like really powerful. And then the second 4 would be like really tiny, you know, magnitude of difference and power. So all the other ones would be close, but like so far away from the top 4. And it is pretty interesting how, yeah, there's way more condensed. I feel like the league overall is a lot more competitive with each other, which does make it very, very interesting and makes power rankings a lot harder because you're just seeing the, you know, 1 through 8 as normal. And a lot of these, I think, have some pretty strong wiggle room based on individual performances that we do see, or like how compatible, you know, players are going to be in this split and how well they're going to work together. So some of the other big differences, though, you know, you talked about the Team Liquid one and kind of the Cloud9 one. I mean, I don't know. The Cloud9 one is probably, do we need to talk about more because the discussion of the, you know, America's Cup and First Stand are so prevalent? Maybe people are like, why don't you have them lower type thing? Or do you think,
Sure.
Or do you think people are going to kind of be on board with that? I mean, I guess we could go over what the matchups are going to be.
I think with C9 and TL, I could totally see them bot 4ing either of those teams just due to booming or whatever. But I don't know. I think the question just comes down to who are you putting above them, right? I think Lion #1 makes sense. Inspired has yet to be, he's yet to show that he's just not going to win, right? I was kind of doubtful this year. Yeah, I was somewhat doubtful this year. I was looking at it coming in being like, okay, he's actually mostly played with new rosters who are players that are just going to put a lot of trust in him, and I think that is the formula that works. So how is he going to work with people who might have stronger opinions? And
he's going to break their wills too.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, maybe this team's just going to explode because they have all these like strong conflicting personalities. But he's shown he can make that work too. So I'm not doubting Inspired anymore. I never did a whole lot in the first place, but yeah, I think it would just be crazy too at this point. So that one totally makes sense. And then it's just tough. I think a lot of these teams, nobody looks untouchable. Like the range, the potential for each of these teams, I think is pretty big.
Yeah.
I would just look at, I think some of these teams have very big weak points, whether it's like a player's performance or their team play. And so I think that's sort of, for me, the stuff that stuck out to move people down.
Yeah. I guess one of the last things for the Cloud9 discussion that I thought was interesting was the Dom has said several times, you know, talking about how they were losing scrims still a lot, even though when they were dominating the league and all fans and us were like seeing them perform on stage and beating convincingly, you know, team after team, they were still losing a lot of scrims to Lion and TL. And so, yeah, he's basically been like, yeah, like those teams were like, we weren't shocked to, you know, lose. And we thought that, you know, those teams were going to be very powerful. So I guess there could be arguments and wiggle room for like, you know, putting if you want to put TL even higher or something based off of that. But I think I'm all out of scrim bucks. Like I'm not biting on that anymore.
They got to prove it.
Yeah, they really do have to prove it. And I still think like a lot of the things that we saw from Cloud9 are going to be strong. APA and Blabber together, even though a lot of people love to throw flame at Blabber. It's like, yeah, he loses a lot to Inspired specifically. And then they also, of course, the America's Cup kind of crash and burn scenario. But a lot of stuff was very suboptimal for them, you know, in those last like that time period. So I have faith that Cloud9 are going to bounce back pretty strong here. And so I think they're deserving of our second ranking, second spot ranking.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that people are overreacting a bit to like a bad stretch of games. I mean, lock-in tournament is not a full split, and they did really well for most of it. They got blasted in the finals by Lion, and then obviously they did really poorly at America's Cup. And you know, it is an excuse. People can say it's an excuse, whatever. But like the reality is, they flew down like I don't know, 12, 24 hours, whatever it was after losing finals. And, and obviously I don't think they were in a very good mental state, and they played poorly and they got their butts whooped by Fury at America's Cup. But I don't think that having like one bad stretch of games guarantees that you're going to be just like bad for the rest of the year. And I do feel like the Blabber slander is getting a bit out of hand. I think
people love to hate on Blabber.
They do, which I find really weird because he's
so nice.
He's so nice. Like as far as one of the people that like has been around the league for a long time, Blabber is so happy to talk to you about the game. He's always been a top level player. He works super hard. He lives and breathes league. I never hear any of his teammates say anything bad about him, his work ethic, anything like that. And just like results wise, he's been one of the best junglers in a long time. Yeah, he's clearly not as good as Inspired, but that's true of every jungler in the league. The only jungler that you can really compare in the West right now is Skumond, right? Who's doing really, really well, had an incredible first-hand event. So you can say, he's up there, right? Or he has better current form, whatever. But like, I don't feel like there's a lot of junglers that you can really put above Blabber, in the LCS, and he's kind of proven that time and time again. Obviously, C9 fans want championships. They don't just want like almost, and they don't just want like pretty good and all that. And I get that, right? Because C9 has won a lot over the years, and they want them to be back at the top. But that being said, I feel like Blabber is maybe getting a little bit too much hate for his level of performance.
I think that's been going on for a long time with Blabber specifically, because I've definitely said it before, but I always thought he was the best player I played against for jungle. He is like extremely smart about the game. He is very hard to read and predict what he's going to do. He's super creative. I think it's probably just due to the fact that he keeps his head down. He doesn't have a super huge social media presence. He's respectful, humble, whatnot, and so people just kind of expect him. Like the expectation for Blabber is super high. So anytime he doesn't live up to that, people just see that as, underperformance and come for his head. I think also sometimes he just has these really loud mistakes compared to some other players where, there's like the crab incident that's followed him for so many years. There's a lot of plays where he'll do something that's just so crazy looking. He'll just have some mistake, like flash in engage when his team's nowhere near and just throw the whole game. And it's like, well, everybody makes mistakes. That one was pretty apparent compared to some,
Mm-hmm.
Every game, the losing team has mistakes. I mean, every game, everyone has mistakes, right?
Yep.
And so I think people like to latch onto Blabbers just because combination of him having really high expectations and just, yeah, he has some funny looking stuff because he plays very aggressively.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I think it's fine to criticize him and his play, but I feel like people are talking about him like he's a bum, and it's like, come on, he's one of the best junglers in the league ever. So I do think, it's fair to have high expectations for C9, but to me, it's like give it the full split in Spring Split and see how C9 does, and then I think it's maybe more fair if they're struggling through all of Spring. Hey, C9 is not a team to sit around and not make any changes. If this team looks really, really bad after Spring, I would not be shocked to see them make changes, but I think it's a little bit too early, and they're going to have an opportunity to change the story a little bit about themselves, because our kickoff match for week 1 here, Spring Split, C9 versus Lion, I am actually really excited for it because I feel like if I'm C9, I will be so hungry to prove myself against this team because they whooped your butts. Everyone's talking trash about you after America's Cup, after finals. And I feel like if you come in and you win as C9, it's like the monkey off your shoulder, the monkey off your back. You get a little bit of room to breathe. People are going to get off you a bit.
I talked earlier about going to play volleyball and asking the different teams could come. We made specifically the day be Sunday so that the people from LCS teams could come, but nobody from Cloud9 could come because Cloud9 were taking 0 days off. The other teams got 1 day off. Cloud9's taking 0 days off. They're practicing all the way through. So very clearly it's buckle down mode. Like they're locked in. And so I like to hear that, because obviously we always say this and we're always trying to, tell people like, okay, like you shouldn't be flaming so much. The players are going to feel the losses way more than you. And all of them clearly, the underperforming really hits them hard. And so they're fully locked in, no days off, practice, and show up. So I think that even make this Cloud9 versus Lion matchup is going to be a super banger for opening day.
Yeah, I mean, They certainly aren't going to come in as underdogs, I don't think. I mean, maybe Lion will be slightly favored based on recent games, but I don't think anyone should be expecting that Cloud9 can't win, because I think there's even a decent chance they do win. They've always pretty much looked very good in the beginning of splits in the year, and then trend downwards throughout the year, especially near the end. So, I think they got some good motivation coming into this one.
The next series of the first day on Saturday is going to be Sentinels versus DSG. And we didn't talk about either of those teams super in depth. So I think this is a good opportunity to talk about both of them. I did say, in part of me like bumping them up above FlyQuest and putting Sentinels fourth was a lot of the consistency that they have showed, even when going down to America's Cup. And they had the same, not exactly the same travel issues because it wasn't like right after playing, but very, similar timelines there. And the veterans on the team, I have no questions about, like Huhi direction of shot calling and like impacts, calling macro game and stuff like that. And so I felt like, all right, this is my like solid team. I'm putting in the middle because I feel like I know what I'm getting from Sentinels. And there is upside and there is some wiggle room. I do think that Hambach stocks for me were personally up as the season went on as far as synergy with the rest of the team and performance. And it was interesting to get updates on interviews with like Huhi and stuff as the season went on of like what's the percentage of English being spoken versus Korean in their comms. And it like started out as like all Korean. And you could definitely tell Darkwings is like Darkwings is like, what's going on, guys? And yeah, their plays were like disconnected around mid for sure. But then as the season went on, they shifted over towards English, and it did look, like they were, had better synergy with Darkwings, especially Hambach and Darkwings. And so I think Hambach plays some like aggressive plays for sure, like some aggressive jungling, and plays some carry junglers pretty well. And Darkwings, I always love when we do have North American talent. And this dude's been grinding away forever in tier 2. And so you always want that to be rewarded, perseverance to be rewarded. And so I do think they have a pretty good shot here. It's also just a fun matchup now because we have this rivalry between DSG and Sentinels because Sentinels, the organization came in and yoinked most of the roster of old DSG from Toast. And then Toast, after their first series, got to talk a bunch of trash and on stream reacting, and they beat them, and it was really fun. And the DSG roster also is very exciting because they had a lot of success with a lot of these replacement new players they got.
Yeah, I mean, this I think should be really close. DSG did win that first best of 3 that they played at Start of Lock-In. They won that 2-1, and then they lost the best of 5 in 5 games to Sentinels. So it's across Lock-In, they were 4-4 against each other. So it was really, really close, really, really competitive. Even though DSG did kind of like, fall off or whatever towards the end. They were part of what made Lock-In exciting because I think DSG, FlyQuest, Sentinels all kind of performed better than people expected, and that was part of what was kind of upsetting the standings. So I think it should be a fun one, and I'm excited to see more of Kyra and Sajed, to see their development. To me, that was kind of like part of the most exciting part of DSG was, getting to see Kryra come in. Obviously, he wasn't there at the very beginning because of, visa issues and stuff like that. And he was who they kind of intended to build around. And seeing him come in and have some good games was really, really cool. And Sajed, while I don't think him and Lions were doing great in the 2v2s in the lanes, Sajed had some really impressive team fighting. You could tell mechanically he is very, very good in these 5v5s, and especially when he's playing as Kaisa, he had some really, really nice moments. So I think it's just fun to see the development of some of these players, and across all the teams there are at least a couple players that I'm just like really excited to see kind of like what you're going to look like coming into Split 2. So I think it should be a pretty good match.
Who do you think is going to win that one? The third matchup.
It's tough.
Yeah, it is a tough one. You just went over 4-4 game score.
I don't know. I feel weird predicting against Sentinels. I feel like I'm a hater, but I don't know. I think DSG is going to win. I'm just going to have
just be a hater.
Yeah.
It's fine. People hate all the time. I'm going to go with Sentinels for that one. I think, I think DSG kind of had some problems toward the end, and I think they had sort of a formula that was working for them with their picks, and I think their drafts were on the better side of some of the teams, but yeah, I don't know. I think maybe Sentinels just a more solid team overall. Also, I've been pretty impressed with Darkwings. I think he's a player who's been trending upward a lot. I think he's someone that has been kind of like a small fish in a huge pond kind of deal of, you know, the talent pool you're up against for LCS is hilarious because it's like
it's the LCK talent pool.
It's all imports. So I think the fact that he's doing well in such a competitive environment is pretty promising. And just think about what he has to deal with. You know, it's like his teammates don't speak English. You know, in comms or whatnot. And yeah, he's been pretty impressive given the circumstances. So I'm gonna go with Sentinels.
Nice. I am also Sentinels because I think the early consistency and veteran power is going to be really strong at the beginning and have the most effect then. Sunday, our matchups are Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. I said I'm done with Scrim Bucks, but I'm still going to predict Team Liquid over FlyQuest.
And you still put them third in your power rankings.
And still put them third in the power rankings. So I guess, you know, even when you think you're done with the Scrim Bucks.
It's a gradual thing, you know? It's like he's quitting cigarettes, but he's still using nicotine patches, you know? It's going to take a little bit of time.
I quit Scrim Bucks, but I've got the Scrim dollary dues or whatever the hell. What were your Canadians called? Looney Tunes?
Loonies and
yeah. I'm on Scrim Looney Tunes now.
Toonies?
Yeah, Scrim Toonies.
Yeah, TL, you're gonna be a process, you know? You're weaning yourself slowly off of the Scrim Bucks.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be hard to not go for TL here. I think you'd have to be like really a FlyQuest super fan to predict against TL here. I hope I don't hear about TL scrims. That would give me more confidence in them because, like, for so long we've just heard about TL scrims, and it's not been manifesting. So, I mean, I think their players are good, right? I think Quidd didn't really look like himself on this team.
No,
but it could just be a new environment. Like I mentioned earlier, on 100 Thieves, he had a pretty bad debut, and he's just somebody that, you know, he's a really good player, and sometimes he'll just show up and do insane stuff that really no one else will do. So for that reason, I think that this team's still very strong. But their team play was pretty lackluster, and that could be something that is improved with time. We'll have to see. But I did put FlyQuest last place, so it'd be weird to predict them over TL.
I also felt like even just when you're looking at individual play, not even just team play, I thought Daejeon actually didn't even look good in lock-in, which was so weird because I felt like across these last couple iterations, even when TL looked really bad last year, everyone's like, but they have Daejeon though. And Daejeon was still looking really good individually, even when the team was struggling. So I was a little bit surprised to see him look not that impressive. I didn't think he looked great. I didn't think Quidd was impressive. I felt like, honestly, everyone except Morgan. I thought Morgan looked good individually, and Lion even talked about that, how their whole plan was basically just Morgan's the only one who's going to do anything, so we're just going to do range, counter picks top, and just kind of like neutralize him, and then the game will be easy. And you're like, well, that's pretty bold. And then they did it, and you're like, well, I guess that was right. So, you know, TL is definitely going to be a team that is grinding. Yeah, people get sick of the Scrim thing, but it's like Scrim's also somewhat our reality. You can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? It's like people get tired of hearing about Scrims for when a team is performing well in Scrims, but not on stage. But it's like, okay, yeah, but then you have the other side of it where Lion was performing well in Scrims and getting better and better in Scrims and was doing well in stage 2, right? So a lot of times it is also correlating, and people just kind of don't always focus on that, because at the start of the split, that was definitely not true for Lion. Some people were telling me they thought they were the worst team in the league, and you know, they improved in their scrims throughout the split, and obviously that did translate to stage. So I'm excited to see how TL looks. I'm hopeful that we are going to have this, you know, really competitive top end of the league, and TL would be part of that. So I think it should be fun. You know, see this match. We also didn't get to see it in lock-in at all, TL versus Fly. So I think it'll be a pretty cool one.
Yep, definitely.
All right, the last one. We've saved the best for last. The Palafox Revenge Part 2. Shopify versus Dignitas. Who do you think is going to win Part 2? Huh? We got the matchup again. Last time around, Palafox was victorious and led the Dignitas soldiers to victory and kicked Shopify out. As you said, Shopify, no games. winless. They Kangas put them first place on his power rankings, and they didn't win a single game and got last. That's like the most wrong you can possibly.
Incorrect power rankings of all time.
Actually, I don't know if anyone's ever I'm just gonna say no one's ever been that wrong before.
I would agree.
He was so wrong he ran off to Europe.
Yeah.
Couldn't be seen in the country anymore. Yeah, this
Crazy.
one, I think for me, this one really just hinges on if Zinni can get it together or not. I think that if he looks like he did last split, then, he's probably going to get run by Palafox. But, Palafox also both these teams are just like, it's basically just both halves of energy that were very inconsistent all the time. So really hard to predict. I think Dig was looking pretty decent at the end of the split. I think, they had the visa issues, but once FBI and Ignar were able to show up, that's a really solid duo.
Yeah,
I would say. And, Bivoy and Seos, they're not bad, but I would still probably favor Dig there. And yeah, so I'll probably give it to Dig overall, but I do think that Shopify could turn it around this season. I wouldn't be surprised if they, came in top 4 finish, just because they have good players on their team who've had success before. But like I mentioned initially, I think it comes down to Zinni if he shows up or not.
Yeah, and I mean, just because he had a bad first split, people are always going to use the Quidd example, right? Because Quidd came in, people were calling for his head on 100 Thieves. People wanted him completely off the team, and I remember when it got announced that after that first year that he was going to be coming back, people were kind of pissed. Like a lot of 100 Thieves fans were pissed, and he ended up winning the MVP. So we'll see if Zinni can turn it around. I also think that it's not just about him, because to me, Fudge had been one of the most impressive top laners in the league last year, and I did not think he had a good lock-in. It didn't feel like he's it's not like it's just his fault or anything, but he was not making a big impact. I don't think Contracts was playing well. I think it was a whole team thing, right? This team was struggling individually. This team was struggling, to actually have much cohesion. And Dignitas did look better once they had their intended bot line with FBI and Ignar. But I also think Photon was a real bright spot for me. Photon, I think, I really liked that he was bringing out the Ignite in some of these matchups and actually putting himself in some really good spots. He had a really, really good Kennen game in a loss that kind of like stuck with me. And I feel like that if that wasn't against Lion, I remember where Inspired kept hunting him out and actually forcing his ult and kind of just like solo won that game, I felt like. But Photon I think is a bright spot. I feel like if their bot lane is playing well, then Dignitas should be favored, but that's just kind of based off of lock-in. And yeah, I mean if Shopify hit as high as we know they can, then they could be actually a really solid team.
Yeah. Should be an exciting one. Can't wait for part 2. I'm hoping that Shopify do like bounce back and show some of the upsides of they're supposed to be high variance team and just got a bunch of losses last time around.
The slingshot is completely primed.
Yeah.
They're so far down.
It's like all the way down here. It's like, boost to the
Can't
moon.
go a whole lot lower.
They went winless in lock-in. They're going undefeated in spring.
Nice.
Not even a game.
No.
Not one game.
But then in playoffs, they're going to completely bomb back
they'll
out. The
figure
regular
it.
season, they'll be first place, and then boo, right back to the
Yeah,
bottom.
exactly. Then they're just dead last.
All right. Well, that's a pretty fun one.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. That's going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of Dive. Also, leave a comment and maybe leave a suggestion for Medios on how to buff your favorite champion or nerf your most hated champion.
Anyone
Don't
you
forget
need
that
banned,
too.
I'm not your guy.
Medios has you. He also personally does unban reviews.
Yep.
LCS returns this Saturday, April 4th at 1 p.m. Pacific with a finals rematch. Cloud9 hungry for some revenge against Lion. Tickets are online now. Check out the link in description and show up early for the tailgate. It's going to start at 11 a.m. We will see you there for some free coffee and boba.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here for the first day of the 2026 LCS Spring Split.
AC door, AC door, AC door. No, no, guys. He can't go on you, guys.
Yeah. Can we move on, guys? Can we move on?
They're looking me, they're looking me.
Alright, well, I'll you one more.
We're going to die, guys. Play with Daejeon.
Careful, careful. Yeah. Here, Kali. Where's Surfer?
Look at Kali, guys. Look at Kali, look at Kali.
Surfer dead.
Yeah.
I have portal flash, I have portal flash.
Yeah, I'm going. I still flash, I still flash.
Not gonna heal him. Right here.
C9, the first game was a little wobbly, but they bounced back well. They'll take the best of 3 win against Lion, revenge for finals, and Thanatos is just the man.
Ari also has no ult. Can we look Ari?
Oh no, Ari.
Yeah. Ari, no flip. Volley bear's on us. Ari stay. Yeah. Come.
Knock you.
I'll bolt to 5. Yeah, hit. Stop right.
Tip it up.
Guys, for luck.
Okay. Oh, sorry, my bad.
It's fine, bro.
Yeah.
Your player really ult is
DSG march on the Nexus, claim the game win, claim the series win, and take down Sentinels in a dominant game number 3. Welcome back to the LCS opening weekend presented by MasterCard. Day 1 gave us the full 6 out of 6 games.
Yes, sir.
And Raz will personally guarantee that Day 2 will give 6 out of 6 games.
6 more games. If it starts getting a little lopsided, I'm going to start sabotaging.
I will be unplugging computers.
Yes, whenever I can.
If there's a man on Boba with Boba on stage, you know who it is.
Exactly. Look, some keyboards are about to get got. We're going to be changing out more PCs, and I'm guaranteeing it. Yes, of course, we still had tailgates out there. I was out there, got some nice boba, so now I have an excuse to drink on broadcast. I'm happy about it.
Yesterday was pretty fun, though. You got to say, you know, we had the rematch of the finals. People have been so negative on Cloud9 because of obviously how America's Cup, because of how the finals went. But it's regular season, baby. Cloud9 is back.
We're back. No pressure on the line when the spotlights are off. We get the job done.
I will say, like, it was great to talk to Blabber afterwards and still have him be like, look, we still have a lot to work on. Like, we're still struggling in Scrim. So I think the next challenge for them is definitely like, okay, how do we sustain this so that we're learning something week to week? So when the spotlights are the brightest again, that doesn't happen. Also, Jack coming out of the stands thanked me for not choosing his team because whenever I've chosen them, they've lost recently. So he was pretty happy about that.
I just feel like it's tough for Cloud9 because the only thing that is going to convince their fans about this roster is literally winning the championship.
Finals.
Like that is it, right? Because they've done everything else. This was a DSG tweet. Where are the doubters now? Because our analyst desk.
That's me.
Everyone predicted against them.
Yeah.
Not me. You can't prove what I would have predicted.
I ran into Ido, their coach. I ran into Cryer. I was like, aren't you the guy that put him 8th place? Yeah. I'm that guy. That's
I was going to say, only one of them had left, and it was Rez.
It's insane. And by the way, both of those wins, both from C9 and from DSG, like, top lane matters, guys. Like, both Castle and Thanatos had incredible games, specifically from Castle. Like, we actually got a chance to, like, interview him on stage and, like, hear him talk about, like, stamping his foot on the ground, like, I want to be the best top laner in the league. And he has been so good just on bad rosters, and this is a roster that looks pretty damn good.
Top lane is relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just needed 40 solo kills, and you might be able to impact the game
And
as much as the 0-580 carry.
Thanatos and Castle did it. I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, just chain solo kill them, and you might be able to do something.
And a 30-minute back-and-forth game that requires multiple TPs.
Look, ignore all of the other content.
Well, this is going to be today's matches. We got TL versus Fly, a matchup we did not get to see in Lock-In. Has a lot of history.
Crazy, actually.
It is. I'm going to be pretty excited for that. And then we have Dinkas versus Shopify, a battle at the bottom.
No, it's the ultimate grudge match, part 2.
Yes, we need a part 2. There's all
Cowpox versus his old team.
The second movie's always better than the first.
Yeah, it was great talking to him after Dig won that last time too. He was very, very hyped.
And I think, especially for Dignitas, I mean, there's so many unfinished stories. You come after like Split 1, and a lot of them is like, well, we didn't have a roster until like it was already over. So for Dignitas, they want to be able to prove the point that like we are a great team. We just didn't have the chance to be able to show that. And Shopify Rebellion is like, let's just strike Split 1 off the record books. We don't want to talk about that.
Exactly. And yeah, I mean, Dignitas didn't have their intended starting roster. I hope all of you have your intended starting roster because Fantasy LCS is back. You can join our league by heading over to lcsofficial.gg. You've got like 20 minutes to lock in your picks for today.
Oh, good call.
And let's take a look at how we're doing so far in Fantasy. We got some
I think I only have one
stakes
player.
this time.
Yes,
I think
we
I only
do.
had one player play yesterday.
So this is your roster.
Yeah.
This is your roster. So like, let me just take a look at it.
Cryo's
Oh God, yours is already
Wait,
looking better
Cryogen
than
hasn't.
mine.
He hasn't played yet.
Yeah, what?
Uh-oh.
So I don't think that one's accurate
That may not
because
be accurate.
he hasn't played. But
Unless he's
APA and
cheating.
Kyra did pretty well for me, and then I also had Rainover who got me some points for Lion.
Nice.
So pretty good start. I also picked the right champion for both APA and Kyra.
Nice.
So I'm off to a pretty good start.
That's actually crazy.
Okay, yeah, so this is me. I'm not doing as well, but 3 of my players do play today.
You're trying your best.
Also, do not be like me. And because I was going through and making my roster and I forgot about the coach thing and I was like, yeah, wow, they're letting me make this sick roster. I can't believe that. And then I forgot to add a coach, so I had to redo everything. But Spawn is actually my coach, so I pretty much need TL to do well today in order to have a chance.
You made the same cardinal sin that I did.
Did I?
You put in a lot of points into your top laner and you got 18
And they're
points.
not, Thanatos had a great day yesterday and he still only got 18
Top
points.
lane just does not matter in fantasy for sure.
Even like little bit.
Because you'll have this game, you're like, damn, this guy owned. He just was up 4,000 gold. You go check his fantasy, 3.4 points. You know,
Literally doesn't
unless
matter.
you chain solo
Wait,
kill them, you
Raz,
literally get no
we
points.
have very similar teams.
Yeah, I'm betting heavily on Team Liquid doing
same.
well today.
If TL does not do well, we're both
I got the variety buff. I have the 16 variety buff.
That's fake. If you go the variety buff, you may get the the multipliers.
What do you mean? I'm owning right now.
Yeah.
With a fake point line on Cryogen, we need to see that
I don't
game
even need
played
it.
out.
Yeah. But
Sure, you don't need it.
the best thing about this is the loser of our league will have to have clown makeup for an entire day done by the winner. So I just want to win
That's the
because
key
I will
point.
do
Yes.
sick clown makeup on one of you.
I want to win because I will do horrific clown makeup on one of you.
Yeah, you said done. The keyword is designed. I don't want to know what the designing process will look like for a lot of people. But if I win, I'm going crazy,
Yeah,
guys.
same.
Yeah.
The producers will have to tell me to take off some of the makeup.
Oh, no.
I'll be like, that's not good. That's not good. Redo that.
Little property of Raz.
Oh, God.
It will be insane. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. But we'll have to see. Team Liquid, please. I'm begging. I'm keeping most of that roster throughout the split, so don't make me sad. Oh God! But it's time for, from what the producers are telling me, a secret exam, and I have to be the one to go.
Yeah,
up and
you
present
have been
that.
selected as our artist.
Yes.
You are
for
a chosen
today.
one.
The thing is, it would usually be Emily, but she has cursive writing. We can't read her cursive writing anyways.
That is a you problem. That is a skill issue on your part.
I would say it's the American education system, but I'm Canadian. So, Quid or Quad? What does that
Wait,
mean?
what?
What does
We
that
just have
entail?
to guess.
Oh, we're
which
just choosing which one
Where,
we want?
which one?
Oh, once had an account named Stupid Donut. I know that one. I literally know that one. Do you guys know that
That
one?
seems more like a Quid thing to me.
That seems Quidd.
Seems goofy to me.
That is
Yeah.
for sure a Quid. And I remember hearing this. The reasoning for it is because his coach called him a stupid donut. It was like, literally, that's the
I
shout
like
out.
insults like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a fun one.
Yeah.
That's a shout out to Spooks on that one. So that's a great and creative name. Stupid
All right,
donut.
one
We
for
need
one.
Yeah,
We
let's
already
go.
got it. That's a thumbs up. Where's the big check mark that we usually have when we do something right?
Yeah, we need to feel good
Yeah.
about ourselves.
Who
Quid or
owns the
Quad?
head-to-head record between the players?
It's gotta be Quad.
I would say it's Quad, right?
Yeah. I feel like FlyQuest was owning for a lot of the Quad
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, just
NTL
like-
was not.
Yeah,
well, excuse
it's
me,
just-
100 Thieves was doing worse.
I'll say 100 Thieves did upset TL a few times. I still think,
No.
But for the whole
upset
year,
FlyQuest, yeah.
Quad was doing really
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Quad.
Boom! That's 2-0!
Oh, there we go. Now we got a little ding.
That's 2-0!
We're beating the producers.
Okay.
The producers thought they got us.
Yeah.
You did not. That's
Yeah,
a dopamine
look at
increase.
Horn.
That's a dopamine increase.
Who had the better damage minute difference in lock-in?
For it to be this specific, they're trying to give Quid something. They're trying to give Quid something.
I think it's Quad.
I was gonna say, I think it's Quad.
I think it's
Really?
Quad. I feel like Quid didn't do very well in lock-in, but I mean, we can be split. That's fine.
I'm also thinking like
Oh, let's go!
It was Quidd.
That's what I'm
yeah.
talking. Thank you, producers. Thank you, producers.
Raz would have gotten that.
I looked at the stats, and his stats were really good randomly, so I was like, all right, we'll take it.
buddy. He cheated by preparing.
Yeah, a little bit. Just
that was it?
That was it.
Woo!
3 for 3. I'll take that. I will absolutely take
Excellent
that.
job, Raz. No cursive U's or I's.
I could read it all. You would probably do the squiggly thing.
I like how she has to squiggle while she's doing it. It's not the hand, it's the whole body thing.
Yeah, what?
It's like my mom playing Super Mario every time you have to jump.
Oh my God, my parents do
That's
that
exactly
too.
what I thought of too.
My parents do that too.
All right, let's find out if Quidd plays Super Mario Kart. Jat, what do you think?
Thanks. Quidd, they're asking if you've played Super Mario Kart before.
Super Mario Kart?
It's fine.
Yeah, I tried once or twice, yeah.
Amazing. Onto the game, though. You're going up against Quad and FlyQuest today. You've played against him a number of times in the LCS. What do you feel like when you're playing up against Quad?
I think against Quad, I really should take care of my tempo play, unless he's gonna make good play and gonna kill my teammates. So, yeah, I should keep my tempo high.
In lock-in and even this split, we hear that your scrims are going very well, but stage has not been as good. What needs to convert from scrims to stage to be better?
In split one, like we were doing well in scrim, but I wasn't sure we were doing the correct thing in the game. But I think preparing this split, I think we found good solution of how to play the game. So I think our scrim has been really going well this split. So yeah, I'm really excited to show.
Can you say what the solution has been?
We just needed to find what we were doing in game was correct or not, and we kind of found the way to play the game. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Quidd. Good luck today, and we're going to send it back to the lounge.
Yeah, and he mentioned that scrims were looking great in Spring Split, but they couldn't translate it. And I feel like we've seen that be the case for Team Liquid, and we call them the Scrim World's Champion, man. Woo! A lot of it, yes. Of course, just the 2026, that's 2016, Team Liquid, 4th place Spring, but a lot of the chatter at the time, incredible in scrims, can't beat them, didn't perform at that time. 2022, same thing, that was the Bippo Bjergsen lineup, great in scrims, didn't work on the stage, and that's, of course, their lock-in stage.
A lot of 4th places.
Yeah, that's a lot of TL.
A lot of it, but if you just ask yourselves, like, what would we usually say in those moments? A lot of the conversations, like, we just need to translate scrims on stage. They're the best teams that we face in scrims, and of course, just generally, we just need to play, we just play scared on stage. We need to play less scared on stage. Of course, as you can see, I put the GX's 4th place LEC versus, I mean, they're just the Team Liquid version in Europe, so I thought that I wanted to be able to talk about teams around the globe when it comes to not being able to perform on stage. And I think that really hits the conversation a lot of the times, that people are not happy with the conversation, a little bit torn whenever I hear a discussion about this team being incredible in scrims, but not being able to translate it. We get tired at times.
People are sick of scrim bucks.
Yes.
Well, I also think even what Quidd just said in this interview is really telling, right? Where he's like, even when we were winning in scrims, it didn't necessarily feel like we were doing the right thing in game. And I think that's the biggest thing, right? If you're doing bad in scrims, what are your takeaways, even if you're doing well on stage? Because that was C9's challenge. And then the inverse of it is TL, who literally every team we talk to is like, this team is crushing us in scrims, but then is unable to learn the right lessons from those wins to translate it onto stage when there's higher pressure.
One thing I will say is I feel like the community has gone too far away to the side of, oh, scrims mean literally nothing.
Yes.
Because everyone is hyper fixating on a situation where scrim results do not match stage results. But there are so many more examples of where scrim results do actually match the stage results, including Lion, who started out really weak. Everyone was telling me they were terrible in scrims. And then by the end of the split, everyone was telling me they're really good in scrims, and they won the split. And when you look around the world, there are so many examples of, Genji's amazing in scrims. Well, guess what? They're amazing on stage too. And like these teams, G2 obviously had a really great first stand. Everyone's telling me they're really good in scrims. There's many more examples of that. But yes, scrims don't mean everything, but they also don't mean nothing, which is kind of like, I feel like people are going too far in that direction of saying scrims are completely useless, they mean nothing.
And that's why I have, hilariously enough, if you look at the power rankings, Team Liquid is first. Because I think there is a group of teams that are like, we do really well in the scrims, but what does that mean? Well, we constantly fight, we expect a lot of aggression, we expect non-stop fighting, and that's what we end up getting out of it. Where a lot of the times, what people talk about when it comes to Team Liquid this time around is that they're incredibly smart around the map, but it's just not really showing on stage. That, I think, is something that is easier to present, rather than just wanting your opponents to take fights. If it doesn't happen, if it's a slower game on stage, that is just going to happen, where I think Team Liquid is different in this case.
Yeah, and I think you can see it weirdly in their drafts on stage when they played Rise versus when they didn't play Rise, just because Rise is such a cheat sheet for being able to play the map, and they looked a lot more confident around the map whenever Quidd was on Rise. And this isn't like this is a team thing. This is not a Quidd call-out thing. It's you saw glimpses of potentially what other teams would have seen in scrims in those games, and now it's trying to find a way to do that without relying on specific champions.
And
also.
I mean, just kind of like eyeballing it based on our power rankings for this split, it looked like they're about an aggregate third, you know, around there, right? Last split, we had them aggregate first, and they finished fourth. To me, the thing that was kind of more surprising and more concerning is the fact that just even individually, they didn't look that good, right?
Yeah.
Quidd was the hottest prospect, I think, in the West as far as a pickup. People in Europe were really wanting him. People here were really wanting him. Yeah. He didn't look that good individually. And even more concerning, Daejeon, who has been stalwart for the team, also did not perform well individually. So that is kind of my question on, like, can, you know, TL fix their team issues, but also can the individuals, you know, kind of find their form again? Because if they can, obviously on paper, this team could easily win the championship. They have that level of talent, but didn't work out last split. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, and the sad one was literally a lot of credit from around the league was being given to Morgan's laning phase, and then they were exploiting the fact that, yes, he was doing really well in lane, but he was pretty much disconnected on the rest of the map, and he was just like doing well alone. So hopefully the team does feel like they have more styles to them, that they can play towards a consistently winning lane. At least that's what I see from Team Liquid. Yeah,
and you can see that in the way that Lion decided to attack Morgan in that top lane, right? But on the flip side, I feel like we have their opponent today in FlyQuest, who I put them so low in my initial power rankings for lock-in, because I was like, this team is really good. They're young, they have good players, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do well initially. But then they had a really, really strong start to their season, where it felt like they were performing really, really well as a team. Griffin, they were taking a lot of risks, and there were still a lot of plays that might not have worked out well for them. But then on the flip side, they would take another risk, and it would work out well for them because they'd all be on the same page. That was super, super cool to see. And then they ended up facing a lot tougher opponents and really struggled. Yeah, and I feel like when they played up against some of these top teams, people really kind of prepared for Griffin and were able to exploit Griffin in a way, right? Yeah. He was getting punished really heavily on invades. He was getting punished on timers. It was interesting though, because even after they got destroyed by Lion, Inspire was actually very complimentary to Griffin and saying, hey, he's making a lot of the right decisions, even though they look bad, they're just not really nailing the execution. And I still have a lot of faith in FlyQuest, because I do feel like these players are very promising individuals. I think they have a really high ceiling. And I was really impressed by how they played in lock-in, even though the ending wasn't so great. Because think about not even just losing one superstar. You lost two superstars. You lost the LTA MVP. Yeah. You lost Busio, who in my opinion in summer was the best player in all of the West. I thought he was incredible. You lost so many big names, and you rebuilt with really young players without a ton of competitive experience. And they have actually been really good. So I feel like there's so much room for growth, and the fact that they were actually competitive in the first split, that was a split I thought they would be the worst in all year.
And I wish people just looked at that strength of schedule and made their assessment based off that. Like, their first two opponents were some of the easiest in Shotfire Rebellion. You can make the case about DSG being better than what we expected, but still a little easier. And then they were like, heavy hitter. Now they're facing Team Liquid. So it's they're facing what I perceive to be the top three teams within the league in the beginning of the split. I want to see them now in a more drawn-out split, which is this split, going up against the likes of Sentinels, Dignitas, to see where they truly are. Because I think anyone reasonable would have slated this team middle of the pack at the beginning, wanting to be able to trend upwards.
And I think one of the big bright spots for FlyQuest was their bot lane, and Cryogen surprised a lot of people after coming in and replacing Busio. Jat standing by with him.
Thanks, Azael. I wanted to talk to you a bit about last split because you guys started exceptionally well and then ended in a bit of a disappointment. But how have you taken all of that in as you're preparing here for spring?
So we went to Korea right after the split ended, and there we scrimmed a lot of Korean teams. And honestly, I think we've gotten a lot better since our first split. I know first split we kind of had we kind of spiraled down a bit, but we learned a lot from our mistakes, and I think we're a lot better this split around.
I also saw an interview from Masu saying that in Korea at 3 a.m. you guys would play scary games. I need you to elaborate about this, about the 3 a.m. scary games in Griffin and Cryo's room.
Yeah, so we would, the lights would be off, and we would turn the lights off, and we would try scaring each other at 3 a.m. And yeah, it was kind of like, was it Marco Polo? Is that what it's called? Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That's good team building. I also want to talk about the matchup you have with Quidd, Daejeon, because you guys didn't actually play against each other in lock-in, but I know you and Masu had some really strong laning phases early. So what are you looking forward to in the matchup against Quidd, Daejeon?
I think they are really good laners. I think they're one of the best laners in the league, probably. So I'm really excited to play against them, especially against Quidd. I've been watching him since I was like, I don't know, 12 maybe. So he's got like 12 years on me, so I'm excited to play against him.
Awesome. Good luck today in the matchup against Team Liquid. Back to the lounge.
I hope Core did not hear that, because then his back would be like, he just aged me instantly.
I was like, oh. Yeah, I was watching him when I was
12 years old. I was like, oh my God, go back to school.
I was watching him when I was a fetus. So.
But I agree with what you said earlier, right? Where in particular with this FlyQuest bot lane, Masu and Cryogen were super, super good together initially. I really, really loved, because the way the meta evolved was so 2v2 focused, right? We kind of expected that with the role quests coming in. It's going to be really important that you stay in that lane a lot longer. Contests starting at level 1 got really, really heavy, and I thought this lane performed way above my expectations, especially with losing Busio.
Yeah, and even against a lot of the lanes that were considered the top lanes, you know, they were getting 2v2 kills against Cloud9, they were getting 2v2 kills against a number of different teams, and you said it, you know, when they lost Busio, a lot of people were expecting that this was going to be one of the big steps backward for FlyQuest, because, you know, it was kind of a joke, kind of not a joke, but people talked about how Busio and Masu had gotten to a point where they didn't even need to talk. They just knew exactly what the other one was going to do, and a lot of times in laning, they just could anticipate what the other one wanted to do, and they didn't even have to discuss it. And that allows you to play in such a way where you can just go in for these snap engages, you can take fights, knowing what your teammate is going to do, and that can take some time to build that kind of synergy, because if you're seeing an angle that your opponent, or rather your teammate is not, you know, they're looking to back off, you're looking to engage, these things can often go very wrong very quickly, but I thought they made it work really, really well.
Some of the angles that they saw, and just looking at the stats, that is incredible. We're wild on the Aphelios Thresh games. Like, I did not expect coming into games 1 and 2 that we're going to be seeing Thresh lanes from this bot lane, and that is the main proponent that changed my expectations on FlyQuest. Because, like, we already saw a little bit of Gat Ghost on top side being like, okay, maybe they're going to be playing heavily top side, because, like, you have a heavy carry top laner that wants to be able to play Aurelia and all these things. So it's like, why would you want to go bot lane? Like, that's going to be a fresh lane. And it's usually, like, the idea is, like, Busio is what was, like, the main communicators, like you mentioned, that would do that. No! They're a lot more flexible, apparently.
And I mean, these 2v2 kill stats are crazy. This is what I was asking for, because I had just seen them getting so many kills. So, you know, 7 2v2 bot lane kills. You know, as far as per game stats, they were #1 in the league. Even overall, they were second just behind Lion, who obviously played a lot more games. TL only had 1. So TL traditionally is that bot lane that people will talk about as far as being, you know, the scariest 2v2 bot lane in Scrims, the scariest 2v2 bot lane in Stage a lot of the time. But in lock-in, they were not performing well. Yeon did not look like himself. Core did not look like himself. So I think this is going to be a good test for TL to see, you know, have they recovered, have they regained their form, and also how Masu and Cryogen have developed with this time off, to see if they have continued that improvement and are going to be able to look as good as they did in lock-in.
And that's where so much credit, I think, goes to the man on your screen right now, who is Masu, right? Who Cryogen has said has been such a great person to learn from as he is stepping up into the LCS, right? And so I've really, really enjoyed watching them together.
What are they being told?
It's got to be a 1v1.
No idea.
I guarantee you it's a 1v1.
Okay.
The only way you get that reaction is the egos get involved. When 1v1s are happening, anytime I'm doing stage interviews and they're doing 1v1s, they're like completely completely ignoring you. They don't. They're just locked in on these.
I get the feeling
the most important rankings within the team is usually who's the best Yasuo.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I actually wonder if anyone keeps track of that. But I think,
they do.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is, by contrast, we have this TL bot lane who definitely hasn't performed, I think, as expected, given going into lock-in, we were like, again, with the 2v2 focus, I thought Yeon and Core were going to do super, super well.
Yeah.
And they kind of, I mean, TL as a whole, I think, struggled on stage, but they specifically underperformed just compared to the very high expectations I had that were set previously by how well they played together.
It was just, I felt like all over the place. And my biggest concern with Team Liquid that even started in their first games of, I would say competitive, but it was in December, and like when they faced like against Nongshim, and they had this massive like 10K gold lead.
Yeah.
They threw it. Then they go up against Dignitas. That last game going into playoffs, they have this gold lead. They threw it into Philios' pockets. Like, I want them to be able to keep their leads. I feel like they're such a go-heavy team to like look for any fight, especially when they have a lead, that it will just be thrown back at the enemy opponents.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think it's going to be pretty close, but let's see what the LCS Discord thinks about how Team Liquid, Alienware, and FlyQuest players stack up against each other.
What?
This is very... Raz, they bought what you're selling. They're buying potential, man.
They did it again.
I have too much power.
Not 1% for my boy Gakkos?
I will say, the last time this happened...
Where's the 9% going? 89 to 1.
I think it was Core versus Isles,
9%
right?
we're predicting you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it, guys.
Raz, the last time this happened, it was Core versus Isles, right?
Yeah, by the way...
Yeah, and Isles won that.
Did you forget what just happened to Morgan last plat? Did you forget what happened, like, Gakkos last year? This is ridiculous, guys.
This one is even more ridiculous.
This one is pretty...
Quidd quad is,
crazy.
I think, like, pretty arguable. I think Quidd has been the better individual player, you know, over the last, year and a half,
Also, this
whatever.
is only...
So
it
this
should
is
be 11, right? Okay,
Oh, that should be 11.
I was like, the math is not working out
So the
here.
blue took over the other 1%. I
Still
understand.
11%.
Still awful.
It's pretty low.
Still awful.
And they're buying the Scrim bucks. The LCS Discord is definitely fully investing in Potential Man. But we have to see it on stage first. That you can talk so much about how they look on paper, but we've seen this with many teams over the years. It doesn't always pan out.
It's funny too because I'm literally fighting against the Discord group that's literally supporting my point. So I'm with you guys. 100% to Morgan, like 89% to Quidd. We need more percentage on Yeon.
Yeah, I'm curious to now see all of our predictions because I know, Raz, you, once again, stressing, you had Team Liquid #1 in your overall power rankings.
I was making the joke about Team Liquid being the Scrim World Champion, man, and I actually am buying into the Scrim.
I like how you're making fun of it, but you were also buying it at the same time.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Raz, what are you doing? Raz, no!
Look at me. I'm the idiot. It's okay. I'm the typical consumer. I complain about all of the 2K games. I will buy all the 2K games.
Raz is making this infomercial, making fun of it. He's like, wait a second, these are some good points.
Why do I see myself in that commercial? Why is it black and white and I am the one that's in sepia mode? Like, what's happening here? But you actually had the different take here that you think FlyQuest would take this one.
I think FlyQuest can take it. I do think it's pretty close. These were the teams that I had 3rd and 4th in my power rankings for this split. But I just am having trouble believing that everything is fixed for TL.
Yeah.
I feel like last year we heard a lot of that over the weeks where they're like, oh, no, we fix it now, we fix it now, we fix it now. And I'm not going to believe it until I see it. I think FlyQuest, well, yes, they did have some troubles in the jungle. I don't think Jose is the kind of guy like Blabber or Inspired to completely dominate Griffin, in that matchup. I don't think he's going to take him out of the game. And I just think that on stage, FlyQuest looked better for a lot of the split than TL did. So I think FlyQuest has a really good shot, and we'll see if they're going to be able to start off on the right foot here today.
Emily?
Yeah, and I am, I guess, kind of in between, so I'm definitely not going as hard TL as you are.
Scrim World Champion, man.
But I said TL 2-1 because I think it's going to be a really close matchup. But I do think that some of the more aggressive plays that FlyQuest are prone to making are things that TL can punish, despite kind of their struggles that we saw in lock-in. So that's why I'm like leaning slightly towards TL.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, I need to see this match. The matches we've seen so far are the matches that we already got. This one we haven't had just yet so far this year. They're waiting on stage to get out there. So I'm excited. I may say all this good stuff about Team Liquid, but FlyQuest, prove me wrong. Get out there and start the games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. It is week 1 here of 2026 Spring Split at the LCS. Yesterday, we got the full distance, all 6 games in back-to-back best-of-3s, and today, it's time to see the other half of our squads go head-to-head and kick off their Spring Splits. Starting off with what's going to be a very interesting one here with Team Liquid going up against FlyQuest. Later on today, of course, we will have Dignitas going up against Shopify, but everything in its time, my friends. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Jat. We're going to be casting this first one here, a BO3 between TL and Fly. You can see them taking to the stage right now, and Jat, I feel like both of these teams, after lackluster Split 1 performances, really want to prove themselves here coming into spring.
They absolutely do. Korean boot camp in the offseason for FlyQuest. Team Liquid continuing their excellence in scrims, which is keeping their hype machine somewhat rolling. But I think the expectations going into Spring Split are a little bit muted for both teams. It's reset a little bit from lock-in for Team Liquid when many of us had them as the best team in the entire league, but because of the way they fell down to the lower bracket of playoffs and because of the way they lost and finished 4th place after losing 3-1 to Lion, you never really know if Team Liquid's going to be able to turn the corner and perform on stage.
And Team Liquid is one of those orgs, like, remember back at the apex of Team Liquid was the back-to-back, like 4 consecutive splits of winning. This is a team that doesn't want to just do okay. This is a team that wants to forge championships, and coming into split number 1, where they were predicted to be in the top 2, falling very short of that, you know in spring, like, you've got to kind of surge back up and get back in that conversation, as you can see. Their opponents,
FlyQuest.
Their opponents also really love their team. Griffin, man, he loves FlyQuest.
He does.
They're having a good time.
The story of that shirt was a April Fool's video that they posted on TikTok where Griffin got to design a shirt and they actually sold 100 of them. I don't know if they have any still left, but he clearly still has one.
I feel like he should have the first one. Like that,
I hope so.
I sincerely hope, yeah, that's the original, like the prototype. That is number 1. But I am very excited to see this head-to-head here between these two teams, get to see like what they've both been working on during the offseason. FlyQuest, of course, started off on a pretty good trajectory at the beginning of Split 1, but then they had to deal with Cloud9 in multiple confrontations, and those confrontations were not FlyQuest favored.
They absolutely were. It's a string of games at this point, 9 games in a row since Griffin hasn't had to play against either Blabber or Inspired.
That's rough,
Which is crazy in terms of the jungle player that he is going up against. Jose Daejeon, I think, had some good games when Team Liquid was winning, but still doesn't have the reputation of an Inspired or a Jose. But we are now into draft for this game 1. Orianna banned right off the bat, which makes sense. I am confused that that got through yesterday.
Yeah, it's one of those characters that I'm just never surprised to see it on the ban list. Really, the only time that it makes sense to go unbanned is when people kind of just want to do the handshake of, okay, you take Orianna, we'll take Azir, whatever, yada yada, back and forth. But on the other side, it is going to be Jarvan and Jace banned away by Team Liquid. The Karma banned out by FlyQuest here. Enchanter supports have just really been so powerful lately.
They really have been, and it was interesting doing prep here for Spring Split and looking at the success in lock-in. FlyQuest and Crowdgen were some of the first people on the Karma hype train. They were picking it early in the first game of most of their series, and that's actually where Masu and Cryojin found many of their solo kills that Azael was talking about on the lounge, where the team had, Masu and Cryojin had 7 2v2 kills in lane just in lock-in tournament alone, but a lot of that was off the back of stuff like Karma. Obviously, they banned it here. They don't have first pick. They don't want Team Liquid to be able to first pick it away.
Right.
And I do think that it will come in later in the series if it's unbanned.
Okay. Well, we do have the Ezreal banned out as our third one here for Team Liquid in the first half of the draft. FlyQuest taking their time, considering what they want to be that third ban, and I'm not at all surprised to see Varus join the commonly banned, like, first 3 type of champions in the draft kept away.
For sure. So 3 bans targeted directly at the bot lane. So many of the duo lanes have been picked in these powerful pairs. So the Karma Ezreal is actually generally a pair. A little bit interesting that Team Liquid banned the Ezreal in this game, but if they first pick this Seraphine, you're almost certain that they're just going to combo it as Ashe Seraphine, and we'll probably see that against something like, you have 2 options. You can try to outscale it and play normal with something like Corki Nami, or you can go really hard and try and play a Nautilus lane.
Right, like the full-on engage, just make sure that you all in, don't allow Seraphine to be that resource battery in the lane that she can with all of the shields and the healing. But yeah, Seraphine and Ashe are pretty much best friends in the current iteration of the meta. One indicates the other one, but over on the other side, FlyQuest are going to go ahead and lock in the Misfortune and the Ambessa.
Super interesting. It seems like they've decided to go all in. The nice thing about FlyQuest, though, when they lock in the Ambessa, is it's a true flex pick, because Griffin was playing Ambessa jungle even when he was playing in Brazil last year in the LTA South. So big time flex there that they can hold until the very end if they so choose. And with the MF, not shocked if they lock in the Nautilus, and they have no hesitation there. They're going in.
Yeah, this is number 2 of the options that you presented to me just a couple of minutes ago.
The more exciting option, I think.
I honestly enjoy this option far more. It creates a much more dynamic lane experience back and forth. But over on the other side, we will see the Ashe locked in exactly like we expected beside that Seraphine. And Pantheon locked in here as well. When you have Ashe with the Hawk Shot and the arrow that's able to influence so much of the map that's not directly around her, I love seeing something like a Pantheon that also has those semi-global capabilities to also contribute to those plays.
For sure. Tons of bot prio, and I think Pantheon, when played well, is one of the most lethal junglers in League of Legends right now, but I'm kind of feeling like that Ambessa is going to be for Griffin, and he might be able to outpace the Pantheon a little bit with some power farming, so it's kind of what I'm expecting here, is they're just banning out solo laners. Now Renekton to block Morgan also allows the Ambessa to go top lane a little bit easier if they want to.
And meanwhile, on the other side, Team Liquid going to go ahead and ban out Ryze from the mid lane. FlyQuest, what do we got here? Do we want to continue looking towards the top side? Do we want to continue making potential protection bans for what could be this flex Ambessa? Or do you want to focus on the mid lane more? We are going to focus on mid lane. Victor, banned out by Fly.
A little bit surprising that they're banning Victor here, but there's nothing that they want to hard target yet. If FlyQuest wants to hold this Ambessa flex more and make Morgan a bit more uncomfortable, they'd have to pick mid lane here.
Yeah,
I'm thinking maybe something like a Kali if they wanted to go really dive heavy, but if they fall behind, they'd be far out of options with their low range.
Well, Team Liquid is not fully convinced that Ambessa is going into the jungle there for Griffin. They are going to go ahead and ban the Nocturne away. You're talking about dive. You're looking at something like Nautilus, Ambessa, Misfortune. You know they want to go in. Nocturne's a great champion for going in, so they want to deny that synergy here a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of discussion. They're going to run this timer down close to 0 to see if they pick top or mid here. And with the anti-hover and lock-in, they're holding that Ambessa flex as late as possible and still, at least thematically, still going in.
All right, well,
you're not an Annie fan, are you? I see that look on your face.
No, so it's not that I'm not an Annie fan. I'm not an NA Annie fan. I feel like our teams have struggled to execute with this champion compared to what you see around the world in the last year or so. NA Annie has not impressed me. Which it's weird to say because it's one of those champions that you feel like, oh yeah, this is one of the more just like bread and butter characters of the game. It's a pretty simple play style, like you should know exactly how this is going to work, but I feel like a lot of times we're just not seeing the execution land the way that they want it to. So I'm going to be a doubter. I'm not going to lie. I will be a doubter until I am proven otherwise, but we'll see how well Quad can pilot that one here for FlyQuest. Back over on the Team Liquid side, we are going to get some power in the top lane. Rumble locked in.
Rumble blind pick, but it's a very safe blind pick for them right now. And if they actually combo it straight away with the Rumble Galio, they'd get rid of one of the answers that Gatghost could play into it. Galio also quite good into Annie because you can itemize early magic resist.
Yeah.
So pretty nice little 4-5 there by Team Liquid to have synergy and also find a way to counter both lanes.
I also really like putting the Galio together with an Ashe and Pantheon composition because, again, it's more of that semi-global. It's more of the, we now suddenly have 2 more people here than are supposed to be here.
Definitely. And Cassante locked in to lane up against the Rumble. If he can stack MR early, he'll be quite effective, especially with a somewhat lower damage team comp coming through from Team Liquid when you consider Galio Rumble and a Cassante who can itemize magic resist. But as we suspected, even though it had to be respected the whole time, the Ambessa is going to be for Griffin in the jungle.
And we, the top lane matchup, Rumble versus a tank, always just comes down to before Kaenic Rookern and after Kaenic Rookern, right? Like once this item gets completed, your ability to trade into the Rumble to withstand the short, snappy, overheated flame spitters becomes just so much better. So I'll be keeping an eye on how good Morgan can apply that pressure to Gatghost early on in the game. Where specifically do you want to see the junglers focusing in this early game?
That's a good question because I was thinking about what we saw at First Stand and how that's going to influence the way we see jungle in Spring Split. Because I feel like before First Stand, we were seeing a lot of full clearing and a lot of teams just supporting and fighting around bot crab. And they had this whole meta of the level 6 crab deciding games. And that's also what got Griffin killed a number of times, was over-contesting that crab. But then I feel like we've seen a little bit of evolution of either 3 camps buying items and redeploying, or just invading at level 1 to make more chaotic situations. So I am expecting at least the Pantheon, if I'm Team Liquid, I feel like they're going to try and play way more up-tempo, especially when they have the Ashe Seraphine. So I'm kind of locked in right away to see how early vision goes down, to see if we're going to see any early jungle invades.
All right, let's lock and load. It's Easter Sunday. We're heading onto the Rift for the first time today. Team Liquid versus FlyQuest in our first best of 3 for today's action. Jose Diodo versus Griffin, Pantheon versus Ambessa. Both of these champions so very scary if they get ahead early. Accelerating either one of these, giving them that early extra damage can be such a frightening thing for the other squad to have to deal with. But here's a quick look at what went down between Griffin and Masu before the game. Take a listen.
I'm doing 1v1 with him. We have 2 minutes. Where you at? You can't be hiding like this. What the? What the?
Oh my god, I'm cooked.
Oh my god, this is embarrassing stuff, honestly. Oh my god. What? What? Wait, I didn't realize this is your target W. Yo, chill. Bro, I didn't realize this is your target W. What?
I love Griffin's reactions. Clear. Whatever was happening on the screen at that moment, he was utterly bamboozled.
He really was, and this team has ridiculous zoomer energy. We were talking about this beforehand, just how loud they are everywhere they go. In the makeup chair, on stage, they're always screaming about something. I do feel like Griffin is the loudest, but it's not like Cryogen is a quiet fellow, right? They're just, they kind of all yell all the time.
It's fun energy, right?
Yeah.
It makes you want to root for them because then it's just that much more fun to get excited alongside them. But taking a look at where everybody's kind of starting off in this one, both of our junglers were starting in the bottom side of their respective jungles. And as you can see, Team Liquid trying to establish some early lane dominance here in the bottom, 2v2.
Yeah, and they're really loose about how they're willing to use summoner spells. Daejeon used heal while we were listening to Griffin on stage, and then even in that quick trade, Yeon just immediately proccing his barrier. But this allows them to win the trades, get the shove, and take control of that lane, especially with the early wards that went down. Griffin did modify his path a little bit. He started Raptors, then went into Fog. So they don't exactly know that he's doubled back onto the top side. He's definitely trying to subvert expectations a little bit with this jungle path.
And I hope that that results in some interesting decisions that he can make to affect the lanes early on, because those types of decisions, they only matter if you do something with it, right?
Yeah, well, when he does that path, he's going to be slow to clear his Krugs. So I feel like he's since he started Raptors as well, he might actually just forego the Crab and go straight for his Raptors. A little curious what's happening here. He didn't feel comfortable, I'd say, going for either Crab since top and bot were both getting pushed in. Okay. Now he's going to be late into the spot river, and see Jose's already got it. So now he's in real danger getting double crabbed.
Yeah, Griffin is just finding himself a little bit behind the pace that he wants to be here. There's your taunt flash coming in from Daejeon, and the first blood for Team Liquid is free in the mid lane.
Super free right there. Quidd able to just get a taunt, and Jose, without delay, is going to be crossing mid anyway for the double crab. Ends up taking a mid lane champion camp as well, so he is going to be super accelerated. Losing the double crab is actually not that bad for Griffin since he started Raptors and he was going to be able to cycle his camps anyway, but having his mid lane die is really what's going to hurt them there.
Meanwhile, back down here in the bottom lane, things are going great for Team Liquid in the 2v2 as well. We talk about this Ashe Seraphine, talk about how this is one of the established duos of the current metagame, and it's such a pain to deal with if nothing is done to answer it early on with some extra pressure from either a roam or a gank.
Yeah, and looking at the game state right now, this is tale as old as lock-in tournament. Team Liquid, their early laning phase had always been so dominant, and it was then about how they were able to capitalize on that afterwards. Already have the kill in mid, holding prio top, holding prio bot, have wards in river. Things are looking good early for Team Liquid, as they often did in lock-in.
All right, so we'll see if they can keep that momentum going. Meanwhile, back on the other side, we talked about it a little bit back in draft, but I think it's important to revisit it again. That Griffin had to play 9 games straight against Inspired or Blabber in like his last bunch of head-to-heads, and that's very rough to deal with. Meanwhile, bottom side now, Yeon under a lot of pressure. Masu and Cryogen establishing dominance here in the 2v2. Meanwhile, back over in mid lane, Quad and Griffin seeing if they have the opportunity to make anything happen, but it will not be so. At least FlyQuest can alleviate some of the pressure that they found themselves under early on here in the bottom side.
Absolutely. If Crowdgen can consistently land hooks onto Yeon, that lane is going to be completely fine. They will win the 2v2 damage trades if they're able to avoid getting poked. Cordier trying to freeze the wave.
Cryogen, nice hook there, finds Core JJ, knocks him down to 100 HP, forces out the heal, but Core patiently holding the flash.
Yep, keeps his flash, did hold the wave a little bit so Yeon could arrive, and both Masu and Cryogen are going to have to reset after that one. So Core JJ looked scary, but that's the correct play in that situation to try and hold the wave. Would be more correct if you're able to dodge the hook, but it was still fine.
Right, yeah.
Even if he gets hit.
He's not dead.
And he's going to reset
dead.
anyway.
He has his flash. Everything's fine. Up here in the top side, we haven't really checked in a whole lot thus far, but if you're laning a tank into Rumble and you're dead even / slightly ahead on farm early on, you're loving the lane state.
Yep, 2 thumbs up for Gakos so far against Morgan. Hasn't lost a plate either, so already sitting on that Negatron cloak. Also, Morgan itemizing armor as well, so both of them going a little defensive. Griffin, though, got to be careful.
Yeah, Griffin walks right into the brush, and Jose is ready and waiting. Quidd right beside him, and Team Liquid's mid-jungle finds their second success of the game. It's a 2-0 game for Team Liquid now as they drop the enemy jungler.
I mean, I think that is an ambitious look from Griffin. He doesn't have mid-prio, he doesn't have bot prio. Jose had double crab and first blood, so he's likely already going to be level 6. And he's kind of walking blind into the second crab. Who's going to give that second crab up is my question.
Meanwhile, Core JJ just instantly dies. They wanted to try to set this play up for Daejeon, but they spend a little bit too much making sure that they bait their opponents in. They do get the 1-for-1 at least, but Core JJ definitely wasn't supposed to die at the start.
I do feel like they were baiting that, and they just baited a little bit too hard, but that does mean now that's the 8th 2v2 kill that this FlyQuest team has generated in 2026. Still just 1 for Yeon and Core JJ because they did call in help to get that return kill.
Exactly, but the problem I'm looking at here, Jat, if you're rooting for FlyQuest, when you look at the scoreboard, every single individual lead right now, 7.5 minutes into the game, belongs to Team Liquid. Where's the point of power for Fly?
It's not there yet. It's if you can land hooks on the low summoner spell bottom lane. I think that's going to be their point of attack. You're not going to be doing much else, but Core JJ.
Oh, Core JJ again just caught out Cryogen and Masu. They know how to find this Seraphine, and that's going to make sure that this game stays close.
I mean, I think that counts as a 2v2 kill, even though it happened in the
it was a 2v1, but I'll take it.
Surprising that Core JJ is walking there with such confidence. He must have thought that FlyQuest had reset after that last engage, but they catch them off guard, and that's the point of power that they're going to try and play through. But Griffin needs to watch out, though. The top river is not controlled.
Yeah, Griffin wants to go after this first Drake. I mean, an early Ocean Drake can feel so good for your laning phase if you get that before the lanes really kind of dissolve into the mid game, but he will not have the opportunity to fully secure that one. You can see Morgan dropping the equalizer on the wave up here in top lane as Gakgos arrives back to the tier 1 turret. But even though it's only a 3-2 game, only 1 kill separates the two teams, Team Liquid's already off to a 1,500 gold lead.
Yeah, they are having most of the gold come through Jose with his 2 kills. He's going to be able to control this dragon as well. And it's really difficult for FlyQuest to actually generate plays. I give a lot of credit to Masu and Cryogen for finding those 2 kills. Otherwise, this game would be completely out of hand because the Annie has really no actual threat onto an MR stacking Galio, which is why I really love this pick from Quidd later on in the draft. Not only did they deny the Rumble answer pick, but they've also managed to counterpick the Annie in the mid lane.
Plus, Jose Diodo completed his first item with the Sundered Sky before 9 minutes on the clock. Wow. And I feel like when you have that kind of an accelerated start on a champion that has a semi-global ultimate, the game really is just in your hands. If Jose finds the right angles, if he finds the right opportunities, he can make so much happen in this game.
And he's going to have his second ultimate charge up very shortly, which is crazy to get 2 Pantheon ultimates potentially off before 10 minutes. He's actually walking away from the 3rd grub. Doesn't need it, wants to clear his camps a little bit faster.
Okay.
This game really will be on Jose's timers because mid and top, I feel like it's kind of hard for Jose to make plays and everything's getting drawn towards the bot lane.
All right, TP coming back into the mid lane now, as you can see Quad re-arriving on his Annie, as now Jose Diodo meets Griffin here at the chicken pit. Griffin using the public execution to try to get away, using Quidd as that path out, but now the damage back onto Quad. That's a lot there for Cryogen. And the Nautilus falls. FlyQuest, they thought they wanted to scrap. They thought they wanted to try to take something back from TL, and Cryogen pays the price.
Griffin was definitely trying to bait that. TL also has the big raptor on payroll. It tanked the hook. It tanked the Nautilus hook from hitting Quidd. Might have been enough damage to at least trade the kill back. But then once everyone was in a line for Seraphine, things are going to get pretty rough. Yeah, that was a rank 3 dredge line from Cryogen. He's Q-Max, so would have been a decent amount of damage that they could have bursted down Quidd with.
Oh boy, Masu popping the cleanse already, trying to get away, but the focus fire from Yawn puts a lot of damage into that health bar. No real lethal threat onto Masu, but they chunk him so badly he has to retreat all the way back from the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, and now with Griffin already on the top side of the map, Jose can easily just continue to harass, make sure no one can step up to this wave, so the bot lane, despite the kills that Masu and Cryogen were able to create, is now in a pretty bad spot for FlyQuest.
This is crazy that this is a 2,500 gold lead 11 minutes into the game. Like,
really
Team Liquid is so much further ahead than it feels like they are.
It really is. And this is how some of Team Liquid's games looked in lock-in, and they lost about half of the games that looked like this, to be completely honest, because what was going to happen, at least in their Sentinel series, I know I'm going back a little bit to lock-in, but they would have this game state and they would just kind of keep fighting under the turret, and if 2 or 3 people get picked off in one of these team compositions where they're trying to hold prio everywhere, then they lose the ability to win even number fights.
Ooh, Gakgos, nice all out there. The Entofo strike set him up for a good angle, but Morgan's ready to try to turn it around, and here's Jose Diodo. This is what I'm talking about. When you have a fed jungler with a semi-global ultimate, plays that were previously going to be great for the other side can instantly be turned around, and so FlyQuest won't be able to punish the Rumble.
Dude, he's everywhere. Teleport coming back from Gakgos. Jose doesn't want to waste tempo on that. Gakgos is going to be able to interrupt the teleport as well, but Jose is really playing a solid game. 2-0-2, using these Pantheon ultimates well, and really keeping his tempo up as well.
Oh, that was a beautiful arrow there, and the Annie, man, there's just no way you're getting away from this, is there? Oh, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me!
He just waited until you were gonna say something.
Yeah, he was really just waiting for me to apply foot to mouth on that one. But all right, so Quad gets away. It does still cost the flash. Of course, he is gonna lose tempo on that one because he's sent straight back home immediately after nearly dying. But good aim from Yawn, at least.
Exceptional aim. Has to flash away. Everyone on FlyQuest mid lane as well.
Yeah, now Quidd charged. by 3 on FlyQuest, but the immediate counterpunch is far stronger on the TL side. Cryogen's first to fall as Quidd and Jose have to fall back now. Health bars are low, but not in any serious danger, and that's just another one that's coming up +1 TL.
Yeah, look who's there, though, when things go well. Jose.
Yeah,
Jose Daejeon,
it's the
100%
Jose Daejeon
participation.
game.
I want to talk quickly about that arrow that landed. I do think you were right, Flowers. I think if Quidd plays that differently, it's a kill. I think if he held the charm during the majority of the CC lock and then didn't full combo. If he walks up, hits, E's, Qs, then taunts, I think he'll get the taunt and another couple autos and they get the kill. But he just kind of over-prioritized the CC rather than getting the damage out.
Well, Team Liquid now prioritizing taking over the enemy jungle. I feel like this has been such a Team Liquid staple for so long, is when this team is in a winning position, one of the things that they are the best at is using their jungle and support, moving in, controlling vision in the enemy jungle, and taking small victories over camps, choking you out of resources, and quietly building up a greater lead that ends up creating game states like what we see right now, where you're 3,500 gold ahead at 14 minutes.
For sure. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened to Team Liquid because they really were right there with FlyQuest, perhaps even better than FlyQuest at certain points in the last 2 years, which has now kind of been retconned to, oh, actually FlyQuest just ran the whole league for 2 years. But Team Liquid was first to it in 2024 as another arrow lands.
Yep, another arrow, another cleanse from Masu. Jose Daejeon shows up again.
And to your point, so much of what they were doing back then was Umpty finding ways to fight over the smallest things, and since the team would have advantages, they'd back them up, and eventually the opponent would get so frustrated that they're getting just strangled out of the game, they'd fight and the game would get blown open. And I'd say they were really sloppy about doing that in lock-in with this newer roster. And then the second thing would be, what we'll have to see more of this game is how do they deal with the side lanes? Because Impact APA were two of the best players that actually coordinated themselves in side lanes, and we'll see if Team Liquid get picked off in side lanes, kind of like this.
Yeah, they want a full commit for the kill onto Quidd's Galio, and they should have enough damage. Shutdown credit over to Griffin here on the Ambessa, trying to claw his way back into the game.
It's a little tricky because on one side, you'd say with the 4,000 gold lead, you can't be getting picked off in side lanes like that, but on the other side, this whole FlyQuest comp is engaged, right? And they just threw all the engaged tools bottom lane, deployed mid, support, and jungle, which definitely caught Quidd off guard.
Yeah, if they're gonna send everything at you, they gotta at least get something. If, like you're saying, that's what the entire comp is drafted around, and at the same time, Team Liquid are gonna secure the Rift Herald uncontested. As the response, TL still up a little bit over 2,000 gold. We have no neutral objectives available for over 3 minutes from now. So I'm curious if we're going to get more of a lull state in the game, or if it's just gonna be action, action, action furthermore, as Yon and Core JJ are not going to shy away from keeping the pressure on Masu.
No, especially because Jose is always looming. His Pantheon ultimate going to be up again pretty shortly. It makes the windows that FlyQuest have to attack less and less, since anywhere they do try and overload, Pantheon Galio always have a chance of just getting there, and even Rumble, like halfway down river, he'd be able to join with an equalizer. So even when FlyQuest does all in, there's a high chance it gets backfired on them.
Oh, and another nice arrow coming out from Yon. Griffin is going to be your target, tries to flash away to escape.
Okay.
Bullet time for covering fire there from Masu. Meanwhile, the tier 1 turret does fall in mid. Morgan making sure that one crumbles under the might of the Rift Herald, and they even get the second charge into the tier 2.
Nice little bit of extra gold by getting the second charge, but that's overall, I think, a positive play for FlyQuest. Team Liquid expended 3 ultimates and 5 players. Quad wasn't even there, and nobody on FlyQuest died, so they got to be pretty happy as Morgan's around the back. Cryogen.
Yeah, Team Liquid's not done. They're going to commit the equalizer to this one, and as soon as the Grand Starfall is issued, FlyQuest is in for a world of hurt. Quad about to drop. Jose Daejeon barely hanging on, but it's Team Liquid coming out on top. Gakko's in the middle of everybody, but where is anyone else? Gakkos at least finds the shutdown on Yon, but now FlyQuest is in a 2v4 across the Rift. Casante's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. The winds of war will blow him down. Quidd tries to chase down Masu for the last kill for the ace, but he won't quite find what he needs. Still though, Team Liquid, massive victory in the fight, 5,000 gold lead.
That might be the fight that breaks this game wide open, and it's all about death by 1,000 cuts, because Team Liquid is just walking in places that feel illegal. So Crowden says, what is this Rumble doing here? Let's all in. But by the time anyone can arrive, Crowden's already out of cooldowns and dead. And then Griffin still decides, watch Jose's E here on Pantheon. He probably blocks about 1,500 damage and that baits all of FlyQuest into that narrow zone. Everyone ends up getting shredded by the end of it. Yes, Gakos can secure 1 kill on Daejeon, but it does cost 4 members of his own team. So 5,000 gold lead now for Team Liquid.
Yeah. That one's not what you're hoping for on the FlyQuest side, and it just feels like, again, this has not been a resounding shout of a Team Liquid victory. They got ahead early, they took small leads, they continued compounding and snowballing those leads, and it's brought them to a 5,000 gold advantage. And honestly, I feel like they've got to be feeling so good about that.
Yeah, this is probably a bit of a foreign experience for them on stage, but probably a pretty common experience for them in scrims. Like, if you're winning as many scrims as I hear that they're winning, like,
right, the rumors are they are the Scrim
best
lords.
team in the LCS. Have been since Lock-In continued to be here in spring. You'd have a lot of games that end up going like this. You win every lane, you stack early dragons, your fights go well. So this has got to be very refreshing for Team Liquid to have this type of performance so far on stage.
All right, FlyQuest, you're going to have to rally. You're going to have to figure something out here. We can see the 3rd Drake of the game about to spawn 10 seconds from now. TL do have the first 2 Drakes already secured for themselves, so FlyQuest knows they're going to have to fight for something. They're going to have to stop this bleeding sooner than later, but it's far easier said than done as Quidd is coming around on the flank. FlyQuest could be in some trouble. Public execution coming out from Griffin. They want to try to collapse onto Quidd. The burst of the Galio is there, and they take him out before TL can get anything back. Now the counterattack, FlyQuest, they're going to find a second kill to Daejeon. A double kill for Masu's misfortune as Jose Diodo's in the middle of everybody, and the Pantheon can't block enough damage this time. FlyQuest, right when they need it most, find a clutch play.
Are you kidding me, Captain Flowers? Right when we gas him up, Quidd flies in behind the whole team as Galio and just starts channeling taunt. Then everyone, he taunted his own team into that fight. That's not who you want to taunt. Misfortune Ultimate. He gets 1 shot. They lose the fight. They give over bounties. Let's hear it.
We should start going down.
Galio.
Stop flank. Let's look Galio. Turn on
Look
Galio.
Look Galio, fast.
Okay, slowly. Look at Ash. No
flash. Ash, no flash. Can you look Ash?
Look Ash. Look Ash.
Stun this guy.
Look Pantheon.
No flash as well, no flash.
Don't die.
Don't die to Rumble. There's Baron up as well.
I think just Dragon.
There's Dragon, I think.
I'm pushing both. Good job. Nice, guys. Now we're in a really good state, okay? We can just chill.
It's the classic situation that anybody who has ever played any amount of solo queue has been in before, where you feel like, okay, we've got the pincer attack. This is the flank. We're going to win the game right here. But you're a couple seconds away from the rest of your team, and all of a sudden, heaven goes to hell, and that's exactly what happened to Quidd's Galio.
He's been leaning against this little baby Annie with not much damage. He feels like nothing can kill him, but when all 5 people hit him, he actually can get 1 shot. He just felt stronger than he was. And then I also got to credit Gakos in that fight. While his team was killing Quidd, Gakos did really delay the other 4, but these Ash arrows have been just hitting everyone.
Yeah, Yon is a dead shot with these things, but Jose Diodo doesn't quite have enough damage to finish up the kill onto Quad, and now the Pantheon could be in a little bit of danger. Quad has already escaped, bullet time over the wall, forces Yon to retreat a little bit further. Jose Diodo still frontlining, Cryogen also barely staying alive. Gakos trying to create a little bit of space, goes all out, goes all in. Yon under pressure, but he stays alive, fighting it out. No, FlyQuest still full committing onto this one, but TL's ready to turn it around, and Morgan's burning him down. A double kill back over to Jose Diodo as Morgan's on a killing spree, and right when it looked like FlyQuest might have found the second moment they needed, it's Team Liquid washing them away.
Every fight I find myself asking, how is Jose Diodo not dead? He's in such dangerous situations, and he's blocking the perfect amount of damage with his E, and then Seraphine shields are just keeping him up, because the start of this does look beneficial, but then when they don't actually get the 1 shot, and the Mbessa all comes through, kind of like under the tower, I think, dude, he's gonna die. But he gets, I believe, stunned by Core JJ, MF Ultimate zones him out. Look at all the damage he blocks with his E. And then Jose just kind of slides out through the back. Somehow Gakos doesn't finish him off. And then even when Griffin and Gakos dive through, Jose's just sidestepping, eating up those Seraphine shields. Now he's at half health from his Triumph procs. And ends up with the double kill before he ults back in.
It's a full blitz, and somehow he still gets the pass off, and it's a touchdown. Like, I don't know how that works out, but Jose Diodo is clutching this first game.
I really do feel like that was the window that FlyQuest had to come back. They got the gift. Now they're going to die again.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is not where you want your misfortune to be. Pretty much the only decision left to make here for TL is who do you want to get the money? And Quidd says me. I want the money.
Me, please.
Meanwhile, back over in mid, FlyQuest going to try to get something back here, but Morgan with the stasis buying himself a little bit more time underneath the turret. Here comes Quidd for the reinforcements. Heroic entrance lives up to its name, makes it at least a 1-for-1, and I think TL might be looking for even more. Gat goes down to about 200 HP as Core and Josedioto are ready to swoop in. The cavalry has arrived, and FlyQuest have to head for the hills. Gat goes still at about 200 HP, trying to continue the full retreat on this one. Josedioto, another Comet Spear, not going to find the damage there. Looks like FlyQuest is going to get mostly away, but no, Gakko's stunned up, beat down. A spear through the heart, and the entire time, Jat, it's not just that Team Liquid did get the chase and they did find the extra kill. Look at the other lanes. It's Yeon pushing bottom, it's Quidd pushing mid. It's an objective disaster.
Yeon is the happiest camper in that entire exchange. He just gets to free hit turrets by himself down in that bottom lane. His arrows, he hasn't missed.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one arrow fly wide.
Yeah, have we seen one of them that kind of just sailed off into the wild blue yonder? Because I feel like every single time, maybe the observers are just smurfing today and we're only seeing the good arrows.
It's possible.
But every arrow that we've seen has been a good arrow.
We've seen enough good arrows that I'm willing to say he hasn't missed, even if it's fake news.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. We will peddle the fake news together. Yeon has a 100% accuracy rate on this one. These things are nasty. This game, and you can see Yeon now has 3 items fully completed. He's got the Fiend Hunter bolts, he's got the Hex Optics, he's got the Kraken Slayer, and I think the Fiend Hunter bolts is especially interesting on Ashe because this is an item that you normally see. It kind of falls into the same category as like Gunblade or Experimental Hexplate, where it's really good on certain characters, and most other characters don't care about it at all.
Yeah.
And so you think about, I'm gonna pop my ult, and that's my identity 80 carries, like Yunara or Twitch. And now I don't even have time to talk about it because Morgan is finding himself ambushed here from the top side of the river. FlyQuest want to commit a lot of resources to picking off the Rumble, and they will indeed do so, but it comes at the cost of losing the Drake at the same time. So Team Liquid going to be at sole point now after that one.
Yeah, I think if you're going to trade back something, FlyQuest is happy just taking a kill because they were going to lose that fight if they tried to contest 5v5 at the third Drake. Still a few missteps, so to speak, by Team Liquid. Hard to be too critical of a team that's up 7,000 gold, but it's the same type of, with this very large lead, stop giving windows for the other team to come back into the game, which I feel like they continue to do. But now, hey, another Ashe arrow.
Yeah, it's another arrow hitting a target. These things never go wide, but now Josedioto finds himself caught by the dredge line. Another nice shield to buy a moment longer. As the immediate reinforcements from Quidd, the heroic entrance, he's going to soak up a lot of the bullet time now. Gakko's buying time off to the left at the same time as Quidd loses most of his life, but he stays alive for now. Gakko's goes in to find that kill, but the damage under the Galio is lethal. Quad being burned down by the focus fire, and Yeon just has way too much DPS. FlyQuest get obliterated in the team fight.
Yeon pops off at the tail end of that fight, and these fights are all over the place, Flowers. Jose in and back and through the back at the end of it with his Pantheon ultimate. He's having a hell of a game.
Yeah, I feel like my eyes have to ping pong around it. It's like a pinball machine. I just have to go all over the screen constantly trying to figure out where the focus is actually going to be. But Team Liquid gets what they came for. They win the team fight. They're going to take the tier 2 turret here from the top side right afterwards. They've got a 9,000 gold lead.
Surely this game is in Team Liquid's favor now.
It has to be. There's no way. There's no way this is losable.
Again, watch Jose in this fight. So he approaches from the flank, and when he gets hooked, it looks a little bit iffy, but he has the empowered E, doesn't really take damage. Galio all flies in. Then he says, okay, Quidd, you've sacrificed yourself for me. I'm going to back up. But he's always looking for that next angle. Flies through the back of the fight as CoreJJ's ultimate brings them through, and then chases down at the end to finish off Griffin and then support Yeon in his machine gun ways.
What the hell? Okay, we're back to live. Josedioto's unstoppable. Griffin is down again.
I'm glad that's what they showed.
And with the battle cry, Team Liquid has found their way on yet another forward march into FlyQuest territory. They've got a 5v4 for the next 30 seconds, and they just run the rift.
Bro, we need to replay that and just pretend that's his reaction to just everyday things in raining phase.
That's perfect. We need to just use that for everything in the future. Something good, that. Something bad, that. Something mundane, play it again. That's got to be one of the all-timers right there. But Team Liquid they've got to be happy with the way that this game has gone so far. Like, coming into spring, again, after Split 1, after lock-in tournament, was not what you would hope for with this being one of the projected top 2 teams, to immediately come in and just have this, again, it's not super crazy flashy, like, oh yeah, we killed them 5 times in the first 3 minutes of gameplay, but they've just run the game from minute 1.
They have, and it's been through Jose Daejeon, which is always a good sign if you're able to play through your jungler. There's still things they'd want to improve on. Of course. But FlyQuest, we also know FlyQuest is going to hands check you all the time. So Team Liquid, if they stay together and wait for FlyQuest to fight, I think they'll have a good time. Another headshot.
Yeah, look at the arrows. Again, finding their target over and over. The Encore, however, will not land for the follow-up CC. Jose Daejeon jumping right back in, setting up Griffin. And Bessa still pretty mobile. Equalizer finds everybody on FlyQuest, but considering Team Liquid is still pretty far away, they won't be able to follow up in time. So they'll get health bar chunks, they'll get priority, they'll get control over this top side of the jungle, over this Baron pit, but they won't find any kills.
Fairly low cooldowns. Yon's Ash Arrow is about halfway back up. Equalizer quick as well. He's going to try and hold this river.
Yeah, Gecko steps forward towards the brush. Cassante very, very tanky, so he's fine being the one to do so. Griffin's only at 40% HP. FlyQuest doesn't want to fight this. Ambessa, I know that Ambessa is very much an XD 2025 champion with 5 quadrillion dashes and insane drain tanking, but at 40% HP versus a 9,000 gold deficit, you're still going to die instantly.
Especially with 4.5 item Ash. Fiend Hunter bolts after an Ash Arrow flies out as well, just critting you. So he's doing his best to try and hit level 16 and still be relevant in this game, but Pantheon is just too much of a beast. It's looking pretty tough. I say this though, if they somehow find another sloppy fight where Team Liquid isn't connected and they can kill Quidd before it starts, they'd have a chance.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Hourglass is now up on Morgan and Quidd both. Guardian Angel for Jose Daejeon. The opportunities to find those individual picks, those like, hey, if we land this, it works, are rapidly disappearing for FlyQuest, as they do want to try to challenge for this next Drake. It's Hex Soul if Team Liquid can secure it. Griffin's going through the Hex Gate, trying to find his way around to the backside of the fight, but Gakos has already lost over half of his HP. Griffin tries to join back up. Masu here with a bullet time. Quidd takes a chunk of damage, but not enough. Gakos still forced further away. Cryogen soaking a ton of damage coming out here from Team Liquid's side. Griffin finally makes his way into the back line. The burst of the core JJ is there. FlyQuest have found one, but at what cost? Quad is already down as Masu is burning to the flame spitter of Morgan, and FlyQuest is wiped off Summoner's Rift. The ace is complete, the soul is not required, and Team Liquid will march it down mid.
That'll do it for Team Liquid. Pretty close to killing Yon and Core JJ in the back line, but they only kill the Seraphine. They all die, and Team Liquid's gonna walk it in for a Game 1 victory.
Yeah, Team Liquid has run this one from the very start. They only end up losing Core there. They will march it straight towards the Nexus turrets, 26-12. 31 minutes of gameplay, and it is a resounding victory over FlyQuest in Game 1.
26 kills. Always a lot of kills when you're playing against FlyQuest because we know FlyQuest does not die peacefully. They will always scrap no matter what. A lot of fighting in that series. Team Liquid. Was that Scrim Team Liquid?
That might be Scrim Team Liquid.
Scrim Team Liquid.
Analyst Lounge, was that Scrim Team Liquid?
Liquid.
I guarantee that was Scrim Team Liquid. Some of the scraps, some of the throws, some of the comebacks.
I don't know. There were some still, like, because previously TL still had some great early games in lock-in. And then some of the mid-game team fights didn't go as well. So
I feel like a rumble wrapping around the enemy jungle that crazy like happens in Scrims. And like, oh, Pantheon ulting through, like all that stuff. I'm like, I think it is.
It might happen in my solo queue games sometimes too, but I'm gonna start with the very early game because, as you know, I love when junglers do things early on in the game. And we're gonna start with the first kill that Jose gets onto Quad in this. Briefly, I just want to go over the fact that Griffin actually started at Raptors and then came and did a full bot side clear here before crossing back up. They had covered this in cast, but by the end of this, Jose, who's on this topside crab right now, is actually going to be able to double scuttle Griffin after he did take this kind of path to presumably kind of keep the Team Liquid guessing as to where he goes. But this is just a really simple gank. Jose ended up popping off here, but Quad steps here. Griffin actually doesn't interfere and then, yeah, just gets Galio taunted, goes in, ends up double crabbing. Jose was super, super active on this early map, and that's really what you want to see from your Pantheon. I actually really liked this composition that TL brought out, which was kind of the Ashe Seraphine with globals, similar to what we saw from BLG at first stand as well. And I thought they piloted it pretty well.
I will say though, like watching that back, you know, even live, I thought it was a little bit weird from Quad. I feel like you just walk towards bottom river and you don't die there.
Yeah.
Your jungler just showed you that the jungler is there, and then you kind of just stayed there and died.
Yeah. Yeah. If I'm a jungler and I'm like, okay, I have full vision of where Pantheon is and that he's crossing through mid, I'm going to my wrap. You just died. How did that die? How did that happen? But at least like the early active state of Jose Daejeon has been what we have seen since last split. Like, he is somebody that is constantly looking towards bot side. And speaking of bot side, there was heavy skirmishing that was happening towards that area of the map.
Yeah, it was a bright spot again here for FlyQuest. That flash obviously saving Masu as, you know, he flashed as he's getting stunned, so the arrow did miss. But in that 2v3, they do get a kill there. And then Griffin on this invade. I felt like Griffin could have kind of stand and fought here a lot more. He really heavily backed off. And when you look at how low Quidd actually gets, like, he did one hit of his Q with him, no autos, no anything. It felt like there was a few of these plays where half of FlyQuest wants to commit to it and half of them want to run away. Yeah. And I just feel like they were not on the same page throughout a lot of these fights.
That was really weird to see, especially when we talked about this FlyQuest roster and what was super successful for them in lock-in. It was that they were all on the same page, even if the play was like hyper aggressive, maybe not something that would have been advised. Yeah. But here it felt like, in particular, Griffin was a little bit disconnected from what the rest of the team wanted to do.
A lot of the skirmishes did look a little rough, that is fair. At least like looking at the stat line of how bot lane did. It wasn't shown, of course, but like the fact that like, oh, Seraphine was trying to go back into the lane and then you caught her off guard. Like the 2v2 still is a real threat from the FlyQuest side, but you had something to show us, didn't you, Zoe?
Yeah, there's two quick fights I wanted to go over. So obviously, you know, TL, you talked about how they had some good early games in lock-in. This time, this is a play where even from an advantage, FlyQuest is able to get, you know, a pretty big win here. Quidd had been pushing out bot, and as he goes through, he's going to be spotted. This is on FlyQuest vision, so they had a ward in the Raptor pit. They see him actually going across. You can see on the mini-map, there's the question mark pings going down, and FlyQuest very intelligently just says, you know what, we are not going to allow you to pincer us. We're just going to go for the collapse. They immediately throw down the ult in onto Quidd. They're able to burst him down and kind of just kite it out. But I will say, they have been pretty disjointed on these MF ults. Almost all the MF ults, like here, the Nautilus ult is now landing, but MF ult has already been used. There was very few MF ults, it felt like, that they really were able to pin anyone in. And this is kind of what I'm talking about in a lot of situations where it felt like maybe they could have got more if they were a little bit more coordinated. This was kind of the lone bright spot as far as the team fight win. Then I wanted to jump ahead to this play where Quad gets caught out. I talked about his weird pathing in the mid lane gank. This one to me was even more egregious. So this one from Quad, I just felt like there was no reason for him to path into the enemy jungle. So we can see, you know, what they are actually seeing right now is not a lot. He decides he's going to walk forward. He wants to clear out this wave. His team at this point is kind of retreating back. They know that TL was in this area. They see them clearing out the ward. And then instead of just walking straight back to his tower, like, why are we not just walking here? Quad just wanders back into the jungle after knowing they just cleared the ward right here. So Quad wanders in, he gets spotted by Jose. This fight is going to start out. Yawn hits an arrow on him. Even with the flash, you're still getting connected on. And this was just really bad pathing here from Quad. Even though he does not die instantly, FlyQuest decides, you know what, we're going to try to take the fight. They do come in, but again, it's kind of like set it up in this disjointed way where Masu is getting pushed out on the bottom. He's having to flash back. They're really struggling to set up their battle lines. And then Masu here, you know, he has his ultimate, but again, he has no flash to follow up. There's no CC on these targets. FlyQuest just seem to really struggle in these fights and in the setups. And I do have to be pretty critical of Quad, both in the early game and in the way that this actually started out, because like, look at the health bars. It's actually a pretty close fight. Imagine if they are more on the same page. Imagine if Quad is not caught out before this even starts. Imagine if Masu doesn't have to flash over the wall at the very beginning of the fight. Like, even with all of these bad things happening, they had some pretty close fights. Yeah. So yes, TL did win. Yes, they were in control the whole way through. It felt like for the most part, but still, it didn't feel, I guess, as dominant in the fights as I was expecting, given their gold lead. And FlyQuest looking pretty disjointed.
Yeah. That being said, our player of the game is Jose Daejeon. I thought he was really great on this Pantheon. It also speaks to, again, how TL piloted this composition. I did like how many things they had to follow up on each other, whether it's an Ashe arrow going in, whether it's Pantheon going in himself initially. And yeah, they, for once, the
alignment
chat
is there.
agrees with us.
The alignment
Agreed. Jose was definitely smurfing. And remember, during LCS Split 2, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of Player of the Week statues. Use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-game client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win. Don't miss out. Maybe we'll see you. Who knows? Who knows which League of Events it could be?
Any
Worlds is in
event.
True.
Yeah.
I'll see you. Maybe I'll see you in Texas.
I want to go to Worlds.
Same.
All right, well, we will be right back after the break to see if TL can close it out or if FlyQuest can come back.
Jose, if this guy keep walking,
Yeah. I have ult in 20. We can chase him this side. 10 seconds, guys.
I'm gonna here.
Chase him.
We're chasing. I'm going front.
Ambessa no merge, guys. Let's go.
I'm going front.
Oh, nice shot.
We take long fight. We have 5 seconds. I can TP.
I ulti, but maybe it's too far. Oh, maybe I went too far.
I'm coming.
I kill Ambessa though.
MF no flash.
I can fight.
Let's fight. Let's fight. MF no flash. Did you guys win?
Yeah,
MF no flash.
Goodbye, Quidd.
Looked like my ulti hit everything.
This guy's on roll. What?
MF no.
Going forward.
Giga chance.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at a turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
A Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
You are watching any?
No flash.
Any no flash?
Can you reach? No flash.
Hard to cross easily.
No ulti, Ambessa.
I'm hitting MF. I can only go MF. MF to flash.
Just
MF to flash.
keep playing.
Yeah. MF is gonna
MF
ulti.
I have
Okay. We need to grab one time. Give 1 second.
Kaira. No flash, Ambessa. Kante no flash.
My ulti 2 seconds. Ulti 2 seconds. Up. I can press right behind.
Ambessa no flash.
W. Ambessa guys.
Ambessa.
MF to flash too. MF to flash. Any no flash.
Kill any.
Yeah,
I can do TC. Let's go.
I think we can go better too. They use all 5 flashes just now. We can go better too. Good job.
Right when it looked like FlyQuest might have found the second moment they needed, it's Team Liquid washing them away. Welcome back to LCS Opening Week presented by MasterCard. We are kicking off the Spring Split here. Yesterday, we had a full 6 games in our back-to-back best-of-3s, and today, our first game and our first best-of-3 was very Team Liquid-sided.
But we've seen Game 1 Andes before.
Yes.
You never know what's going to happen in the entirety of the series, because I'd say even with their seemingly insurmountable lead, there were a few moments in that game where it looked like FlyQuest was going to be able to turn it around. A couple hiccups, so you never know. With this game, I want to quickly touch on LCS Fantasy.
Okay, what do you got?
Just real quick, because I had a strategy that I backed off on because I made a JLXP league on Fantasy that I was asking people to join, and I didn't want to be like last place in that league because this was a high-risk strategy.
Okay.
But I'm really annoyed after how this game went. If your players do really well in LCS Fantasy, your salary cap will go up the next week. Okay. And I thought of all the matchups, this would be the highest possibility of having every player pop off. So my first iteration was literally 5 TL players in Spawn. Just
full Team Liquid. It's literally just Team Liquid.
If FlyQuest starts losing, oh my God, Team Liquid's going to have a lot of points. And that's exactly what happened in Game 1. Everyone on Team Liquid popped off.
Oh, yeah.
Instead, I only have Yon. And everyone else on broadcast has more Team Liquid players.
Yeah, I got Jose Diodo.
I know you do.
So, yeah, we're chilling here. But let's see what we get here in the second draft. How can FlyQuest change this up, bounce back after game number 1? It's Jarvan, Jace, and Ezreal banned out by TL. It's Varus, Karma, and Orianna banned out by Fly.
The great answer to the question of how can they change this up is they don't even need to try, and it's going to be different thanks to Fearless. No more salty runbacks. We don't have to say, hey, why did they give up Ashe Seraphine with Karma ban? Well, they can't do it again because there's no way they're allowed to play Ashe Seraphine, and that ended up being a pretty big problem. This time, though, they're going to have their duo of Corki Nami likely against Yunara Lulu. This is more of a handshake matchup where both sides can have some good scaling. So to me, the Ashe Seraphine, unless you're throwing Ezreal Karma against it, I just feel like it's oppressive. But the 1-2-3 is also very solid from Team Liquid here, where they have a cookie cutter bot lane and one of the best junglers on the patch.
Yeah, exactly. And Jose Diodo had a great game number 1. He was very far ahead of his opponent the entire time. He was able to find a lot of value with all of his Pantheon ultimates. And what I pointed out in the draft of game number 1, which is having the Ashe with the Hawk Shot plus the arrow combined with a semi-global ultimate jungler, just feels so good if you can hit that synergy. And I feel like Team Liquid did it wonderfully. Again, I still don't actually think Yon missed any arrows.
No, I don't think so either. I'm going to have to ask him afterwards if there's one that we missed on camera, but that was one of the most accurate Ashe performances I have ever seen. Not all the arrows were kill arrows. You could argue that he was just like juicing the stats by taking easy shots.
Just thump that one.
Yeah, absolutely. But he still, I was not seeing the miss.
All right, well, this time around, we have a big old meatball in the jungle. I respect the fandom here at the Riot Games Arena today. We've got the Mundo locked in for Griffin. We saw one of the first kills that Team Liquid got in game number 1 was Griffin. It was the second kill of the game, was Griffin like just kind of walking into the brush, not really respecting that Team Liquid would have control over the bot side river. Mundo is one of the junglers that you can be more confident about face checking with.
You definitely can, or you can just throw your cleaver in there, see if anyone's meandering around that zone. And we saw Kryber play this yesterday. We've seen plenty of Mundos just get absolutely out of control, but those are also in situations where the other team is a little bit low on damage. I feel like Mundo is one of those picks that works best when you're a little bit later in the draft and you see they're going to have a hard time either buying Grievous or killing you, and then you can lock it in. This does feel a little bit early for me, but I understand with the carry potential of this pick if you get going, why Griffin would pick it early.
Okay, so let's check what we've got in our second half of the bans here, because with both sides clearly drafting bottom lane duos and junglers, there's really not much flex pick opportunity anywhere in these first 6 picks. Yeah. So we're really looking at solo lanes in our second half of picks and bans here. The Gwen and Ryze both banned away, and the Vayne banned out by FlyQuest. This is a pick that, you know, 6 months ago would just be a phantom whisper in the back of people's minds, but now it is something that is kind of picked in more niche situations, and Vayne kind of kills every character in the game in 9 auto attacks.
Yep.
Even if it's Mundo, sometimes.
It's true.
So
I just love the progression specifically this year of Vayne in the LCS, where Sentinels accidentally picks it, and we have to remake the draft. And then that playoffs, it's picked on purpose. Keen picks it on purpose purpose at first stand, and yesterday it's picked on purpose as an AD carry. So it's
it's evolving.
Now I think it's getting banned on purpose. So
yeah, there's no way that's an accidental ban. Just guys, sorry, I clicked Vayne. Didn't mean to do that. They're trying to keep the tank busting away from the Dr. Mundo. Last ban in this one is going to be Aurora, taken off the table by Team Liquid, and FlyQuest is going to lock in the Gnar blind for Gakos.
Understandable. Renekton is up if they wanted to handshake that matchup with Morgan, but it would be kind of picking into a counter pick. I wonder if Morgan wants to play a little bit more ambitiously with his choice here, and they're also going to have to blind pick Quidd's mid lane. I'm hoping we get a more dynamic matchup than Annie versus Galio for the battle of the QUD mid laners.
Yeah.
Because that was a big letdown for us in game 1, and at least top lane is going to be pretty interesting with the Yorick into the Gnar.
Sorry, I heard the collective sigh from the crowd when the Shyvana wasn't locked in.
We're not going to see Shyvana.
No,
I'm
you're not going to get Shyvana. It's not going to happen. You can't trust these pro players. If they're hovering something for like 30 seconds straight, they don't even flip over to something else as a troll hover, you know they're not going to lock it. They never do that.
They never do it, especially with Silas up. You'd just be giving the win to the other team.
Yeah, that's what I've heard is the best thing about Shyvana is if you know how to play Silas and you see her locked in, you just win for free.
Pretty much. Just become a giant dragon for free.
Well, we do have the Yorick locked in, so some powerful split push here for Team Liquid. Azir in the mid lane. Back over on the other side, though, the Xerath for Quad.
Okay, now, it's suddenly become a poke comp. So Xerath definitely, on paper, beats the Azir, because even if the Azir is stronger, the Azir can't reach the Xerath from very long range. And if you look at the overall engaged profile of Team Liquid, it's pretty low. They all kind of have to walk at you. So potentially Mundo, Gnar, Xerath, Corki, Nami can be a very good poke comp. I'd say, based on the players in this game, you'd expect it to be incredibly bloody. Based on these team compositions, it's actually what you need to play fairly slowly. So in theory, on paper, I like what FlyQuest has. I don't know if it matches the way they want to play the game, though.
I'm happy whenever we get to see characters that aren't super. Anytime we lock in a character and I have to double check real quick and bring up the League of Legends wiki to make sure that I know the ability names, like I just had to do for Xerath.
Yeah.
Arcanopulse is
Give me the rundown.
It's a unique. Yeah, we've got Arcanopulse. Arcanopulse is the laser. That's the one that's going to happen most of the time. The slowing thing is Eye of Destruction. Shocking Orb is the stun. Rite of the Arcane is his artillery barrage thing. But Arcanopulse is the one that sounds cool to say.
That is a good one.
So yeah, that's the one we're going to be relying on. But I do enjoy seeing these types of champions that only get picked in rare situations. These types of characters that are very skewed towards exactly the thing that they do well, because they're drafted into a situation where it's like, no, that's exactly what we do.
I do also have a memory of a game that happened last year when Quidd was on 100 Thieves. He played up against Palafox's Xerath when he was on Shopify Rebellion, went 100 CS up on him, and then Palafox won the game. Because they just kept ulting from like a mile away, and Quidd's 100 CS lead meant nothing. So
scary, man.
I understand what Quad was thinking here now with Comet Xerath. And again, we know these guys are going to be fist fighting in bot lane the whole time.
I remember a game that I casted with you, actually, back in 2018. That was Echo Fox versus Dignitas with old Urgot before he got reworked.
Oh, jeez.
And it was during a very slow meta, and there was no kills on the board at 15 minutes, and we just started using Urgot ability names as they were back in the day. With the Zon Touch Bolt Augmenter and the Hyperkinetic Position Reverser, all of that nonsense. So just brings a little warm nostalgia to the mind, seeing these strange ability names.
I feel like Hyperkinetic Position Reverser can come back on any kit. I think it's an amazing ability that needs to be in League of Legends somewhere.
You want it back?
I want it back.
Okay.
I think it's an incredible tank ability.
It was definitely very interesting because it gave you also so much armor.
Yeah, I want to talk about the best QUD mid laner in NA.
Okay, what do we got?
Well, Quidd versus Quad. Amazingly, 14 game wins for Quad, but a lot of that is because he's on that dominant FlyQuest team, and Quidd oftentimes during the regular season was struggling on 100 Thieves. But I also want to hear what fans think, aside from these records, who the best QED mid laner is as bot lane battles.
Yeah, Daejeon and Core JJ on the losing into that battle. It's first blood over to Masu and Cryogen. Immediately, both kills go to Masu. Wind becomes lightning as Jose Diodo gets one back. Prevents absolute tragedy for TL. But Masu and Cryo, Chat, you were talking in game number 1 about how these guys are getting so many 2v2 kills. There's 2 more.
That's 4 2v2 kills this series against Team Liquid. That gives them 11 on the year already. That's insane by Masu and Cryogen going all in at the right time. Potentially, Daejeon and Core JJ knew Jose had done a modified jungle path and they were going to try and pull it off, but they just baited too hard. So this is extra bad because, yes, Jose gets 1 kill out of it, but Masu's fed and the Mundo's going to be off to the races. So look at this. Xin 3-camped bot side into bot gank. So he's leaving his top camps completely open. Masu just gets a full charge Gatling gun, and they just straight up have better stats with barrier heal, and Jose is not nearly in time enough. So yes, they get the kill, but come on, that's insane by Masu and Cryo.
Yeah, that was absolutely exactly what the doctor ordered for the FlyQuest bottom side 2v2. As back up here in the top lane, whenever Yorick is in the game, like you have champions in League of Legends that are better at split pushing than team fighting, but I feel like Yorick is the furthest end of one of those poles of scaling where this champion just does not ever want to be in team fights. He only wants to split push. So I'm curious how well Team Liquid is going to be able to effectively utilize him in this game.
They might be diving and the Yorick might not matter.
Oh man, Daejeon and Core are in some trouble. Griffin's gonna go ahead, start off the dive down here. Daejeon tries to flash away and stay alive. Masu's already gonna grab the kill there. He will die, so it is a 2-for-1 going over to FlyQuest, but that's a lot of minions that are gonna get ate up by the turret, and FlyQuest are happy with this bottom lane early game.
And Daejeon is so sad. 0-2, 15 CS, down 1.2 thousand gold. 4 minutes into the game right now. The 2 kills went over to Jose and to Core JJ, but all 4 kills went over to Masu. Dude. That's how you start the game.
Yeah, look, Masu is all 4 of FlyQuest's kills and both of FlyQuest's death. Everything is the Corki so far in this game, as Gakgos has to flash away there from the cage from Morgan. So the Yorick having a decent time up there in top lane, but it's exactly what you said. If the bottom lane just goes completely to hell, Yorick split pushing isn't really going to be that relevant.
I have this feeling that I think is true in 2026 League of Legends with top lane role quest is if the game isn't close, top lane doesn't matter. But if the game is close, top lane matters a lot. So that's how I feel like Bin was able to impact First Stand so much, is because they were keeping the game states close, and then he would matter. But there were so many regular season games that I see in LCS where, at least last split, C9 would dominate, Thanatos would be up 40 CS, but he'd end the game like 1-0-1.
Right, it's just like,
be impactful.
Well, what did this actually do, right? Back over in mid lane, though, you can see Jose Diodo putting on a little bit of pressure right to the arcane from Quad to find a little bit of damage back. Both mid laners going to lose their flashes here.
Yeah, so the battle of the QUD mid laners, Quidd versus Quad. Asking for the poll of spamming chat. If you think Quidd or Quad is the better mid laner, make sure you're filling that out so that we can run the poll later on in the show.
Well, I also feel like whenever you have these flash for flash trades, the guy who has absolutely dead zero mobility in the kit is going to feel worse about that. So I want to see Team Liquid try to continue to put the pressure onto Quad now that the Xerath flash is spent. Griffin, however, with the control that you have over bot lane with an early 4-kill Corki, if you don't take the early Drake nice and fast, nice and effective, you're just wasting your potential. So Griffin's going to secure that one, no contest.
And now that he's level 6, he can take extra turret shots with his ultimate. So I feel like he wants to move down, but you can see everyone on Team Liquid as well just in river to try and prevent that dive. At least they're playing a little bit of defense to try and bail out this Yunara Lulu lane for now. Nice reset interrupt there by Core JJ.
Man, this entire gold lead is just bottom lane. Wow, that is a really close contest, and Quidd is just barely coming out on top.
Very close in spelling and in fan vote. So
just a vowel off either time.
Yeah, close in skill. I'd agree. That's why I like this matchup. There's a lot of respect between the two mid laners as well. I asked Quidd before the show what he needs to pay attention to when he's playing against Quad, and he says he has to be really careful with his tempo. I feel like especially on FlyQuest, they were so good at playing the map and abusing tempo. So Quad has, you know, absorbed so many of those skills with his years on FlyQuest.
All right, so I want to see how well FlyQuest will now be able to play around this hyper-fed Corki, this absolutely insanely accelerated AD carry, especially on a player like Masu that we know has the skills to pilot you to a victory with that early lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even with this much gold injection, he still needs to wait a little bit, but like once he hits his Trinity Force is when we're really going to start seeing it. I'm curious if they stick around bottom lane, complete the role quest, and try and kill the turret before moving elsewhere, because you can get into some weird situations where if your bot lane wins super hard, maybe you kill the turret, but your role quest is still far away. You swap early, and it can feel a little bit awkward. So I'm curious to see how they manage this.
Because you're not in the right lane. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Let's keep an eye on that as we move forward. Then just about 8 minutes on the clock. So Void Grub's about to spawn. You can see Jose Diodo again lurking around mid lane, wants to try to punish this immobile Xerath. This is what I was talking about earlier with the flash gone. They want to go after this. Okay, well, we get right to the Arcane from Quad. He'll kill a couple minions with it, but okay.
Cleared the wave.
Yeah.
Successful.
Sure,
He's playing flashless. They're playing towards bot side.
Masu just valking forward as he and Cryogen are confident in their ability to beat Core and Yeon in the 2v2, especially with Griffin hovering nearby. And now as this wave is about to crash, we could see yet another dive here in the bottom lane. Jose Diodo is up on the top side of the map as Yeon and Core JJ are starting to try to tank the dive. Griffin will soak the aggro. Yeon already popping the barrier. Core JJ barely staying alive, but Core finally falls. FlyQuest looking for a little bit more here. They want to make sure they can get both of these guys, and there should be no problem with it. Griffin will pick up that second kill there onto Yeon. It's a 6-2 game for FlyQuest.
On the second turret dive, I'm okay that Griffin took one. Masu doesn't need literally all the kills, but that's just insane snowballing of this bottom lane. From the first 2v2, they go straight back to lane. They pull off the dive. They wait a couple cycles. Griffin spent a long time in the bottom lane to a point where Quidd had reset so he wouldn't be able to cover that dive before going for the next one. It's just really patient macro.
Wait, I think I'm 6 on this wave, so just they have sums. Let me poke a little bit. Just play with range, okay? We don't have to tank aggro.
We should just go.
Okay. I'm going now.
Wait.
Just watch. I'm going now.
They can dime, so give tower.
Drop.
Okay.
Wait for tower reset. I'll tank.
Yeah, and you heard at the end, wait for tower reset, which is really important. You let the heat fall off so the turret starts doing so much damage before you go for the redive, and the wave was so big that Yeon had no chance of clearing it. Now they have Trinity Force, so Yeon, this gets worse before it gets better.
Yeah, look at the damage, man. Yeon has to flash away. He had to spend the ulti just to escape. This Yunara is completely suffocated in the early game.
And they might even be freezing the wave here, which would be really nice for them. Yeon, 45 CS at 10 minutes. When's the last time you saw sub 50 CS for Yeon Core JJ at 10 minutes into this game? Masu, Cryogen, and Griffin putting in work here and freezing at just the perfect time as well.
I mean, even if you're just watching some 3 o'clock in the morning ladder game in solo queue, 82 versus 45 CS is not something that ever feels normal.
This is definitely the game where people are spending more time typing than playing at this stage. At this stage in the game, you're asking 45 CS, nice autofill bot.
Yeah, exactly.
Think twice when that's happening. This is happening to Yeon and Core JJ on stage.
Which is crazy.
But this happens occasionally in solo queue.
All right, well, FlyQuest are certainly happier about the first 10 minutes of Game 2 than they were back in Game number 1 of this series. However, Team Liquid is trying to put the pressure on here in the top side. Obviously, bottom lane has become this critical mass of problems. You can't really play around the bottom anymore because it's such a mess. So they'll try to look elsewhere as Jose Diodo jumps in after Cryogen. Burst of about half the HP on the Nami here. Cryo still trying to get away. Nice use of the Mega Gnar. There from Gakgos, keeping his support safe.
Yeah, this is the only thing Team Liquid could do actually to break the freeze, is to send everyone top lane. So currently, they're just trying to get Yeon up to this turret, maybe get a little bit of gold. He's been able to get one wave and now finally hit the turret a little bit, but he's far away from his role quest. So Masu's accelerated even more now since he got to stay in bottom lane. But it looks to be that Gakgos and Cryogen are just kind of okay letting Yeon farm a little bit since they're getting free farm bottom lane, better role quest completion, and the second Drake of the game for Griffin.
Yeah, Morgan just farming up whatever he can down here against this turbo-fed Corki with the Trinity Force. Griffin shows up. Morgan creates a little bit of space there with the cage. Griffin knocks it over. Morgan staying alive for now. Tries to flash forward to find the kill onto Masu, but he doesn't have the damage to get it done. And Masu, with the Foss Bomb, gets the kill. FlyQuest, 7-2.
It wasn't pretty, but they got it done. They had to burn 3 summoner spells and pretty much 3 ultimates, with Xerath offering the assist from the mid lane, but it just continues to accelerate Masu. That guy is at 6,500 gold 12 minutes into the game. Watching this one more time, Morgan very nearly killed him. He's got the plated steel caps. He is pretty tanky. Had a really great cage there to stop Griffin from being able to just walk in. And then Masu taking so much damage from the little ghouls and the wife that he nearly dies. But the Q comes in at the end, and that could have been such a big turnaround. It just ended up falling short.
Yeah, that was almost there. You could see that when Morgan flashed forward, he didn't quite have the range to get that one single auto onto Masu that would have spelled his demise. And now Morgan back up here in the top lane, and he's about to get sent back to the fountain yet again. One more auto attack from Gakko should do it, and FlyQuest finds kill number 8.
This has been a total bot gap, and now Gakgos is able to capitalize off Morgan dying. We also had our stats guy run some numbers. We're saying, doesn't it feel weird that Yeon is this low on CS?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the only other time Yeon has had fewer CS at 10 minutes is when he was playing Fasting Senna. So when he's actually trying to farm, this is the lowest his CSD at 10 has ever been in the LCS.
Like you have to play a strategy that specifically does not farm minions to have this number.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
2.6k gold at 13.5. That's going to hurt his stats the whole split, man.
Yeah, that one is going to drag you. I mean, look at the comparison of the items. You've got Trinity Force plus 2/3 of a way stacked tier building towards Manamune versus Rectrix and Hearthbound Axe and a Dagger.
Bro, he needs to play 7 games in a row with a gold difference at 500 at 14 minutes just to break even.
To make this not look like this. Yeah, well, Quidd going forward here, trying to find the shuffle. Back into Masu, does hit the Emperor's Divide, but now Quidd could be in some serious danger. The Corki hurts a lot. Morgan wants to swoop in and get the shutdown. It's already just a 1-for-1, though. Team Liquid needs to try to find a little bit more. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side of the map, Yeon is once more under pressure. Griffin with the maximum dosage, though. They can't keep the Gnar protected, and the kill back onto Gakgos is the first one. Team Liquid's not going to get the second, but honestly, that was a really good sequence for them.
I mean, that's almost a full turnaround right there. Gakgos had a bounty, so Yeon collects that, getting the shutdown onto Masu, also huge, and now Jose is just behind a pretty low mobility Xerath.
Yeah, hits him with the knock up there on the 3-talon strike. Flash out from Quad, so he's going to stay alive, but again, this is the one mobility summoner spell on the completely immobile mid lane mage. Otherwise, as you can see, this is what happened bottom lane. Nice wild growth from Core.
And Gakgos is exhausted, so not building up any rage towards Mega Gnar. By the time Griffin arrives, sure, you're level 10 to 2 level 7s, but like it's still Yunara Lulu. You're gonna have to walk it back. Gakko's trying to support Yeon with the killer instinct still. You really gotta credit his mental getting that kill.
Just a cringe game. Oh.
Just a cringe game.
Agreed.
We all have cringe games of League of Legends sometimes, but FlyQuest is trying to get back on track here, secure themselves a neutral objective with the Rift Herald. 15 minutes, just about 30 seconds here on the clock. You can see Team Liquid is in the neighborhood, but they really can't do a whole lot about it.
I mean, I feel like Morgan got so much gold off of that one kill onto Masu that even though he was 0-2, he's going to be such a force in the side lanes. Like, look at that 1,500 gold lead and even a 500 gold lead for the Azir. So, like, if you just don't look at this, if you just don't look at the
If you close your eyes, if they start to look towards the bottom part of the map,
then the game wouldn't be close. Honestly, 1,500 gold after how this early game has felt is insane. And I do have to credit Yeon for the kill onto Gakgos. Like, just still, a lot of times, if you have your lowest CSD at 10 in your career, you're going to check out. You're not going to see the angle to flash forward and kill the Gnar in the 2v2. So, terrible laning phase, terrible game so far by Yeon and Core JJ, but the team is actually still in it.
Right. They were able to recover enough to find some footing, right? When you would otherwise think you're just going to get knocked on your butt. But still, Masu is the most fed person in the game. He is up 60 farm. He is up 3,000 gold. He valks away as Jose Diodo has to pop the Xin Zhao ulti. Nice CC layering coming in from Cryogen, but FlyQuest don't have the damage they need. Right to the Arcane, pouring in now from Quad. But again, it's not enough damage. Nice bubble from Cryo. But once more, FlyQuest just don't have the DPS where they need it, when they need it, so nobody dies on either side.
Yeah, Cryogen really on point with these bubbles, but the overall game you can see has definitely slowed down. It's going to become a Dragon Soul win condition because the goal lead has actually shrunk to about 1,000. You can see the side lanes are going to be really difficult for FlyQuest to play in this game. One of the reasons Xerath isn't picked, even if statistically it's good into his ear, is it's still really difficult to play in side lane. Right. You don't have the escape tools or the ability to deal with a jungler that almost any other pro mid has. So you're going to really organically fall behind because you're going to have to be catching a lot of waves. So if you have Xerath, you would hope that your other split pusher is super effective, but that's Gnar and Teoric, who's also going to lose that side. So the only strength that they have is their ability to control mid, and that's just not going to advance the game that much. It's going to be really hard to take over space if you only have one lane to play through. So they have to stack objectives, which they've done. Yeah. It just means the game is very likely going to come down to the objective fights on the Mountain Soul and the Baron.
Yeah, this Dragon fight here 4.5 minutes from now is going to be absolutely massive. It's probably going to decide the whole game itself, since we're not even 1,000 gold apart anymore. It is a 3-0 Dragon count for FlyQuest. And Mountain Soul, when you have a robust front line like a Gnar and a Mundo, is so scary.
It really is. That's the other thing that FlyQuest have is that ticking time bomb of the Mundo, already level 12. You kind of just want to get levels and get Drakes. That's your biggest goal on the Mundo, because once you have 3-4 items and level 16, which gives you an improved ultimate for how many enemies you use around it, that's good. But here's the side lane. How's Quad going to step up?
Jose Diodo just immediately jumps in after Quad, and this is kind of what you were just talking about. If Xerath walks 10 feet in front of the turret, guess what? You have no inbuilt mobility. Your summoner spell wasn't back off cooldown from the last time you had to spend it. Xin Zhao sees you, he just presses his buttons, you're dead.
Definitely a bit of a pathing mistake. I understand it, like, Yawn.
Back in mid lane, Yawn about to die, has to flash away. If Griffin hit him with one more suitcase, would have been able to follow it up with an auto attack to guarantee the kill there, but FlyQuest is going to take the turret. Tier 1 here in mid lane. Core JJ knocked down to about 1/3 HP, has to pop the summoner heal. Second Rift Herald charge also collides with the Tier 2 turret here. I like how FlyQuest is just trying to brute force things based around Masu. Play around this fed Corki. That's the name of the game.
They really have to, because things like this happen in the side lane that we were just seeing on the pip, where if Quad's not catching it at his turret, he's at risk of dying. I will, in defense of him, you can't really play the game literally sitting under your turret 24/7. We're not showing the waves that he actually does successfully cheat and clear. You'll only see the ones where he dies, but in that instance, it's obviously, you know, a little bit hindsight to say he should have just been under his turret waiting.
All right, so we have 1,500 gold lead for both solo laners on the Team Liquid side, 3,500 gold lead for the 80 carry on the FlyQuest side, as Griffin is once again going to look to apply some pressure to TL here in the mid lane. Wind becomes lightning from Jose onto Masu, but now TL's got to be careful. Lots of burst back into Jose as he tries to flash away, stays alive for now. Right of the Arcane continuing to rain down on these guys, but once more, FlyQuest just doesn't quite have the damage they need.
Yeah, they also are relatively low engaged, so even though they have a huge gold lead on the Corki, how do they actually advance this game? Because, as we mentioned, it's hard to play through side lanes. At least what happens when they pull 4 people down to mid lane and Xerath was ulting is he can get that one deep push. That's going to allow him to reset safely if he so chooses. So things like that kind of need to happen just to stay stable in the side lanes, even though their Corki is so far ahead.
Well, we've got 90 seconds left on the clock now until that Mountain Soul will spawn for FlyQuest, and you can see the burst onto Jan's health bar right there. Frost Bomb and 2 autos. I'm pretty sure that's the 60% of his health.
It's a rough one. I feel bad. I feel for Jan. What's interesting, though, is, like, Yunara Lulu, one of the reasons it's so powerful is you get to cheat a lot. Like, look at the actual items that are completed by 80 carries. So it's a 3,700 gold lead, but you have 2 core, and you have, what, 2.5 core?
Yeah, I'd say Noon Quiver is an extra half.
Because of the move speed of the Lulu, a lot of times Yunara doesn't upgrade boots. so he's just sitting on brown boots, but he's still fast enough with ultimate, his E with the Lulu haste, whereas Masu has upgraded his boots, hasn't finished his 3rd core item. The gold eventually will matter when you're completing your builds, but you can skip to these power spikes really nicely, as Team Liquid is now trying to use that top prio to just sneak a Baron.
Yeah, this is a pretty audacious call from TL, and FlyQuest is immediately going to sense that something is up. TL's not going to overcommit to this, so as soon as FlyQuest moves in, TL's going to back away. But TL at least drawing FlyQuest's attention towards the top side of the map 30 seconds before the Dragon Soul will spawn. If they get this kill into Griffin, that could be pretty big. But Mundo is really hard to pick off.
I mean, even if they don't get the kill, though, getting the Mundo ultimate for the soul fight, really important there. Well, Morgan is also free pushing the bottom lane, so now with no Mundo ultimate, Team Liquid's going to be more confident trying to retake mid.
Yeah, another nice bubble onto Jose, though. Cryogen making sure he's peeling this Xin Zhao away time after time after time in these attempted engages over from the mid lane from TL. As Masu off to the right side in a little bit of danger. Now Quidd going forward, the flash has responded, and Masu gets out of the way, turns it right back around, and Quad secures the kill onto Quidd. With the Azir out of the picture, FlyQuest want to look for a little bit more. Flash forward from Griffin, a little bit more damage from the Arcano Pulse, and Masu cashes in. That's both TL carries dead. The soul is on the map, and FlyQuest couldn't be happier.
Masu is locked in. Quidd just dashed and flashed and still couldn't throw him back. Then FlyQuest can turn the fight around with how long it goes. That's going to be the soul.
That is a massive, massive power spike here for FlyQuest. Mountain Soul 23 minutes into the game. Take another look at how it happened.
I understand what Team Liquid is thinking here. They need to get some level of mid-prio so they can move into the river, and they know that the Mundo has no ultimate, but when Jose moves up, he just gets pelted by Masu, and even though Xerath's in river, he can still participate in the fight, but they want to keep going. If Quidd was able to get that throwback onto Masu, maybe there's an angle, but Masu's just played an incredible game.
Yeah, Masu is having a great one. Exactly the type of game that they need him to have, bouncing back after the game #1 that was just very much an avalanche for Team Liquid. And now FlyQuest, yeah, you still have about a 2,500 gold lead in terms of raw economy value, but the soul itself is worth what, like 5,000, 6,000 gold, something around that neighborhood.
Yeah.
So they're feeling way better now. You can see the Sterix gauge, second item now fully completed for Gakko, so he'll also be able to stand up better against Morgan in the side lane, which once you're at this point where you've got the soul, you're feeling like, okay, we've got the Fed 80 carry that we can always play around in the big fights, the side lane kind of becomes the main worry.
It really does, and FlyQuest not completely out of the woods. I'd say with them being a very young team, even the games that they won early on in lock-in, they'd have big early game leads, and then the lead would kind of freeze. It would stay at 2,000 or 3,000 for a long time until the game's mechanics kind of ended the game rather than them naturally taking the steps to end it. And Team Liquid continuing to play these side lanes, and they're going to try and make this as hard as possible for FlyQuest to finish.
Yeah, Gakko's is trying to just clear out the wave here, but Jose and Morgan both hanging around, and they're just going to jump in. The Gnar bar is about to run out. Gakkos can still hop away in time. Teleport coming in from Quad to reinforce as Griffin also shows up to the fight, and Morgan and Jose Diodo have to get away. Flash out from Morgan, keeping himself safe from the briefcases. The cage will provide him enough space to continue getting away for now. Tries to use the Morning Mist to slow down Griffin. Nice sidestep away at the same time, and now it's Masu under pressure. The Arc of Ruin collides with the defense. Corki is down. He takes Yeon with him critically. 1-for-1 here from the 80 carries as Morgan also escapes in the bottom lane.
And the shutdown does go to Yeon, so Team Liquid trying to stay in the game here. I wonder with their damage, if they're trying to threaten Baron, Azir and Yorick kill it pretty fast, but with no Yunara, it would be tough. I think they're just hoping for a face check, then they'd be able to take the Drake, and FlyQuest isn't giving to them.
Yeah, FlyQuest is not going to walk into this trap. They're just playing around the right side of the mid lane instead. Quidd going to go ahead, use the Sun Disc to give himself a little bit of a forward operating base here back in mid, as Jose Diodo should be able to secure the Baron-empowered Scuttle Crab. No problem.
Yeah, so talk about the gold lead freezing, talk about FlyQuest not being super clean with how to close the game. It's feeling like they're going to need stuff like Elder plus Baron to get this done, because, I mean, even the standing gold, like, the whole second ring of turrets is still there for Team Liquid, and that's with this being a Soul versus 0 Drakes and a 3,000 gold lead. Masu is a bit of a ticking time bomb, though. When you see these Hex Optics Corkis get the Infinity Edge and even beyond, you just start two-shotting everything in the game. It's, you know, your QR can take 75% of someone's health, and if you're ever in auto range, you're basically one-shotting them. So Masu's still going to be fine in this game. It's just almost a scrim exercise now for Team Liquid to try and make this game as hard as possible.
Right. They've got to see maybe if they can claw their way back into this one. Plus, you kind of do always have that wild card of, yeah, it sucks to lose the Dragon Soul 4-0, but what if it's just the 500 IQ play of getting the Elder on the map faster so that you can win with the inevitable win con of the Dragon Burst?
Well, Griffin is level 16. That's another thing that hurts.
True.
And they have, okay, Quidd has made the pivot for a little bit of healing reduction, so he's got the Oblivion Orb. At least they managed to fit it in somewhere. It would be too mean to ask Daejeon to build it, since he's then he's just going to get up and leave.
It's like, yeah, dude, he's actually just going to leave the stage at that point. But FlyQuest will go ahead and start up the Baron themselves right now. Griffin and Masu will have more than enough damage to take this down. They demand an answer from Team Liquid, but Jose and Core have already both taken a chunk of their HP on the approach. Quad just trying to provide the covering fire here. The Baron's already down to about 1/3 of its HP. Team Liquid still on the approach. Gakgos looking maybe for the Gnar Pincer angle. Quad fires off the right of the Arcane. Not going to get a whole lot of value out of that one. Baron still down below 5K now. Morgan and Jose looking for their opportunity to potentially go in if FlyQuest want a full commit for this. Quidd trying to spar with Gakgos a little on the approach. DPS on the Baron has almost completely stopped at this point, but it's Team Liquid health bars that are suffering the most. Morgan versus Gakgos here with a 1v1 up in the top side, but it's Morgan who's going to lose out on that one if he's not careful. Team Liquid have already lost their AD carry, they've lost their top laner, they've lost this fight. Baron for FlyQuest, and 3 kills to boot. Quidd tries to run into the enemy jungle, but Masu and Griffin are ready to chase him down. FlyQuest only needs one more kill to complete the ace, and they'll get it. 5-0 plus a Baron. FlyQuest are going to take us to game 3.
Gakgos already in mid-wave with a minion. These death timers are long enough that I think FlyQuest will move in. Nice fight there. Great game by Masu and Cryogen. Look at that. 15 kill participation for Masu. Everything revolved around bottom lane. They again got 2v2 kills. And as you said, game 3's coming.
It's the 2v2 carry from the bottom lane. FlyQuest stepping up, bouncing back here in our second game, 17-7 after 29 minutes of gameplay, and we are going the distance. Spring Split 2026, 3 series out of 3, going all the way.
9 for 9 in terms of total games that we could play. Interesting that FlyQuest is still subdued. They have some expectations for themselves that they can just beat this Team Liquid team. That was a dominating performance by the bot lane. Player of the game surely is someone from that bot lane. Lounge, what do you think?
I don't know. There's a lot of tough cases out there. Mundo's looking good, guys.
Let's not be so hasty. Maybe it was the Xerath.
Casters are always trying to game the player of the game vote.
It's got to be Masu.
The moment the Lord Third comes out about spamming chat, the casters just say it has to be from bottom lane. You're rigging the system.
Yeah.
I mean, we are also rigging the system.
Actually, the analyst definitely rigs the system. The caster's like, I think it could be this people, and the analyst's like, we have one more person than you.
We literally
your votes don't matter.
Now that you're on the analyst desk, you can be part of
and you're
the
talking
vote
all
brigade.
game about it because you're not on broadcast.
You have the power now.
It's never a fair fight.
Yeah. But
let's talk about this
the bot lane did insanely well. All right, let's roll right into, because we had talked about how important this 2v2 is going to be. They're right back at it, getting these 2v2 kills even earlier in this matchup.
I mean, it's crazy, right? You know, I talked about it at the top of the day. They were leading the league in 2v2 kills per game. They were just behind Lion. They've gotten 4 now across these 2 games. There was a bunch of dives to slam at home, but they are just slamming Core and Yawn in lane.
And I did like those dives as well, right? Like, I liked the early synergy you saw. There was a specific Griffin invaded and then did the wraparound gank as Mundo that I really liked.
11-1!
Look at that. Ooh.
Follow me quickly, by the way. Get the camera back on me simply because I wanted to show. I know we usually show these later on. What the hell, brother? 24.6k damage. He actually was just on something today. So, like, no, I just wanted to show.
They were owning.
Yeah.
Just want to double check this.
Look at the Nami damage, by the way. Nami did 9.9k.
Yeah.
Nami is like 0 to 12,000 damage. Nami did 10k.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I want to talk about some things that didn't go as well, though, for them. Because, okay, well, Masu was our player of the game.
Yeah, that was the player that I was just highlighting.
Very
Masu,
well
yes.
deserved. He was smurfing it. But sometimes, and everyone has played these games, where you are having a really incredible game, and your team just needs to get carried. They just need to relax. You don't need to do much of anything. And this is something that I feel like we saw FlyQuest really struggle with in this game, where I just felt like they were overforcing. So I want to go back to some of these plays, talk a bit about some of these overforces. In a game like this where, like, just look at the bot lane. He is so far ahead. He has double the guy's gold, literally double his gold. All you have to do is clear waves and not interact. The only action on the map should be around the Corki. You're stacking dragons, just play for soul, play slow. They were up nearly 4,000 gold at this point. It actually became a close game gold-wise because of plays like this, where Gakkos knows that he has, Mundo coming over, but he just hops in, like, inexplicably, almost gives over this kill for free. Then Griffin is going in, and I'm just not sure what world Griffin thought he was gonna kill Yeon from. Like look at the health at this point. Look at the fact that they both have heal and barrier. There's just no way this is gonna happen. Then, Griffin is kind of overcommitting to this. Gakkos gets baited in, Yeon flashes on him, kills him off here. This to me was really, really silly. It led to a bunch of plates as well after. Then there's this kill here where we look at the map state. Quad is gonna go top. Again, really your only job is just kill waves. Corki's not even gonna be on the map. Corki's resetting. You have the dragon that's gonna be coming up in a while. All you have to do is just wait for this wave to come in. The wave is gonna be pushed towards you slowly. He has no vision on this side of the map. Like, let's look at their vision right now. He sees nothing, and we're playing Xerath, like one of the easiest champions in the game to actually gank and kill. He's got no flash, and Quad is just gonna walk up, face check Jose, and die for free. And this is gonna lead to not only the kill, but to the tower taking a bunch of damage, as Quidd is going to be able to push this in. He's going to take a bunch of plates, and Quidd ended up getting to a point where he had a real chance to actually carry this game. Like, he got so much gold injected into him, and at one point he was almost 2K ahead. So, if I am Masu in these positions, I am really frustrated with the rest of my team, because you are in an almost, it feels like, unlosable spot, and your teammates are just doing too much. They literally just need to stand on the tower and clear the waves. Like, I've already won the game for you. Just let me kill the Nexus. Stop doing things.
Yeah, that's why when they locked in this comp, I was like, that's a really nice composition. Do I trust? Because this isn't the first time we've seen this out of FlyQuest, right? Where they get, I don't know, they just like, oh, we have to do something.
Antsy. They have to do stuff.
Even when you have the scaling advantage, you've taken advantage of this massive 2v2 lead that you've gotten in the bot lane. And yeah, but they won.
They did.
And they won off of, even though the gold was starting to diminish, it was all about dragons. They had 3 dragons. It was basically going for a soul fight. And to me, all eyes were going to be on the carries, and Team Liquid recognized that, and they tried to genuinely make a play for Masu. I think Masu had a really good frame of mind and focus within this fight, because you had an Azir who was trying to Azir sec, then Proto Belt, then flash, and you flashed it. You're like, oh, you can only be doing one thing.
Imagine with me for a moment, though, a world in which he doesn't flash this. He's instantly dead. You lose the dragon, and you probably lose Baron.
Yes.
And maybe you actually lose the game. So it's like, it's crazy to me how close this got because of all the gold that the TL soul laners were able to get in side lanes because of some kind of like over-ambitious, some over-aggressive plays. So I think Masu, they should be thanking their lucky stars that Masu and Cryogen had such a good 2v2, and that Masu played so well with the gold lead, I thought, in a lot of these 5v5s.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw kind of the best and I guess some opportunity areas, we'll say, for FlyQuest that we set up initially, right? This is a very aggressive team. They believe in themselves. That's what we like about them. When they're not on the same page, or when they're taking risks in a draft where they don't have to, they can be punished.
And now, here's the thing. FlyQuest, with the dub, they're defying the community's expectations.
Also defying your expectations.
Was very, very low. That's true. But like 100% for Morgan was a crazy one. Maybe if you don't look at the NAR, jump in. But like in general, I feel like we're seeing much better. I think particularly I felt like from the Mundo play, like going bot lane and killing them consistently. But also just from Masu and Cryogen alone.
Yeah.
They have been dominating this bot lane so far this series, and I feel like that is the change up that probably the LCS Discord would be regretting.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. I think it's full on, like, this FlyQuest bot lane has been absolutely dominant in both games, even with TL kind of being able to fight back and win. We will see now. We're going to be going to a break. It's 1-1. We'll see if TL or FlyQuest take it.
It's anybody's game.
It is. It's like it's one game.
It's 3K, by the way. It's getting a bit low.
Yeah.
Your Zinzao is over the wall.
Look, should flash in.
Okay.
You know, no flash. You know, no flash.
You know.
No, that.
Play for fight. Play for fight.
Yeah. I've healed two. I kill Azir. You guys kill backline. Keep going. I kill him. Go look Lulu. Look Lulu. And after, okay? I'm killing this guy.
Yeah. We can end, maybe.
We can end.
Hey, you press?
I think so. Let's end.
He's here.
Go mid.
Look at this guy. Nice. Let's end.
5-0 plus a Baron. FlyQuest are going to take us to game 3.
It's just a cringe game.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. Goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop the giving? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning
LCS Opening Week presented by MasterCard. We are kicking off our spring split here. Yesterday, we had both of our series go the distance to all 3 games. And today, our first series here between Team Liquid and FlyQuest is about to do the same. TL just totally ran the show in game number 1, but game number 2 was all about the FlyQuest bot lane duo, Masu and Cryogen, getting the early double kill for Masu's Corki in the 2v2 before Jose could show up for TL, immediately snowballing that into 2 more kills right after. There was just no answer that TL had for the hyper-accelerated Corki.
There were 6 deaths by the TL bottom lane by 7 or 8 minutes into the game, which is...
6 by 7 is crazy.
I haven't seen that. I just haven't seen that. Then it was the lowest CS at 10 Daejeon has ever had in the LCS when not playing Fasting Senna.
The fact that you have to put the asterisk of not with Fasting Senna on it just further adds the insult to the injury, because it's like, this number is not acceptable, right? Like Masu and Cryogen totally ran that head-to-head.
You can see Daejeon seemingly laughing it off right now. They're still trying to banter. That's what you kind of have to do in that situation.
Right.
Where, yep, bot lane was the whole game, and we were talking about it as well after the game, is it was even worse than it looked, because not only did the bottom lane die 6 times, the original 2v2 was also after Jose had 3-camped his bot side into early gank.
Right.
So his camp cycling was off after that moment. That's part of what enabled the additional dives and made it more difficult for Jose to cover, but it was really just a crazy start to the game that I doubt we'll see again, but it means we're moving to game 3. And I think, fun fact, yesterday, the winner of game 1 lost all the series. So we'll see
Okay.
if FlyQuest can pull off the upset here in Game 3.
But yeah, I like the fact that you bring up the consequences for Jose in that game number 2, because that was the reason that Jan and Cord died in that first 2v2. The blunder was because they were trying to bait their opponents in, set it up for the 3v2 early Xin Zhao gank, and then it's like, well, we're dead. Like, Jose arrives, he does end up getting the kill back onto the Corki, but both of his guys are already dead, so makes it a little bit tough. Let's see what we get in our third game now, as Team Liquid is going to continue to ban the Jarvan and the Jace. Over on the other side, Orianna and Karma both staying banned. These first rotation of bans feel pretty solidified in this series.
Really set. No Orianna, no Karma. Sorry, Azael, your Cryogen Karma in Fantasy is not going to happen. The champion multipliers don't matter that much.
It's not the most important thing of all time. Cassiopeia also banned out here from TL. This one's a little bit of a switch up, but it is one of Quad's famous pocket picks.
Yeah, it would also set up a Rise threat on first pick, something Quidd's very strong at. Cassio would be the counter pick to it. If you're going a counter pick to it, and Cassio is gone, you might go for Anivia, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's see if they lock in the Rise first.
All right, what are we going to get here, TL? Bard was the last ban in the first half for the FlyQuest side. What do we want?
Varus, Nico, bot lane. Team Liquid playing through bot lane.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the look.
Varus is one of those champions that is so commonly banned in the first 6 that when he's not, he's almost always the insta-slam.
True. But it's interesting that they banned the Cassio to set up a Rise pick and then instead have gone for a Varus. But I do feel like it's going to make it somewhat difficult to match it in lane.
Okay.
If they take the Nico themselves, it at least gets rid of the really dominant pair. So I think that will be smart by FlyQuest. And then, yeah, maybe they just lock in their whole bot lane here with the Ezreal hover.
Okay. Let's see if they want to full commit onto that one. I feel like Nico is just so good. I feel like this champion just has so much both direct and indirect power with the way that she can control vision, with the way that you can utilize the mind games of the camouflage, and then just, I have an ultimate that creates so much space in a fight that it can warp the entire outcome of that. So works well with a ton of things, and the Ezreal will be locked in beside it there from us.
I understand why they wanted to secure the Ezreal early, but it makes me wonder what Quad has in terms of the Rise matchup, because I think clearly Team Liquid is happy to play Rise into anything based on their bans, and Quad could have just taken it and they could take the Ezreal on 3, which means they could drop jungle to 4-5, which Griffin should be fine with because he's got a massive champion pool.
Yeah.
But aside from just forgetting about it, which is doubtful, this to me says the Quad has something that he really wants to play into the Rise, potentially just the Anivia.
Right, there's got to be some kind of an answer. You don't just, the writing is so clearly on the wall. They're going to play Rise here. That's going to be the champion. But, okay, do we go ahead and get the Renekton locked in here? Go ahead and slam both solo lanes nice and early for TL? Yes, we do.
I mean, it's kind of nice in the sense that these are 2 solo lanes that are relatively difficult to counter, especially this much later into Fearless. There's no Gnar to be able to play into it since that was played in the last game. And FlyQuest they can only answer one of them at the moment, and then you're going to have defense bans that TL is going to be able to put in for the next 2. So they're holding their support pick because Core today feels like he has enough, and they're forcing FlyQuest into an early choice here.
I mean, honestly, every time I see Renekton into Sion, at least in NA, I'm always going to side with the Sion every single time. I feel like we don't see Renektons build enough of an early lead to get to the point where they outweigh what Sion brings to the table later on in the game.
Not to mention, a lot of the damage is already locked in for Team Liquid, and even though Rise is pretty good, unless you're going attack speed Varus, the damage you have to kill a Sion is pretty low. So it's a pretty good slot to pick the Sion in. Not to mention jungle not picked yet. Ezreal's pretty good into Trundle. Trundle would be the other thing that's good into Sion. So curious if FlyQuest actually bans the Trundle, because I'd be looking for a Trundle angle if I'm Jose Deodo here to help with the Sion.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on FlyQuest's bans here because the first one is the Rakan. They want to focus on engage angles because right now Team Liquid doesn't really have any engage. I mean, you can try to make a pick with Chains of Corruption. You can use Realm Warp to catch somebody off guard, but there's no hard go button on these first 3 champs.
Absolutely not. They have good, like, if they flanked you, good fighting engage, but if you're in an eye contact fight, pretty short range, hard to walk in. So Rakan ban is pretty good there.
All right, FlyQuest, are we feeling the Trundle? Do we respect the Jose Daejeon Trundle enough for that to be the final ban of the draft? No, instead, gonna go after
they banned the Anivia for support, I guess. They're banning Anivia support.
Yeah, it has to be Anivia support because you know that Ryze and Renekton are already both locked.
Yep, that has to be it. But that's also what you'd expect Quad to play into Quidd.
Right.
He's cooking.
Okay,
He's cooking something into this Ryze.
If he picks something boring, generic, and meta, I'm going to tilt, dude. I've got to see something crazy.
I mean, Quad has a full printout of champions in front of him. He was reviewing it before the game, and I can see him on stage right now, still has that page of, I don't know, matchups or his own pool. So he's cooking on something for sure.
All right. I really hope we get something spicy here. But, all right, double, quote-unquote, support bans for FlyQuest, Rakan and Anivia. Over on the other side, Team Liquid, double jungle bans, getting rid of the Vi and the Wukong. So let's see where FlyQuest want to go with this next one.
All this for Victor?
Bro!
Quad?
No.
My man.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm mad. This is... No! We were talking about how he's cooking, he's got some matchup. Look at the way they're banning this stuff for Victor from Arcane.
I'm going to marginally outlane him with Victor.
Okay, all right. This better be the coolest Victor of all time. Otherwise, it's just, man, okay. Well, let's see how TL wants to round out their composition here. They did double ban junglers in this second half of the draft. Okay, we got a Lee Sin for Jose Daejeon.
If you're confident on it, you can make it work. Owner had an amazing Lee Sin game just this past week. Really ran the server with it. But they're going to have trouble matching 5v5 damage into Victor, Sion, Ezreal if this ends up going late. This is Team Liquid, I think, putting themselves onto a bit of a timer. They have to play up tempo. They have to be in FlyQuest phase.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Lee Sin in the jungle, which is historically like you need to make plays early. You've got Renekton, which is one of the best like early top laners to create pressure and have a point to play through. You've got Varus in bottom lane. Like TL has their foot pedal to the metal from the very get-go.
They do, and speaking of Trundle, that's where Griffin goes. He just goes for even more scaling. So they're going to eat the Renekton or the Rel. If they ever try and go into the fight, it'll just be Trundle ult in to burst them. But relatively difficult for the Trundle to play the early game into Lee Sin. Lee Sin can really fly around him a little bit. So Griffin has definitely struggled in early crab fights, early Drakes, not overcommitting. But maybe having such an insane scaling team composition can give them some confidence to sit back.
Okay, let's see what we get, because the scaling is truly on the side of FlyQuest. The pressure is on TL to make sure things can happen early. I always have my qualifier, I guess you'll call it, for Lee Sin, is if you hit level 7 on Lee Sin and your score is 0, 0, and 0, why the hell did you pick Lee Sin?
Yeah, true.
That's the question.
What's your minute breakpoint? 7 minutes?
No, level 7.
Level 7.
Because that means you had your ulti for an entire level and were not able to make any plays pre-ult or even once you had the Dragon's Rage unlocked.
Okay.
I feel like if you hit level 7 on Lee Sin and you're 0, 0, and 0,
it's a fail.
It should have been a different champ.
Okay.
That's where I'm at. So that's going to be what I check in on.
I like this.
Yeah.
I feel like we need to make more of these rules. We should sit down and brainstorm.
Just
a while.
random
like,
arbitrary
if you
rules
pick
for
this
stuff.
champion, this is your breakpoint in the game. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah. The Lee Sin level 7, that's my breakpoint. That's what we're going to check in with for Jose in this game. Does he affect the game pre-level 7?
If you pick Renekton into Sion and you don't get 2 plates in 20 CS by 15 minutes, it's a fail.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
Okay, that's going to be our other check, because so much of this game, like we're already talking about, is TL must be active early. They must make these early picks work. They have to control the tempo of the early game. So that's specifically what we're going to look at for this top side. Jose Daejeon has to get involved in something pre-level 7, and we want to see Morgan 2 plates and 20 CS, you said, by 15?
I feel like it's probably more like 20 seems ambitious. But yeah, 2 plates and 20 CS by 15 minutes.
Okay, all right, that's what we're going to check back in on. At 7 minutes and 15 minutes, and see if TL can get that early game gas that they need. Masu and Cryogen with the Ezreal and Nico down here in the bottom lane, laning up against Varus. Well, of course, Rel is kind of the odd one out down here. Everybody else has their skill shots. They can play their ARAM laning phase back and forth with, just trying to land as much as you can, get control through the accuracy. But Core's going to be the one who kind of has to sit on the sidelines here early.
Yeah, we really haven't seen much Rel in the last couple months. It felt like Huhi was the only one that played it in the LCS last split. It did receive a small buff recently, so a chance to play it and make some good plays. When Rel came out, CoreJJ was insane at it, so he definitely sees good engage angles. But the biggest thing I need to see here is, like, are Yeon and CoreJJ willing to lose a lane? Because they lose lane in the past this year because they're unwilling to lose lane, if that makes sense.
They don't lose gracefully.
They'll take a losing matchup and they'll try and win, and it'll go really badly. But here, like Rel into Nico, Ezreal, you really have to bide your time, and that means they have to sit at their turret for a large portion of this laning phase. I want to see if they're able to have the discipline and do it.
Yeah, that's what we'll keep an eye on, especially after game number 2 was such a bot gap. It was such an avalanche in FlyQuest's favor just because of that early 2v2 victory. As we take a look at where our junglers are starting, it's a path towards the top side for Jose Daejeon, path towards the bottom side for Griffin. It doesn't look like we're really going to get a chance to see any ganks, any early activity out of either one.
Very unlikely. This is as full clear into Scuttle, into Deep Ward, into Reset as I've seen in a while.
Yeah, there's... Sometimes I like to be like, well, maybe, you know, we'll get something creative, something crazy, but no, this one certainly doesn't seem to be trending that way.
The only thing I'd say is it depends on how much poke Yeon takes, because I could see Griffin going into Tribrush and just seeing if something's there before he resets, because if you're doing this top to bot full clear that didn't start at Raptors, you do have a small window where your camp is going to be respawning anyway, so
a little bit of
kind of just play defense, and if something happened, but as we can see, teleport from Yeon, a little bit low, gonna go back to base, get his tier, teleport back, and be full health, so no dive.
All right, well, Jose shows up here in the top side, but he walks right over a ward in the Pixel Brush there from Gatgos. It's a 90% HP Scion, so you're not really going to make anything happen against this guy, I have to feel like.
Highly unlikely. Big break point for Scion in this lane is when he can buy his first armor item. Usually, if you get Bramble Best early, I feel like it's really hard for the Renekton to push his advantage. So Gatgos on track for that, sitting on a Biscuit and a health potion as well. And Griffin taking a little bit of extra time, actually trying to burn something from Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan could be in some serious danger here. Flash into the chomp from Griffin, throws out the pillar, but Morgan manages to escape. Does cost him his flash, though.
I really like that gank, actually. It's going to delay his taking of the Krugs by, 10 or 15 seconds, but getting flash and getting the shove out for Gatgos is just going to help him accelerate in that lane. Victor is fine against the Ryze, just farming. The Ezreal Nico is fine as well. So just getting Scion through that difficult part of the lane, now with his Bramble Vest, makes him pretty likely to not lose 2 plates and not be 20 CS down by 15 minutes.
Yeah, true. That's going to potentially affect our 15-minute timer there, as you can see Jose Daejeon ticking up to level 5 here on the Lee Sin, as Quidd is going to force Quad back in mid lane. Flash for flash between our mid laners. Neither one of these guys has mobility built into the kit, so now I want to see jungle attention over at mid.
And it would be Jose jungle attention, because with no flash on Trundle, you really don't want to walk into too many dangerous spots.
Well, speaking of dangerous spots, Cryogen eats a decent chunk of damage there, but considering Masu can fire back onto Yeon, mostly an even trade between the duos.
Yep, Cryogen talked before the game about how he spent so much time watching CoreJJ growing up. He's really excited for this matchup. That game 2 must have felt pretty amazing to just dive CoreJJ on repeat in a game. It would be even sweeter if they're able to win the series off the back of winning bot lanes. Ooh, big poke there landed by Yeon. Cryogen's just going to go try and hit this Drake, but I wonder if Quidd wants to fly in.
Team Liquid is definitely thinking about this, but a TP about to arrive from Quad, so both mid laners are nearby. Jose Daejeon, level 5, making his way over. Quidd has to make sure he steps out of the gravity well. Already half HP damage onto Quidd, but he's got the first blood here on the Rise. Griffin's in some danger as Jose Daejeon has to try to get away. Masu wants to chase and secure the kill, but he can't quite find the damage. Yeon takes out Griffin, and Jose Daejeon hops right back in. We said that Team Liquid needs to run the early game, and this first fight is exactly what they were looking for. Quad barely hobbles away, but it's a 3-1 game for TL.
And they just needed to bide their time, which they did there. They didn't fly in too early, as Morgan is going for a kill on the Gatgos as well.
Not going to get that one.
Okay.
Okay, not going to get that
crazy. But that fight, possibly because Cryogen took so much poke early, it made Quidd say, okay, let me just see. Let me see if something is here. And rather than prioritizing trying to take the Drake, Jose walks all the way over, and by the time he joins the fight, look at the beginning health bars. Cryogen is actually gone. Quidd's able to one-shot him, and then Masu can't finish Jose at the end, falls in a fog of war, and just bides his time until he lands the Q for the execute. So, mission accomplished for Jose. 1 kill, 1 assist before level 7.
Yep, exactly. That's what I wanted to see out of Lee Sin. If you draft Lee, you gotta get busy early on in the game. And you could also see there that it was Yon's Comet on the Varus that secured him the kill onto Griffin, and just getting some early money on this powerful AD carry, especially after a game that was as, we'll call it unfortunate, as game number 2. Really good sign for the momentum of TL.
Yep, and still being stuck in this pretty tough matchup. But if he hits 6 and they have no flash Corki, no cleanse Corki, that's their window now. Level 6 on Varus. If they are able to land the R, they'll get a kill. Now they're getting top though.
Yeah, Morgan in some danger. They're already going to commit the subjugate, and Griffin just applies club to face, and that Renekton is not going anywhere, so FlyQuest will pick up kill number 2.
Still a lot of scaling for FlyQuest, even if Team Liquid is looking for the skirmishes. Yon able to land the R, actually.
Yeah, Cryogen now has to flash away. Serious danger here for the support on FlyQuest, and Masu's not exactly out of the woods either. Jose Daejeon roundhouse kicks him all the way back to the fountain. The Dragon's Rage provides the kill. 2-0-1 on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I really liked the first gank that Griffin did top lane on Trundle. I don't actually love the second one he did because of how it exposes them for this play as Jose moves in, helps secure the double kill, and is probably getting out. We'll see.
Ooh, no, he stayed in the gravity well. He got caught on the very end of it, but now CoreJJ and Quidd can make it a 1-for-1 trade here between the junglers.
Okay, so this is a reminder. This is a FlyQuest game. This is a FlyQuest versus Team Liquid game. They're going to fight.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't feel like they need to, we're going to counter jungle Wolves at 8 minutes. It's going to start a fight.
Might as well.
Yeah, this is how this matchup plays out. So, wow, 5 kills to 3, already 1 kill per minute this early in the game. Scaling advantage for FlyQuest, 1 Drake, but Jose, on his most played champion of all time, really trying to push the tempo of this one because it's what he needs to do.
Well, I hope that we continue to see more spicy plays. This is fun League of Legends.
This is it.
Even if you don't need to invade the Wolves at 8 minutes, it's fun League of Legends to invade the Wolves at 8 minutes. Let's keep an eye on Quidd and Quad here. You can see Quad slightly ahead in terms of EXP on the Victor. Nobody's got their Rod of Ages up and running here just yet. Jose Daejeon going to go ahead and look towards the Void Grubs. Did spawn about 1 minute ago, so not the instant Void Grub take that you often do see when they spawn, but first Drake already went over to FlyQuest. Ocean Drake, again, always feels great when you can get that early on in the game, still contribute to the laning phase with that. Quad's going to go ahead and take his reset, take the long hike back down mid. Does not quite have the TP timer available here just yet. But let's check in on the top lane because looks like Jose Daejeon might try to get himself involved here, but Morgan's out of cooldowns, and you're not really going to get an opportunity to make anything else happen. Gakkos is down about a wave of farm, but if that's all you're down in the Sion versus Renekton matchup, you're feeling great.
Yeah, he's absolutely chilling. I will say Griffin has ganked twice for him. Gakkos hasn't immediately benefited off of it with any kills, but it definitely helps keep that lane a little bit closer. But when you're up against the Morgan Renekton, the weird thing that I noticed about Split 1 with Morgan Renekton is he was pretty much never able to win with it. As we see, Jose Daejeon has his Eclipse for his MasterCard Power Spike, needs to continue to apply pressure with this Lee Sin. But Morgan's Zambessa was 3-0, was incredible. His Renekton, which is kind of supposed to be his best champion, I think he was 1-3 on it. And it just, to me, spoke to how Team Liquid was really disconnected throughout the split, and Morgan especially coming in late to the team, not having super strong English, it just didn't feel like he could communicate how he wanted the team to play with Renekton. We'll see if that's improved in the break between splits.
Jose Daejeon wants the Sonic Wave onto Quad, but Quad staying calm, just casually sidesteps away from that one, not going to find himself in any type of position where the kick might give a lethal angle. Dragon is spawned now for the second time this game. Hextech Drake, as both supports are trying to establish some vision control down here in the bottom half of the river. Both AD carries still just fighting back and forth for the shove in bottom lane. You can see control over there for TL and for Yon's Varus as Quidd gets the mid wave shoved up and rotates over to Drake.
Yeah, Jose's did have a level on Griffin, just matched up. They both have their first item. I think it's pretty risky for FlyQuest to fight this one.
Okay, Morgan trying to make sure he puts enough pressure onto Gakgos. The Scion has no way to possibly contribute to this bottom side fight, as TL not going to full commit onto the Drake here just yet. Morgan trying to proxy farm a little bit, does get stunned up underneath the turret, manages to slice away. Meanwhile, the team fight down here on the bottom side of the map already starts off in FlyQuest's favor, but it's quickly responded. Gakgos gets the kill on Morgan back over in top lane as Jose kills off Cryogen. It's 2 dead for TL across the map, and they're trying to get something back on a FlyQuest down here now as Griffin and Masu both got to try to get away. Quidd flashes forward. Masu dies to Jose Diodo. Griffin hobbles away with 20 HP, and Team Liquid wants more. Jose barely misses out of the second one, and Yawn with the sniper fire takes him out.
Team Liquid wiped the floor at the Dragon fight, but Gakgos gets Morgan down on the top side, so a pretty even trade to start. Drake's gonna go over to Team Liquid though. Just as I was saying, risky fight for FlyQuest to take, Griffin has already pulled the Dragon. As we see that. They have no risk tolerance, I guess. It's super risky. Let's just flip it.
Just full send it. YOLO.
Let's just full send it. It is backfiring more than it is helping.
Coming. I'm not weak here. Ezreal no dash. Ezreal no dash. But has flash. Taking throw. Has flash. That's fine. I think it's hinting. No flash. Turn. I'm kill shot now. I got stunned. No flash. I have Q. I have Q. Post no flash. You can hit it. Nice. Ezreal flash too.
The unified, fine. A little bit of relief for those 2 health bars that both almost got away.
Max range Varus Qs is a universally satisfying experience, is what we've learned.
Well, Team Liquid going to be pretty happy about their 1,500 gold lead. But back to what you were talking about, though. Gakgos getting the kill onto Morgan up in the top lane. This is a problem for TL. FlyQuest, again, certainly in the lead when it comes to the scaling. And having your Scion at this point of power, he's already got his Sunfire fully completed alongside that Bramble Vest. What does Renekton do to him at this point?
Yeah, exactly. And if we're thinking about fight setup, if Team Liquid's not able to flank, like, do you really want your Ryze burning all of his cooldowns onto the Scion because your Black Cleaver Renekton or your Eclipse Lee Sin or your Lethality Varus are not cutting through that if it's a level 20 Scion with 300 armor. So it could be a problem later, but I would say with the speed that this game is happening, I'd slightly favor Team Liquid right now just because I don't feel like FlyQuest has that off switch. That last Drake should have been the off switch to me. Top lane was trading aggressively. You already had the first Drake. The game was pretty stable, but they flipped it and they've now fallen further behind.
Here we go again. Jose Diodo finds his angle onto Quad. They need a little bit more damage. They find it, but now Griffin versus Quidd, and the Ryze has to run. FlyQuest have the cavalry though, so it's a 2-for-1 in their favor.
Okay, now Griffin is huge. That was a counter gank right there. Even though the burst almost came through from the Lee Sin, he was immediately there to pop down Subjugate. We got a full rotation of cooldowns from the Victor, and they win the extended 2v2. Plus, he's sticking around to get extra plates. He just got massively accelerated on Trundle.
Nice chains of corruption there from Yawn, immediately forcing the cleanse response from Masu. So the Ezreal going to stay safe enough for now, but yeah, FlyQuest are loving the way that mid lane fight played out. Again, with the scaling advantage that you have, just compositional difference. Okay, cool. The game's in a dead even state. We're winning. And chat, we are just about 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 15 minutes on the clock. Gakgos is up 9 farm, and he has lost no plates.
Yeah, but he's actually gotten 2 plates. So he's, based on our goals, 30 CS and 4 plates ahead of the goal.
Yeah, his goals have certainly been accomplished based on the metrics that we assigned at the very beginning of the game, as Team Liquid is going to try to take this opportunity to get the Rift Herald for themselves before FlyQuest is in any kind of a position to challenge for this, and it looks like they'll do just that. So maybe they can try to use this to, again, get back in control of the tempo of the game, but FlyQuest seem to be pretty comfortably just slowing things down.
Yeah, FlyQuest needs to slow things down and bide their time. Griffin, with his Dead Man's Plate, anywhere he goes, he needs to feel confident, but they just need to have eyes on people so he knows the numbers of the fights that he's engaging himself in, because with the 2-item Trundle, especially if he gets level 11 for an even stronger Subjugate, he's going to be Trundle actually does a lot of damage. I think that's one of the underrated parts about Trundle. He can easily, I think, 1v1 Morgan if they're both level 11 and you walk in with the Trundle ultimate.
I mean, he has so many steroids in his kit with attack speed, move speed, attack damage, all just granted for free between the Q and the W. Then you get all of the stats that you're stealing with the ulti. Like, in terms of ball of stats champs, Trundle is one of the biggest ball of stats in the game.
He really is, and they're getting even more gold over to Gakkos right now. They got to be careful not to get engaged on.
Yeah, Cryogen finding himself caught out a little bit here. The chain CC from TL is enough to guarantee the kill, so they pick off the enemy support. But what else does that translate into?
Yeah, I mean, a nice pick there by Team Liquid. They're continuing to find fights and kills with Lee Sin, Ryze. Now they're popping the Rift Herald to try and get as many turrets. Quad had actually teleported away. They're giving this turret gold to Victor when Sion could have taken it himself, but they're saying Sion's as tanky as he needs to be. He's switching mid.
Yup, and he's finding a flank onto Yeon. It's so easy for FlyQuest, and they even give the gold over to Masu, while Quad takes the tier 1 turret top like you're talking about at the same time.
Flowers, that was such a cool play, because they teleport a top lane into Gakkos ulting for the kill. This might be a little ambitious.
Yeah, Gakkos finds himself quickly outnumbered. Sion's very tanky, but he's also taking a ton of damage here. Flashes away to try to bait Jose Diodo in too far. Gakkos staying alive for now. Jose Diodo, his mind's telling him no, but his body's telling him no too. Okay, Team Liquid's not going to go any further.
That was going to be a fat int if he took it.
Yeah, that was actually going to be reportable if you win it.
Yeah, well, it does push them off the Drake. Gakkos was trying to buy them time for the space. Team Liquid hadn't reset yet, so they jumped down and nearly killed Gakkos. The whole sequence still positive for FlyQuest. I really love how they gave gold to Quad, but then also managed to give gold to Ezreal based on what Gakkos did there. So really nice sequence. A little bit of a whoopsie at the end, but now the game is even. The gold really swung in FlyQuest's favor right there.
And an even game is a FlyQuest game with these two compositions.
It really feels like it.
We've already got the second item fully completed now onto Gakkos 2 with that Thorn Mail built up all the way from the Bramble Vest. You already touched on the Deadmans for the Trundle earlier here too. So things are progressing along nicely for their side over on TL. You can see the tier is almost fully charged up here for Yeon. He didn't go ahead and go for Manamune's second item. Wanted to get the Edge of Night first for the extra protection there from the Spell Shield block. And the Rod of Ages for Quidd, critically only 2 minutes until that one hits full stacks for the extra level, the extra power spike. And that might be what Team Liquid needs to get through this big front line on the side of FlyQuest that is still really only building armor.
Yeah, Quidd needs to try and collect some of the standing gold. This completely untouched top lane turret. Crazy that Gakkos.
How much
a lot of
damage?
crystalline overgrowths.
But before he hit the crust, how much, what did that take him? 50 damage? Maybe like one auto attack from Renekton at level 2 or something?
Or maybe literally just minion damage. I don't even know if Renekton had touched the turret up until this point.
It might actually just be caster minion autos for 3 damage at a time.
Yeah.
As Team Liquid looking up here in the top side. It's hard to make a play onto Gakkos, but Jose Diodo is going to go all the way in. Flash engage with the Dragon's Rage, and they do burst him down. So Gakkos out of the picture there, wants to try to meander his dead body back over, maybe clear out some of the wave, pick up some of the gold. But meanwhile, FlyQuest is getting stuff done in the bottom lane. The split push coming out from the Victor and Trundle combo, pushing straight towards the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, I think we learned a couple of things there. That Gakkos is not invulnerable. They can, in fact, kill him, especially if Quidd's there. Yeah. Right? That was only a couple seconds before killing him.
Uh-oh.
Cryo.
Yeah, Jose Diodo really wants this kill onto the Nico here. Defensive Pop Blossom.
Nice
and
dodge.
yep, that's do you live or do you die? Do you sidestep that second Sonic Wave? Cryogen passes the test.
Got those young support hands. As Jose is just everywhere.
Yeah, Jose on this Lee Sin, on his most played champion of all time, constantly looking for the angles here. True Shot Barrage flies through. Griffin's in the middle of everybody, taking a ton of damage, has to flash over the wall to try to get to safety, but Quidd is on a killing spree, has the damage he needs as Cryo tries to get back away. Gakkos wanting to create some space in the back line, and as Quad joins him, the FlyQuest solo laners have at least found a small opportunity, but Yeon and Morgan are ready to try to turn it right back around. Yeon with the flash over the wall, keeping himself safe while still doing the DPS he needs. Jose Diodo finishes off the kill into Cryogen, and when push comes to shove, Team Liquid push harder. They win the team fight. They're up 3,000 gold.
Team Liquid just wins the hands check. That was an overforce for sure from Griffin. He felt like he was untouchable, but he just walked in to 4 people, and he's gonna have to flash out early as the fight extends. Yeon makes a great play, but we're gonna have to watch this one more time. Jose starts it with a big chunk on Masu, and I understand what FlyQuest is thinking. They have the teleport coming in, they have Victor on the way, but Griffin just jumps the play. If he waits 5 seconds for that TP to complete, maybe they win the fight. And off the back of it, they're able to collect the Baron as well, giving Team Liquid a big lead in the game.
21-minute Baron. Yikes.
That's nice.
That is not what FlyQuest wants to see right now. 3,500 gold lead, 2-1 Drake advantage. So it's also not like FlyQuest feels like they have the advantage in terms of the neutral objectives. You're not stacking up 3 Drakes to 0. It's not like an imminent soul like it was in game number 2. So now we'll see how much further Team Liquid can press this pace. They have Quidd set up there on the split push towards the top lane. Remember, this is a Ghost Flash Rise, so teleport not going to be able to bring him into the fight as quickly as he otherwise might be able to arrive, but the Realm Warp is just about off cooldown. He's also halfway to level 16, which of course, you know, going to give you the extra range, going to give you the extra utility on that one. And Morgan will just continue getting these waves shoved up here in mid. He's got Corignon right next to him. The pressure is on. Jose Diodo wrapping around here. They're not going to full send onto Gakgos to try to kill him again because they don't know where the rest of FlyQuest is. They'll just take the free plate money from the tier 2 turret instead.
I do wonder if Gakgos and Griffin want to full send on to Team Liquid, though. You can see Griffin is hoping to find an angle to just run in with the Victor flank.
Yeah, there they go. Quad already going to go ahead and commit the Victor ulti to this, but the Arcane Storm isn't finding a whole ton of value just yet. Chains of Corruption land onto Griffin as FlyQuest has to try to get away. Quidd has arrived and he one-shots Cryogen. FlyQuest are scrambling as Team Liquid continue pushing forward. Flash from Gakgos over the wall, but Griffin's already dead again. TL pick up 2 clean.
Team Liquid just make the collapse at the right time. FlyQuest goes for a play mid lane, can't get anything, and now Jose also on the hunt.
Jose is not done yet. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, KO. Masu's out of there, and TL's not done yet. Pushing into the FlyQuest base now as the inhibitor turret is their target in mid lane.
We said they had to play fast. They got a Baron at 21, and they're breaking inhibitors at 23 minutes. They are succeeding in beating the timer in this game. Soul Point up on the board as well as they move towards Cloud Drake.
And we were talking about Quidd and Quad earlier on in this series, the head-to-head of the QUD mid laners. Look at that individual gold lead in mid. 8, 2, and 6 for Quidd's Rise versus Quad's Victor. 3,000 individual gold lead. I feel vindicated in my disappointment at Victor being the pick after all those theatrics in draft.
Yeah, me too. Quad should have just picked Rise. I mean, they'd already banned the Casio, and then they didn't first pick the Rise. So Team Liquid got their double pick of the litter. They wanted the Varus, they wanted the Rise, and probably wanted the Renekton. All comfort picks for Team Liquid across the board. But I'd say even with that, Flowers, my disappointment right now for FlyQuest is immeasurable because I think they had this game in the bag. They just cannot play patiently. They overforced the fight that gave Team Liquid Baron in the first place, and then they run it down mid lane with no pillar, no engages, just continue to extend themselves, and Team Liquid punishes them again. So Team Liquid taking advantage when they need to, showing up when they have to, but FlyQuest is playing way faster than their composition would dictate they should.
Even race car drivers got to know how to use the brakes, right? Yeah. It's imperative. You can't just always go, 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 go. And unfortunately for FlyQuest, this game has gone so far away from them now. They're kind of depending on a Team Liquid mistake, and this might be a good sign for that. Morgan flashing away. Sterix and Dominus keeping him alive for now. FlyQuest full pursuit here. They have to commit some resources to get it, but at least they find their kill. Problem is, Daejeon also picks off Cryogen here at the same time, so it's a 1-for-1 across the map. And now Flyer in danger of getting collapsed on by the remainder of Team Liquid. Griffin's here on the front line. Quad's got to be careful. Corignon looking to put some more pressure on as they've already killed off the enemy jungler. Core JJ continuing to stay here on the front line, and Quidd has arrived. That Rise is about to wipe FlyQuest all the way off the rift. It's a 4-for-1 when it's said and done, and Team Liquid are not stopping anytime soon.
When Rise actualizes someone, it's just silly.
It's really funny.
He ulted in, and Quad disappeared.
Q is a spell that's on like a 2.1 second cooldown or something.
Yeah.
And it does 4 digits of damage.
Yeah.
It's just really, really goofy.
Sheesh. You just made Quad completely disappear. With a little bit of MR, he's got the Merc Treads, but Quidd is really putting his mark on this game.
All right, Jose, again, just going to look for any opportunity he can get to dive in. The Scion, anybody's a target. That is not the brick wall that you want this champion to be. And they just make sure that he will not stand in the way any further. He will not prevent this top lane inhibitor from falling. And remember, they took the inhibitor turret mid earlier, but now Quad's under pressure yet again, and the damage is far more than enough. Jose Daejeon getting the kill credit on that one. Lands a Sonic Wave. Okay, he's not going to take that. Nobody takes that. You never take that resonating strike right there, not unless the game is about to end, which it just might. First Nexus turret crumbles as TL continue their... God bless it, Jose. That was...
Wait, can they still end? Yeah, they can still end.
Okay, yeah, they should be able to end. Jose's having a good time. That was your celebratory Lee Sin engage at the fountain towards the end of the game. Masu, Cryo, and Griffin still trying to defend as their second Nexus turret falls. Plenty of burst onto Masu guarantees that kill. Cryogen can't get away from Quidd. Gatkos is back alive, but he and Griffin can't do enough damage to kill the Rise here just yet. The rest of Team Liquid's just focusing down the Nexus, and that's it. 26 kills in 26 minutes. Team Liquid wins the series 2-1.
Wow. Quidd got a little out of control that game.
Oh, yeah.
He ended 11-2-10. Team Liquid win game 3. Spam chat to say hero player of the game is. There are arguments for others, but the 11-2-10 Rise has a strong case.
Yeah, especially after the game was super close when the enemy team feels like they have such powerful scaling.
Yeah.
And both of their frontliners had their full armor item completed with the Deadman's and the Thornmail. If your Rise can't step up and carry at that point, you can kind of just get stat checked out of the game. But Quidd did step up, and like you pointed out, FlyQuest also blundered by getting a little bit too bloodthirsty when they shouldn't have been.
They absolutely did. Team Liquid takes their bow. It's got to be relieving to win this game 3, especially when it felt fairly close at times with all of the Scrim hype that this team generates, and also signing Quidd in the offseason, a former LCS MVP. They have such high expectations, and there's still a lot to learn about both of these teams throughout the entire Spring Split. We're playing a full best-of-3 round robin with every team in the LCS. They've taken down FlyQuest, who also had a lot of expectations based on their start in Lock-In, and I feel like FlyQuest has a lot of strengths and just some glaring weaknesses as well that they need to have the time to adjust, and that is kind of what Spring Split is for, though, as we're playing every single week for the next 6.
All right, it's a Team Liquid victory, and now we're going to join Raz and Core JJ for an interview.
That's right, I got the victorious Core JJ. Congratulations on what was a 26 kills in 26 minutes, game 3. Is that the kind of game that you visualized coming into this one to make a point?
Yeah, I'll be very disappointed if we didn't have like this many kills. And, I think we are built to play aggressive, making more entertainment thing in the game and to win. And then we did a good job. I think game 3 was pretty good.
Speaking about the rest of the games, because it was like a bit of scrappy back and forth, I know there was a conversation about being able to bring some of the stuff that you were doing in Scrims, the success that you had there on stage. What was kind of the learnings from, I would say, the earlier games in the series, game 1 and 2?
I think game 1, overall, we played like how we play Scrim. We're not perfect, not the best team.
Yeah.
But I think we want to play aggressive. We want to push our limit a lot. And, sometimes it goes too much, and sometimes it happens like game 2. But I believe we found so many comeback chances even in the game 2. I think I'm really proud how well we played in a behind situation. I think the experience was good. We will make sure not gonna happen those things again. But I'm really happy with that.
How do you end up finding where that line is? Because in game 1 and game 3, you guys were incredibly aggressive in looking for the fights that you wanted. I'm imagining Jose Daejeon, who looked like a star, of course, like the Pantheon ultis that we'd have like really far in game 1 and in game 3. He just went off. Like, how do you have that conversation of where the line is and when you pull back as a team?
We talked a lot, like even during the game, after the game, before the game, in our break, in the restroom, whatever. We talked a lot about the League of Legends, and we talked to each other like, I think you should do this one. I think you should do this one. Sometimes we shouldn't do this one. And we find the line based on communication.
Any goals that you guys have going into this split? Because I know a lot of people talk about how like the potential of this kind of a roster and how well you guys have been doing behind the scenes, wanting to see that come out. But what is a goal that you personally have for yourself or just the team as a whole?
this team, this roster has insane potential. Everyone is so talented. Whenever we had a bad game, they were able to carry us game, and we were a bit too heavy. But sometimes, in most games, we would win those games, and I don't want to miss this chance when I have members with the steps with a full potential. I want to win.
That sounds good. It seems like a lot of the fans out here from Team Liquid are thinking the same thing. Any final message for the fans out there?
Thanks, fans, and thanks, Alien Air.
All right, thank you, Core JJ. We're going to be sending this one to a break, and after this one, you're going straight to the lounge. Thank you, guys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys, apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible? With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life. Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to LCS Opening Week, presented by MasterCard.
Whoa!
Whoa!
What's in there?
It's not about what's in there, Raz. It's about what it represents.
Money?
It represents the ultimate grudge match bowl rematch. First, we need to close out the last series. The last game, Pog. Ultimate Grudge 2. This happened last year.
Yes.
Jose Diodo won Pog, no surprise.
Yeah.
Lee Sin, incredible.
It was either him or Quidd.
Yeah, wins player of the game for both of their wins. But we're moving on to the next series. Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion. Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl, Part 2!
The sequel is always better.
Whoa! Whoa!
Always better. Rush Hour, Lord of the Rings, I'm assuming.
Two Towers was better.
Yeah, it was better. So
Iron Man 2.
Boom.
Shrek 2.
That one was funnier.
I feel like you're onto something.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So we're here for an amazing series.
We are expecting this to be a banger.
The most ultimate of ultimate grudge matches. Absolutely.
Okay, we should explain what it actually is.
Okay, just go for it.
Palafox used to be on Shopify Rebellion.
Yes.
True.
Now he is no longer.
Correct.
And he beat them last split to eliminate them. So step one of Ultimate Grudge Match.
See that smile on his face?
This was to eliminate Shopify and make it so they didn't win a single game in the lock-in tournament. There he is with the trophy.
He took that home with him. So we have to make a new one. Yeah.
I'm kind of sad we don't have the old trophy only because it was like very janky and obviously taped together. This one,
this one's much better.
Looks a little too nice.
We upped the ante too because there's actually some money in the bowl now. You know, let's actually get that in.
Oh, it's hefty too. I think this is actually made of gold.
Having Palafox on after they won the inaugural Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl, and now this is going to be 2. He was so hyped, right?
Yes.
And then they nearly beat on that same day Team Liquid in the qualification. So they were really, really buzzing after that matchup. And you could tell it actually legitimately did mean something to Palafox to basically prove, like, you guys got rid of me, and now I beat you.
And it's funny. For Dignitas aside, Visa get it in winter, but they get it all sorted, and they were still better. For Shopify side, like, they had the team. They should not have messed up. Like, Zinni was a new addition, but Zinni did not look good in lock-in split. So, like, there's a lot happening there.
I really think Spring Split is a fresh start for both of these teams because for Dignitas, I feel like they had literally 1 week where their roster was performing as expected.
Yeah.
Week 1, they had Mobility and Breezy instead of FBI and Ignar. Week 2, they literally just arrived. Week 3, they had it. And on Shopify Rebellion side, they haven't won a stage match in 7.5 months. The last time they did so was Split 3 against C9, but at the same time, they've only played 6 matches. They only played 3 matches in lock-in. The other matches were playoff games. So for both of these teams, they really just need time to settle in on stage and show their potential because the idea is they're 2 bottom-of-the-barrel teams. But I don't necessarily think that's completely true. I am not surprised if either of these teams end the split top 4.
Not surprised at all. I don't even know what Ignar is showing him. Like,
I'm curious to see what this conversation is. Also curious to see what your predictions are really quick.
Yeah, let's roll these predictions up because we're about to be able to go to the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 2. I'm on the side of Shopify Rebellion, and Emily has a question mark on her 2-1.
That shows my level of confidence in both of these teams already.
We do that? What the hell? We can't do 2-1 question marks?
I just wanted to showcase it, to show how close it was.
That's cheating.
You can put any addition onto your predictions. Producers told me they didn't actually tell me that. Now we're tossing it to Azael to kick off Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 2.
Let's go!
The LCS is heating up, and we've got everything you could want and more. And we know what you're really here for, because the only thing better than the original is the original. Again. That's right, your favorite officially unofficial bowl game is back, and better than ever. It's time for the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl 2. Dignitas and Shopify take to the rift once more to settle a score for the ages between past teammates turned scorching rivals. Palafox couldn't believe how easy it was last time.
I don't even think I played today.
He was literally smurfing on them.
I think he can improve a lot as a player. Keep dying and inting.
Is he really allowed to say that?
But obviously you can see, like, I don't even think with time it's gonna get better.
Last time they faced off, Dignitas erupted to a swift victory, claiming the glory of 7th place. But for Contracts and the rest of Shopify, it's about more than 8th. It's about hitting them where it hurts most. the mid lane.
I think Christian is a pretty big learning process, but not an friend anymore.
I mean, the whole team is getting involved. Just listen to this.
Yeah, I mean, I know that wasn't just going to be free. I had confidence.
Yikes. Forget strength of schedule. This is a true test of wills. If you're not first, you're last. And when the stakes are this high, there is everything to lose. It's a must-win clash as Dignitas takes on Shopify this weekend on the LCS in the sequel to the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl. Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl 2.
Welcome back to the LCS Opening Week presented by MasterCard. It's time for the main event, Kobe. The match we've all been waiting for.
I'm so excited. Here they come. It's Contracts and Palafox on stage. Are they gonna be safe? We're gonna have to separate them. Some heated rivalries.
Revenge match once again. Gonna be Dignitas and Shopify kicking off Spring Split here for themselves. Both teams looking to improve on their lock-in performance, and I think both teams definitely can do that. It really does look pretty wide open beyond the top couple teams. It feels like it's kind of everyone's game, and I remember even Palafox talking in lock-in that he thinks, hey, they could go to Worlds. Anyone could qualify, and they don't feel that the top spots are that secure.
And we did just see Team Liquid have success with their Scrim Bucks finally. I have heard that coming into this split, Dignitas also have a large quantity of Scrim Bucks. They have been doing very successfully in their Scrims too. So if you believe what we just saw in the first match, maybe Dignitas here are going to look to repeat their victory over Shopify. And again, it is, we're definitely memeing on it a lot, but Shopify at the end of last year, they got rid of Palafox. And so this is the, the kind of rivalry here, him trying to get the better of his old team. They've all talked about they know each other very well, so they've got the extra insight.
I mean, he was the only guy who got replaced, right? That feels really, really bad. That's kind of the team making a bit of a statement. Not necessarily the players, but the team making a
They're saying it's you.
Yeah, it's your fault. It's this guy's fault. We're going to replace him with Zinni, and Palafox definitely wanting to continue proving them wrong. At Dignitas, yes, they did finish down in 7th place, but that being said, they did not have their intended, and they didn't have their intended starting roster. They were playing with Mobility and Breezy, which was this last-minute sub for their first couple of matches, and lock-in was not a full split, right? It was a very quick tournament, for that first kind of opening event, and now they're going to have their intended starting roster for the whole split. It's going to be a long split, and they're going to have a lot of time here to prove just how good they could be.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Zinni, of course, is the big story. He's so hyped up coming from LCK Challengers, but did not have a good first, lock-in tournament at all. It was a very short split, very short time, but it definitely fell way below a lot of people's expectations. And really the story is going to be, can Shopify really integrate him and get him to live up to what they were envisioning when they signed him?
Exactly, and I mean, we also saw kind of a similar thing that happened with Quidd, right? When Quidd first came in on 100 Thieves, I remember at the end of that first year, almost all 100 Thieves fans seemed to want him replaced. Like, they were shocked when he was even brought back, and then he won MVP in that following year. So obviously, just because you have a bad start does not mean anything is going to be, continuing down that trajectory. Small update, there's a little bit of delay on stage. Photon is having an issue with his microphone, so they're just getting that sorted out, but hopefully we'll be able to get into game here pretty quickly. And even though, Dignitas did end up in 7th, they were exceptionally close to actually knocking out TL, because there was a tiebreaker to even get into playoffs. And I felt like Dignitas was in a winning position. FBI was incredibly far ahead. And so that was close. They were actually, very, very close to making it all the way to playoffs.
Yeah, definitely excited. Top lane matchup, I think, is going to be very fun to watch, too, because Fudge really had been making this ascent back to the premier level of LCS top laners, and had been doing really well. But the lock-in tournament certainly fell short of that as well for him and for the team. And going against Photon is no joke. I mean, Photon is a very diverse champion pool for top lane too. He plays a lot of the annoying range top laners, in addition to like the Gwen is his favorite type bruiser there. So he can counter your tanks. He can also play really annoying range top lane matchups if you pick a bruiser or something. And so you have to be very careful, I feel like, heading into draft versus this team.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, he was a standout for me even in a lot of their losses, right? I think back to this loss they had against Lion where he's playing the Ignite Cannon. He was in an incredible position. Inspired had some heroics and was able to mark him out, and they did eventually lose that game, but I think Photon was playing well. And last year at times I had Fudge in my top 3 in my All-Pro, right? Like I think Fudge was playing as one of the best top laners in the league, so they really want to see him have that return to form. They want B-Boy and Contracts playing at their best. Because this is a team that has the potential to be at the top. They've been there before, and so we'll see if they can get back there again. The issue with Photon's microphone has been resolved, and so now they were just fixing some settings on FBI's monitor as he was having some trouble with his monitor settings, and that has all been fixed up now, though. So we are starting off in draft here for game number 1.
All right, let's get to it. Anything out of the ordinary? The Orianna, the Azir, both been banned. I mean, Azir's really come back pretty strong since first stand in LCK as well. So getting very popular again. The 2 classics there will be taken out. Bot lane war. With the Karma and the Varus both banned. Your Ashe Seraphine, has been very, very prominent. The Yunara and Sivir also able to be exchanged, but probably more for second game of Fearless. We'll see here. With the Jarvan ban, that makes me think you are going something like Ashe Seraphine, something low mobility at the very least, because Jarvan obviously is so much more successful versus Ashe and Seraphine type champions that can't just get out of his ulti. And so Dignitas say, okay, fine, you ban that, then we will snatch up the Seraphine. However, there are more than just Ezreal Karma you can play into Ashe Seraphine. Nautilus lanes are great into it. I honestly, I don't even think Enchanters. I like going for kills on the Ashe Seraphine lane. Nautilus lanes are very, very popular, especially in Europe into it, and looking for kills on that Seraphine early on.
Yeah, I agree. It can be a very, very strong answer. Finally, it feels like people have fully adapted to the season changes and moved into the full Enchanter meta. I remember we were talking about this even in preseason. Ever since the Roll Quest, I was kind of predicting it was going to be an Enchanter meta, and now in Pro, the top 4 most played champions this split are Nami, Seraphine, Lulu, and Karma. And we are going to get the Nami and probably the Corki going alongside it. So that is kind of the expectation. You talked about the other option of the Nautilus, but they're going to go with kind of the more conservative option here, and expecting that we'll probably get jungle for Dignitas here. Otherwise, that's going to get banned out quite a bit.
And the Nami was nerfed a bit on this patch, so it'll be a little bit less, successful than previously. But the other best thing about Ashe Seraphine is, of course, the extra vision that it gives you early on with the Hawk Shot. So even though Dignitas, XU has to play into a Xin, which is a very strong, duelist champion and a worthy first pick jungle champion. It's fine when you have Hawkshot and you can keep track of him. And Skarner, this is another champion I think has previously been underrated since the buffs that they gave to it. But we obviously saw it on day number 1. Hambach had a really, really good Skarner, and he apparently had also been terrorizing Scrims with it. This champion, now you build it full tank. There were some bruiser options early on people were toying around with, but the Heartsteel full tank is just so much better, and you still do decent base damages in addition to the Omega CC that you bring. And if you're playing it with an Ashe Seraphine, it's like, this gives you a whole team fight package right here. Insane CC, good sustain for the team fights as well, massive front line, and you can drag the Xin around. So even though Xin can pop ultimate, and usually it's a crazy team fighting ability, when you can move that Xin around and determine whether people are going to be inside or outside of the ulti, sometimes you can get them into really bad spots. Plus, Xin is a champion that you can also pick off pretty easily because he has no escapes for himself.
And I mean, there's so much CC on the Dignitas side, obviously, not just the Skarner. You have Ishtal's Impact, you have the Impale, you have the Arrow, you have the Encore. Like, there is just infinite CC over on that side. Cassio was banned out, showcasing that maybe they wanted to go for Rise, so then Dignitas responded with a Rise ban of their own. And Ambessa going to be targeted here for Photon and potential flex to jungle, but mostly it is played top lane still these days.
Yeah, let's see. Trying to whittle down on some extra carry power because they're like, all right, Dignitas, you've got all of your team fight, except you probably want a lot more damage, or at least a little bit more damage in there. And so they take out 2 of the primary ones at the moment. I kind of like both the Cassio and the Ambessa bans with the recent Cassio buffs especially. So Good little protection bands here as well for the possible Annie lock-in. All right.
I hate Annie blind.
Well, so to me, also Annie into Ashe, Seraphine, Skarner is kind of hard because the Annie, you have to get this like explosive engage, and Skarner's very, very beefy and hard to get through. He can put a lot of threat back towards you. Plus, if you aren't successful in that early on, Seraphine helps sustain the team through the team fight as well. So. I foresee this Annie having a difficult time, and especially if you get outranged in your lane phase, it can be really rough.
Well, and it's not even like you have to go weird to actually get a counter pick into Annie. Annie struggles into almost every control mage because you just get outranged, right? It's very, very difficult. The answer here is going to be the Anivia. So the Anivia, great combo with a Skarner. Obviously, you can put up the wall, stun them right into it. That's really nice. And it is going to make it difficult for the Xin to approach, for that Annie to approach. Xin charges in, you just get walled off. That can be difficult. Expecting just, Renekton. It's probably going to be like Gnar Renekton top.
Yeah, I mean, Dig just want a stable game. Their team fight is crazy. They're just going to ball up Death Ball comp here. So Shopify, they're going to need to get some advantages early on. They're going to need to create some gold leads for themselves, because if you just let the game go very controlled, then this Dignitas squad are going to have an easy time just grouping up at objectives and trying to force you to, front to back.
The expected picks here coming through at the end. Renekton going to be answered by the Gnar, as it almost always is these days. So pretty standard stuff here over on the Shopify side, but do have some concerns about how effective this Annie is going to be. When Annie falls behind, you could be so useless. I do think, the early laning phase is going to be a lot easier against Anivia than it is against champions like Victor that can just be constantly poking you down and pushing you in. But Anivia obviously going to scale really well and have some strong interactions, against the Annie, but also against champions like Xin Zhao later, and really a good combo here with the Skarner. So I feel like I'm preferring what Dignitas has drafted quite a lot.
I just think it's easier. So I also am kind of on that side. That being said, Gnar into Renekton can kind of turn games around. If the Gnar gets ahead, you can have lots of side lane threat, and then all of a sudden you have a few more options of how you want to play the mid game. If you do have a really good split push threat, and if your lanes other lanes also start out successfully, but I foresee that being difficult. So kind of preferring the Dignitas side too.
Sometimes the best strategy is just to keep things simple here. Dignitas and Shopify kicking off their spring split here in the LCS. Final game of the MasterCard opening weekend here for spring split, and both teams looking to get off on the right foot. Shopify winless, not only in series in lock-in, but didn't get a single game, so still looking to get on the table this year.
Well, first steps first then, Azel. They got to win one game. That's the goal for now. Let's take a look here, though. Early wards in Dignitas' efforts to have a controlled early game. They get the defensive Fey Lights early, but Shopify do get a ward over on blue buff, so they will be able to surmise the bottom side start of XU. Skarner, though, a lot of times just starts on Raptors anyways, because you annihilate the Raptors. It's a really easy camp. For Skarner with all of your free AoE that you do get. And it's going to be kind of interesting that he's pathing up to top side, though. And so this Ashe Seraphine lane is going to have to rely on Hawkshot and themselves kind of tracking this Xin to avoid the threat.
And so these were the average power rankings. It was 3.42 was the aggregate power rankings across all the talent. Kangas is getting his face in here because Kangas power ranked them first. The most wrong power rankings prediction of all time is what we're calling it. Power ranking them first and never getting a win. I don't know if anyone's been that wrong before, but Kangas managed it. And, it was definitely a disappointing split for Shopify. But, of course, all jokes aside, we mostly thought they would be a solid middle-of-the-pack team.
Yeah.
And, it just did not pan out for them. So expectations still pretty high here for Shopify, and we'll see if they can turn things around.
All right, so the Hawkshot reveals, guess what? That Xin is probably invading you, because we just saw he only took his Raptor camp. So even with that Hawkshot not hitting the Xin, they still know that Contrax has been over there counter-jungling at least the blue buff, and you assume the Gromp as well.
And this was the quote from Palafox, getting interviewed after winning the last grudge match. He says, hey, with Shopify, we got a little bit of beef, so it is a grudge match. It's nice to have everyone playing for that. There's a little bit more on the line when you're a bit more kind of involved. And hey, I always feel like when you're playing against your friends, you want them to think you're good. You want to, really impress them. So when you're playing against your former teammates and friends who you got replaced on, you got to show out.
And we're going to have contact in the jungle as XU is found by Contracts, but he can just slide his way out. And I definitely agree. I'm also just happy that he admitted it. A lot of times it's really hard to get players to be like, yeah, there is something behind this. There is a grudge. But he's like, yeah, it's definitely there. XU, though.
XU could be in a bit of trouble. Might have to burn the flash. Is going to be able to avoid the bubble. Palafox trading heavily with Zinni. He does still have his passive available as Ignar and FBI are moving up. Shopify getting corralled a little bit here. Zinni going to flash forward. They're looking to burst down XU. XU going to turn around and just try to fight for it. Doesn't have any damage to get something back here, though. Good engage from Shopify. They grab themselves first blood, and they will grab the scuttle.
Those are the exact types of bursty plays that you got to get, I feel like, with this Shopify draft that they're going for. And Zinni, even though he was low, he either follows the team call or he says, I'm doing it, and we're going to make a first blood play right here. Flash burned for Annie, and they do get the first blood, plus they get the crab afterwards. And again, he gets chunked down, but Palafox is also very low, and he doesn't have much mana. So Zinni says, fine, I'm going for it. FBI, look at his position. He was all the way down there going back to lane. And so I think it's just a good killer instinct there from Shopify to be able to go grab first blood and actually, yeah, and the crab as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's nice to just see that they fully committed to it. Instantly when Zinni flashes in, Contracts is there following up on him. Those are the kind of things you want to see when you're going to play a comp that can go for some of these snap engages. You got to be on the same page or it's going to fall flat.
Yeah, it's one of the things we're going to have our magnifying glass on for Shopify this split is how well they can work with Zinni, integrate Zinni into the team, and see about his individual performance as well. Now, you just spent your flash for the team play, though. You didn't get that kill, and now you have to play with no flash versus Anivia in mid. So he's going to do his best to keep up with the CS while getting pushed under tower here by Palafox and harassed a little bit. But as soon as he gets his bear, then you can also go for bear on wave plays if you really want to, and that can help you get pushed out and buy or roam timers as well.
Yeah, I just like that Palafox is trading so heavily. It's really nice when you can use your passive effectively in lane, right? You're just constantly forcing them to take trades. At this point in the game, and Annie cannot kill you by herself, and they're going to look for a potential dive here as Fudge is TPing back in. He's going to get the bad news. They are there waiting for Mishal's impact into the wall. Photon is level 6, and Fudge is in a lot of trouble. Flash is trying to outplay, but XU is tanking it up. Will eventually fall that final shot. But the kill goes the way of Photon, and the wave will get denied, plus a plate. So this is really good for Dig.
Oh, honestly, I mean, obviously it was miscalculated there because XU could have dropped that last tower shot instead. Didn't think it was gonna. He didn't think it was gonna do quite that much. All heated up, and the flashes did cause a little bit of extra delay. But as you say, a lot of the wave value here is lost for Fudge. So still pretty big advantage, as well as getting assisted kill is always nice for the extra bonus money there too. Meanwhile, Zinni held onto his bear. He goes back for another purchase as well. Dragon picked up in the aftermath there for Shopify by Contract. So the early game going pretty decently for themselves. Getting a Dragon early on definitely will be important. So it will take away some of the pressure from Dignitas's ball comp to be able to group up and try and force you into fights that you don't want to take.
Yeah, absolutely will. I mean, Photon got 2 plates. They deny a wave, so he's up 8 CS right now, but the wave is grouped and pushing towards him. It's good that Contracts was able to get the Dragon back, as you're saying. Things pretty even overall. Barely any gold separating the two teams, and it is just kind of that slight advantage on the top side for the advantage that Seos has down in that bottom lane, as he was the recipient of the first blood down through that bot side skirmish.
Let's see here. Skarner approaching level 6, possible play, but the flash from Zinni still on cooldown, so there's going to be a little bit of overlap. XU can get a couple more camps off his blue side, and then maybe they could try and punish Palafox, but Palafox has done a good, Zinni has done a good job during his flash cooldown thus far. not exposing himself. And so if he just waits out a little bit more of that danger zone, then he'll be able to, you know, react to a Skarner gank if they do try and pull one towards mid, which, you know, Anivia and Skarner, if you have flash, you are so much more safe. And you're, whoa, okay.
That was close.
Yeah, that one kind of blew right by, but looking for an extra little bit of burst here. Nice wall from Palafox, and that is...
Yeah, that is really nicely placed there by Palafox. Just had him locked in that corner. And that's the problem with all these kind of like lower range champions into Anivia is you walk up, you just get walled off, you're slowed up by the Glacial Storm, and you can take these types of trades. He is forced at the end of the day to use the Tibbers, has no TP, so he's going to lose, you know, at least a couple minions here. Maybe not much. Maybe it's just going to be that melee minion at the end of the day because it is a full HP cannon to tank that up. But Palafox gets the push, is able to reset, and is going for the more kind of new age build, skipping tier, and you just go Roa into Leandries is what most people go for these days.
And meanwhile, top side, that might be where this Skarner ult actually goes. Fudge again, still no flash. He is getting close to Mega, though.
Yeah, this could be risky. He's about to Mega out. They're going to look for him, and in comes Contract, and they might be in a lot of trouble here. He's going to go Mega. Can they finish him off? The Impale comes down, but they don't have the damage. The Gnar into the wall. Exu is taken out. Photon tanks the tower shot. Contracts was there, and even if he wasn't, it was going to be a tough dive with the Mega Gnar ready.
Yeah, Fudge gets his revenge this time around. Mega's out. Contracts is there for the cover. That's going to be the grubs as well. So all the objectives here are starting to stack up for Shopify. Zinni right in the face of Palafox. He doesn't have his Tibbers, but trading fairly aggressively anyway.
Yeah, doing a good job trading there. 3 deaths already for Exu, only 9 minutes in. Has been kind of, you know, getting picked on in a few of these fights. You can see the Renekton TPing back out towards topside. So they will stop the full grubs from being taken. Contract's just going to grab one and back off, and we'll be pretty happy with that. But you know, Photon maintains a slight gold lead up on that top side, but Fudge obviously not going to be too worried about the matchup at this point after that counter gank came through from Contracts.
Yeah, that feels really, really good for him. You know, was able to get a lot of the rest of the CS afterwards too. So here's another look at it. Again, Contracts was just resetting. So Dignitas didn't really do any sort of checks of, you know, where he could be, because just resetting from base here, super nice for him, and comes in at the mega time. Kind of rough there for the side of Dignitas. Just kind of firing that one off. He's like, yeah, what are we? We're not checking. We're not thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I still feel like it would have been close even without the jungler there.
With just Mega even.
With Contract there, obviously there was no way it was ever going to work. But with just Mega, I don't know. It was going to be dicey. And Fudge now in a comfortable spot, gets the Gnar under the wall, hits the wall up, hits the boulder toss, and is trading well as we see our MasterCard power spike coming through there. Contracts completing the Sundered Sky thanks to some of the gold he picked up on the top side. And he is going to be very strong on the map in any of these skirmishes right now.
And I just went back, and they hadn't seen Contracts for like over a minute, like almost a minute and a half. They hadn't seen him. He was just full clearing his jungle, and so
object permanence.
That's a long time.
Doesn't exist. You haven't seen him.
If you haven't tracked him in that long, definitely a bit risky to go for the dive here. But regardless, Shopify with that extra advantage here, getting a little bit dangerous up there. It's still okay. You know, all these gold leads are fairly close, so there's no like meaningful item differences or anything, but it does kind of take away a lot of the work that Photon had been doing.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Palafox, though, building a nice advantage for himself, helping to keep the gold close with that individual 500 gold advantage that he has built. As Photon going in aggressive, going to pop the Dominus here, but Fudge is already in Mega, and feels like he should just be able to walk this one off. Didn't have his Gnar available to actually trade out the ultis, but that will be next time he goes Mega. Palafox getting hit down pretty low, but Dignitas looking to try to challenge here at the Dragon. The Encore comes through. Ignar trying to CC them up. It's a nice 2-man impale there from Exu as he grabs the Dragon for himself. Palafox is on the run on one side. Exu looks like he's going to fall again. Knocked down there by Contract. FBI is standing and fighting. B-Boy is low, but FBI can't finish him. And now Zinni has popped the egg here from Palafox. Shopify is going to come in and try to finish him off. Contract's getting involved. Will charge on in and knock down Palafox as FBI still fighting on the side, but Zinni is here with the stun charged up, and FBI is going to get knocked down. It's a double for Zinni. It's 7-1 for Shopify as they fully take control.
All right, Zinni is doing so much work here. The rest of Shopify had kind of soft loss the other side of the fight, but because Zinni takes Palafox down into an egg, he actually saves his stun and then leaves the egg for Contracts to just finish off, saves his stun, wraps around to get 2 more. The kind of silver lining for Dignitas is that XU did walk back to go grab the dragon, so at least they got that. But look at this side of your screen here. As Zinni's able to stun up Palafox and chase him down, he then puts him into egg, and then he charges up his stun on the egg, then immediately just walks straight down here to clean up the extra kill, chase down FBI, who is dodging out the bubble from Seos, and allows Shopify the extra double here. So even though you got the Mountain Dragon for Dignitas, losing out a bit more gold, and that starts to get very dangerous. Zinni here does have his Malignance, although looks like XU and Palafox are the ones that are forced to run.
Yeah, they're going to try to run here. XU gets interrupted on the Ishtal's impact. He doesn't have anywhere to go. We'll see if he's going to be able to try to flash out. The flash to the side there from Contracts. He's just fighting heavily, charging in onto Palafox as B-Boy arrives from bot lane to help clean it up. And bad goes to worse. Before that Dragon fight, it was a 500 gold lead. Now it's 3K.
I mean, that was a really bad time for Invade right there for Dignitas. They get caught with the Eggless Anivia and a Skarner in the river. You have no threat of winning the duel. And the ultimate grudge match, Bowl 2, seems to be going the opposite way this time around. Contracts, as we talked about here, with Zinni, chases them into the river, and because the bottom lane can move up first, that is an easy couple of extra kills. They take down their former mid laner, Azael. Palafox gets scrambled.
Palafox was slowly building that lead in mid lane, but it's all for nothing now as Zinni has been the one winning out in these skirmishes. 3-0-2, now up 700 gold for himself and 7 stacks on the Darksteel as Kobe is highlighting there. So he is looking strong. Everyone across the board here for Shopify has their first item completed. We're still waiting for that from FBI, but the Kraken now is done as Contract's going to go back and we'll eventually get the 3 grubs. I feel like that's so rare to have them so disjointed like that, you know, to have one really early taken and the other team never gets one back to stop the 3.
Yeah, they're the afterthought grubs, the leftovers. I mean, they really got nerfed hard on this season, and so the gold value and experience value was hit so hard that a lot of junglers are like, I mean, I guess if they're there and I have a lot extra time, then I'll go grab them.
Ugh. Disgusting.
Yeah, sure.
If I have to.
Okay, I will say though, man, Zinni, is this the Shopify that was promised, Azael, with the Zinni signing? Because they are looking a lot better this time around.
They really are. They're looking much better. And people knew that the ceiling of a lot of these players is quite high. And if Zinni can be unlocked, if the team is looking coordinated, they definitely have the potential to be strong. B-Boy last year, I think, impressed a lot of people with his individual play. You know, and a lot of these Shopify players just did not have a good split. So we'll see if they can keep it going in this game.
And this is also one of those really strong, you know, Contracts games where he's on a fighter jungler. You know, it's a very advantageous 1v1 matchup for Xin. Conqueror Xin, you know, previously when Skarner was even at its Skarner's heights was one of the answers where, like, yeah, you can build it into the Skarner. The team play for Skarner is still there, but let's take a look at this Rift Herald start because Contracts is level 11 on the Xin with a very healthy lead for himself now. And Photon?
Yeah, Photon looking for the 1v1, has the Stride Breaker, and Fudge has no Mega in sight. Burns down to the Dominus. That's an easy solo kill for Photon and a little bit of life for Dignitas in this game.
Yeah, Frenectin Ultimate was Giga buffed and just kind of walks him down there. So nice little stop for them. Looks like it's still going to be Rift Herald for Shopify, despite Fudge going down and Photon getting an extra turret plate after on the bottom side too. But, I mean, this could have some long-lasting ramifications for the side lane. We'll see how big Photon can actually get. Other than that, though, Shopify, the Annie initiation here with Nami ult follow-ups too are very, very scary. And with the gold that the team overall has gotten, here we go though.
Yeah, XU looking for it. He flashes for it, but Sales flashes away. The arrow goes wide. The Encore comes through, but it's just on the Contracts who has the Crescent Guard up and available. V-Boy pushing forward with the big one. XU getting low. The Palafox will be there to stop the chase coming through, but still, that fight is such a big HP advantage, it's almost guaranteed to be the Dragon for Shopify, and Dignitas is just going to try to trade topside for plates.
Yeah, they did at least trade XU Flash for both Bvoy and Seos Flash in the skirmish. And Photon, continues trying to split push on the other side of the map. But as you say, Dragon is going to go to Shopify. They will get the Hex Drake. They will, continue stacking here.
Nice little wall there in onto Bvoy, but going to be able to... Oh, no, I thought he was going to be able to sidestep the stun. Still actually tagged him with the very edge. And Palafox showing the power of the Anivia here. Is still scaling up. Does have an extra mana crystal, so maybe not going to be going in for the expected Leandries.
Honestly, too, like when you group up this team and we start to see the power of the Seraphine teamfight, Anivia controlling space, you get your Rod of Ages stacked, then they can really bring the extra power to the actual team fight. But currently still, the long push on the side lanes. Zinni got some cover, but not enough to go for one more wave and finish off that tower.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much CC on the Dignitas side, so you always have a chance. If you can actually get that first bit of CC down on a squishy target, they can just die 100-0. Like Annie, no problem. If you hit Annie with an arrow, Encore there, then the Impale, there's so much CC that can come through to be able to finish them off. So definitely in this game with a chance, only down 2K now, was up to about 3,000 a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the key, though. Can they hit their Ash Arrows and can they hit their follow-up CC here? FBI going to have to control some vision so that he can fire his Ash Arrow from Fog of War, and that gives you a really good chance for the Skarner and Seraphine follow-up. Otherwise, Skarner and Seraphine are a little slow-moving, and so we did see, Annie could stun the Skarner out of the E or something like that. And then you still have to flash the Seraphine bounce off the top of the Skarner's head, but we'll see about the next team fight setup. Still very, very competitive here.
Yeah, there's the TP coming in. They're trying to go for contract. Zinni is here as well. The Impale's going to land in onto Zinni. Zinni taking a lot of damage. And Ignore with a big flash encore as Photon shows up and pushes the rest of the team back. At the end of the day, it is a 1-for-1, though, as XU falls for the trade onto Zinni.
And there's no real objective to go over. That's just a fight in the river. There's no dragon or anything. I mean, you could say, yeah, Baron's coming up, but it's so early. It's crazy to, look about rushing a Baron or anything like that. So the 1-for-1 is going to remain just the 1-for-1, and it's like a couple extra flashes and one teleport invested here.
And I do think that TP is actually a pretty big deal because that's your strongest member. So he won't actually have teleport for this dragon when that does come up, where Fudge's teleport is going to be coming back up. So Fudge can go topside and try to answer there. They could try to utilize Palafox and his TP to maybe answer the Gnar in the side lane. But Anivia always can be a little bit difficult to play through these side lanes. You are very slow moving, as you said, if someone gets behind you.
Yeah. It's kind of that's a drawback of just fighting when there's not a lot to take afterwards, because even though you have health advantages and kind of position afterwards, I mean, at the end of the day, it was 1-for-1, so that's about even, and then you can't really do a whole lot else. So we'll see if Fudge is safe in the side lanes, because it is a Sterix completed for Photon, so he may not have teleport, but he's got 2 items, so maybe he could just get the pressure and then walk over anyway.
Yeah, he's going to be quite strong. I'm interested to see if it's going to be just like a Malignance or if it's going to be an Actualizer or what the second item will be here for Palafox. So he does have the Lost Chapter completed. Again, mostly these days I do see Leandris as the second item. So it's going to be going for a little bit of a different approach. Obviously, Malignance is really, really good. Your ult is down all the time. And I have seen people try to cook with Actualizer on more and more champions as that item keeps kind of getting buffed and made cheaper. But I don't feel like it would be the best on Anivia, so I'm kind of expecting the Malignance as Shopify moving towards topside. But XU is in the area to potentially try to counter-gank this, and we'll go in with Ishtal's impact, but Contract's pretty tanky, going to get pulled in over towards the tower, but the aggro is not on to him until just now. He's going to get charmed up, but the teleport's coming through here from the Gnar. The fight will continue. Contract's walled in and slowly getting rotted down. Shopify will have to back off here.
And that was all with Photon pushing. You've got the Renekton bomb side. You said teleport advantage. Guess what? Your teleport advantage is burned for nothing here. The Renekton's still splitting, so big win for Dignitas. And we talked about the comp. It just makes it so hard for Zin to move. Skarner ult, and then you got Anivia walled off afterwards, so he doesn't die, but Shopify have just burned their teleport, and Renekton got a full push on the bottom side. That's up to a 2,000 individual gold lead for Photon now.
You're also kind of just seeing the power of a draft, right? Where it looks so funny to think about how competitive the mid jungle looks when you have a combined 305 and a 313, and then on the other side it's a combined 0-8 and 2. And still, making it look even as the Malignance is now complete. Rocket Belt going to be finished there for Zinni to help with the engages, but Shopify first to the objective and going to be trying to start this off. Zinni flashes in, it's a 4-man stun, and Ignar is just gone. What an engage from Zinni. B-Boy with the big one will not quite connect onto Xu, but it doesn't matter because the fight is over before it ever truly started.
Welcome to the LCS City. That is the city that was promised. Holy, 4-person just splatter right there, and the Seraphine instantly dies. That's gonna put them on soul point. That's a huge gold lead. That is the most critical play of the entire game right there. And Shopify are feeling great.
That was just a great angle. They did not have eyes on Zinni, and as they all group up here, they are spotted.
Yeah. Oh, it's so juicy. The W and ultimate combo right there. You can W flash. The live react pip is good. I like that. That production's cooking on this one.
Coach Cam's go crazy for sure. He's like, we're not hawkshotting. We're not checking anything. We're not checking where the enemy is.
I love this iteration so much more because sometimes we have they're like desynced and you have to be like, what exact thing was he reacting to?
What was he mad about?
I love the pictures during the exact time during the fight. That is. That was good. I like that.
Got to check those brushes. Did not track where the enemy is. Weren't able to hawkshot him out. Weren't able to use the blue trinkets that they have. So just didn't use any of the tools that they have to actually check these brushes, and they get punished big time for it. It's a 2,000 gold lead, and it is Soul Point, and it is Hex Tech Soul, one of the most difficult ones to play into. I would say it's probably the ones that most pros will tell you is the most highly prized. Very difficult to deal with, and Fudge
ask Cloud9 about that one. I love it. They meme on it themselves about it's like something like an 8% chance or something of pro teams that had lost with Hex Tech Soul, but we'll see. Still got to get the last.
Be the 8%.
Yeah, you got to get the last one as well. So it doesn't matter until you get the final dragon for your soul.
Exactly. So we'll see if they can get there. Still, Dignitas going to be having a decent shot with their composition. FBI now finishing up his third item. So keeping pace very comfortably with where B-Boy is. It really is just the big advantage in mid-jungle for Shopify. And on the other side, the big advantage for Photon up in that top side. If Zinni can't find an engage like that, I still think it's going to be really hard for the Zen and the Annie to find a great effect in this fight. Nice self-Mikhails there from Seos. Really well timed. Doesn't panic, doesn't flash heal, anything. Just an easy Mikhails on the arrow.
Yeah, good reaction. The Mikhails cooldown still is significant, so I still like going for the shot here for FBI. Your Ash Arrow, pretty low cooldown, and you get a little bit of kind of overlap with the next one coming up, and then if you just fire it off immediately, maybe from Fog of War, you can sneak attack somebody, but we'll see. The siege is still going to continue regardless, and the oppressive comp here joining up at the tower. Nami Wave does go down defensively, but it's just going to delay for one more wave.
Enchanter's going to be able to use to clearing out that wave, and yeah, I mean, you get the Mikhails cooldown, and you got to make them make the play, right? Because if he doesn't hit that perfect timing on the Mikhails, if you're already stunned, you can't do it. You have to press it as it is hitting you because it has this little mini cast time, which allows you to self-cleanse stuns. You can't actually cleanse yourself when you are already stunned. Photon, though, threatening on the side here does mean they will eventually move up, get down this Tier 1 tower. You talked about them playing Deathball, and that is clearly the strategy. As Shopify were pushing out the side lanes, both top and bot, so going to be able to get a little bit of extra gold on their solo laners, but Dignitas do take away that mid lane tower, which might help for this next dragon coming up.
All right, position for this dragon. You need to get there really early because if you let Dignitas have full vision coverage leading up to the dragon, your approach is incredibly difficult and you get no chances for Zinni to pull off a play like last time. Of course, he also doesn't have his flash quite yet, so impossible to pull off the exact play from last time, but Vision is also the first step in even opening up a possibility for yourselves.
It's really big, and Photon right now is pushing top because he's very close to his third item. So he has a lot of gold. He wants to get this third item. This would be a very strong part of the game for him. Level 17 on the Renekton will have that roll quest TP with the fat shield available, and I think he should have gold. He's sitting in base, so yep, there's the Shojin. He is super strong, and they're going to TP in immediately. Double TP's coming in, and Contracts on the side surprises Ignar. Ignar is just getting deleted so quickly. Fudge arrives with Mega ready. Photon is here to fight, but the fight is already done. His team has lost it before he even arrived. Shopify just clean up the bot lane, no problem, and now are heading straight up to the Baron.
They keep assassinating this Seraphine. If it's not Zinni flash over the top, it's Contracts with the charge from the side, and they take out the squishy heart of this Deathball comp, so they don't have to go through any of the front line, and Zinni wants a piece of Palafox.
Palafox going to try to kite this one out. Zinni does have the flash if he wants to use it. Flashes forward, pops the egg, and Fudge is there to help scramble it. Chef Fudge will help Zinni take another one down as they're going to grab the Baron on the other side. They're going to be able to grab, you have to think, the Soul as well. They will take their resets first, though, and push out these waves, but they're going to be running right over and trying to get this. And Palafox is going to be dead for a long time with no TP, so it is a long shot here for XU to get a Dragon.
Yeah, I think this might be wrapping it up. Again, the vision advantage, they're here first. Shopify, so look at Contracts on the mini-map, comes through their own jungle. Ignar doesn't expect it. They're coming from their own side, and he just jumps right on him. Free kill on the Seraphine at the start of the fight. There goes all your value, and Dignitas were just so split up. That was like 3 members chasing, some still teleporting in. Like, you don't even have your whole death ball completed.
Big impale there, though. Does pull back the Gnar and get a shutdown. The Soul is going to be claimed, though, on the other side. So now it becomes a bit of a nightmare here, trying to get in and deal with those slows. Can Dignitas close the gap? Try to get up and take down B-Boy. They're going to look for it. The Ishal's impact coming through, though. But XU gets stunned up, bubbled up. They will be able to keep him alive. But Contracts is pushing through mid. And the kiting is just so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, with Hex Soul, you can just toy with them. Throw out these quirky rockets, all of a sudden, boom, everybody is slowed. Annie's stun goes...
Oh, B-Boy takes him down. Photon is into the back line, but doesn't have the damage to finish him off. And now FBI is going to be slowed down, knocked down there by Corki. It's a rocket to the face, and you're back in the base. Ignar will be slowed, and now Contracts is behind you. The rest of Dignitas going to get the bad news. Ignar will try to cut it out. The CC chain on the Contracts, but he just flashes forward. He's good for one at least. Takes down Ignar. Has the GA to revive. The rest of the team will keep him safe, you have to think. As the tier 2 tower does fall, and it feels like Shopify have all but wrapped up this game.
They certainly have. The siege actually continues with the Baron buff here. They're going to work in on it. Wow, Contracts goes to heal off the Krugs. The bubble hits into the combo.
Oh, XU flashes forward, looks for the Ishal's impact, trying to finish off Zinni. Will be able to get one, and Photon lives, but XU will fall in the attempt. Palafox is back up, but look at the Gnar pushing up topside. Shopify extending the gold lead further and further.
They certainly do, and with the extra power from all the Giga buffs here, looks like it's going to be very difficult for Dignitas to stabilize it all in this thing. They're just getting picked apart and kited so effortlessly. This Corki is a menace. B-Boy right now is kind of dancing on him. And he's still got both summoner spells left to do it. He can continue dancing.
Yeah, doesn't even have his upgraded shoes, doesn't even need them, as he has the Infinity Edge completed for a while now, working towards his 5th item, ridiculously strong. Mid-jungle so far ahead as well here for Shopify. Contracts having a great game these last couple of fights, being able to just get in and have such a big effect in the backline. Photon still maintains about 1,000 gold lead, but just doesn't really matter at this point in the game. Renekton has really been outpaced. It's a 9K gold lead plus the soul stats. You're looking at 14,000, 15,000 essentially effective stats worth of advantage.
Yeah. All right. Shopify starting out spring on a completely different note. They did not win a single game in lock-in, and yet coming out very, very powerful here in the opener versus Dignitas. Their grudge match bowl versus their former mid laner Palafox, going quite nicely for themselves. Some really decisive play is one of the biggest things as well. A good indicator for the team where no hesitation from a lot of these Zinni plays on the Annie. has been looking pretty snappy.
It's been a long time since they actually picked up their last game win. Shopify, last time they won was in playoffs last summer against Team Liquid. They were able to get a win there. But obviously, you know, didn't go to Worlds. That was a very long time ago. So been hungry for that win for quite some time now. And looking like they are on the verge of finally breaking that streak and picking up a much-needed win after a long time.
All right, only one step left for them to do it. Close in on this base. You've got Baron as well as Elder coming in a couple minutes, so maybe they'll just go for a light siege with their Hextech Soul.
Ooh.
Or
heavy
artillery.
Heavy sieges. They're going to go for the engage. Zinni just goes in immediately. The Encore there to try to peel from Ignar, but it doesn't matter. The Anivia gets cooked. XU stunned against the wall. XU will fall as well. Shopify just want to end the game. Fudge is chasing in on the FBI. B-Boy flashes forward. The boss bomb almost gets it, but the auto attack does. Photon fighting back, but he can do nothing. Tibbers is tanking up the tower. Fudge is going to miss on the Gnar, but in goes B-Boy. Photon has the Sterix. It'll keep him alive, but it can't defend the base. Shopify just slam home the dive.
Oof. All right, the question is, B-Boy or Contracts or Zinni? Like, it actually is pretty hard to choose player of the game this time around, but Shopify are gonna get their long-awaited win.
Zinni flashing in again, finding another engage on the steps of the fountain. Shopify 24-5. Nearly a 15,000 gold lead. They clean up game number 1, get their first win of the year.
I think I'm gonna have to go back to the Zinni play. I'm gonna give the player of the game for me to Zinni, the winner of this iteration of the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 2. Analyst, how are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling like it's Shopify
great.
Season.
I feel like I finally saw glimpses of what I saw from Zinni in LCK challenges, right?
Yeah.
It was these kind of big plays from the really early river fight where he actually goes in for the stun. I thought that was great.
Looking good. We finally got to see Prime Zinni in the LCS. That was what we were looking for. It just took a split. Spring Split matters. Win or no?
Well, maybe long doesn't matter. So I was talking with DeMonte before the interview, saying it's been a long time since they've won a match in the game.
True.
It's been a lot of days since they've won as
true.
well. 203 days since they've won. Actually,
boom, get up there,
get up there. Update this. It's no longer 203 days.
What is it now?
It's a big goose egg. 0 days since Shopify has won a game.
Let's go!
Congratulations. If they win a match, it's even longer. It's been like 7.5 months. But Raz, how did they get it done?
Oh yeah, why not check it out? Because it was, honestly, we already kind of alluded to it. Zinni had an incredible game. And a lot of it just happened around river fights, constantly being connected as a team. Let's start this off, because this was basically just a skirmish that was happening between XU and Contracts when they were splitting the map and Contracts was pushing XU out. Now, biggest difficulty here for Palafox is that he wants to be able to get connected to the map. Zinni is the one pushing him down and really heavily trading on him. So this 3v3, I would actually give it towards Shopify Rebellion if it's just an ethical 3v3, no interference whatsoever.
What made this unethical?
I mean, the unethical part comes in right here. Zinni's a part of the fight. Palafox can't join. XU tries to walk out. Boom. Instantly is able to get a stun on towards XU, and the rest of the fight is pretty damn easy. So that was something where it made it very difficult for Dignitas to ever take a proper fight. And so it happens kind of again 11 minutes in when we're thinking about, okay, Dragon's being started from Shopify Rebellion. What we need to be able to see is, once again, try this one more time. 3v3 here, ethical 3v3. Problem is, I'm gonna go back a little bit, because what happened? How did Palafox get low? Well, he was trying to get the pop on a Zinni, but gets ulted by Annie, constantly traded upon once again. And so now they're dealing with the 3v3 on this side. The Seraphine ulti can't go on towards Corki because he has both cleanse and flash, so he's a really difficult situation to take as a 3v3. And Palafox gets chased down, put into an egg. Now it's difficult for Ignar and FBI to find an escape with Zinni, who's right behind him. And so what you end up seeing is just another team fight dub. And I wanted to show this one moment with TP coming through from Zinni to mid lane. And I'm gonna do it from the perspective of Shopify Rebellion. They're on Drake one more time. He's hugging the line bush with the control ward, sees all Dignitas together. This moment was just beautiful. Flash, Tibbers, just getting 4 members of Dignitas burning flashes, getting an insta-kill on Ignar. This was just a masterclass from Shopify Rebellion, and specifically connecting Zitty to the play, a difficulty that they had during lock-in, immediately solved in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I know you just broke down plays, but pretend you're Palafox for a second. Okay, I'm Zinni.
This is beautiful.
Whoa! That was the game. So, player of the game, Zinni, for us. I know Contracts had a great game. Raz is dead,
Okay, I'm back.
as was Palafox in that game. But this, as Emily mentioned, was kind of the Zinni that was promised. 1,000 damage per minute on an Annie against a pretty long-range team composition. You had to be really creative about the way he found fights.
I was going to say, I'm so glad you covered that last fight, Raz. You kind of have to if you're doing like a little Zinni highlight reel, right? Because it is a 4-man Annie stun. But that was actually a really game-changing fight, because until that point, it did look like, okay, Dig have this really strong Renekton still. They have an excellent scaling composition. The gold at that point was pretty even, despite Shopify having the first rotation on the Drake. So that was actually like really, really huge, and that to me was kind of the game decider. The most important thing is he's looking for these angles, and it doesn't look like he's disjointed from the rest of the team like he did in Split 1.
100%, and I think if you're looking from the Anivius point of view, you want to be able to, I think, be on the same side of your team. Like, make it difficult for them to really be able to come through. If they do, if a Xin Zhao does engage on the team, then the wall comes down. Really difficult to find follow-up. But a lot of the times it was Anivia finding it really hard to connect and having to go past the Annie to get the job done. And I just don't see that as a successful strategy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the damage in this game as well,
that's insane.
Annie did a lot, 1,000 DPM, but B-Boy, man, 43,000 damage on the Corki right here. Massive performance. Surprisingly, with Contracts as KDA, just the 18K, but overall, just like a smooth gold lead throughout the game and a nice clean snowball. That's not a team that hadn't won a game in 201 days.
Yeah.
I think it's more that they only played 6 games in the last 201 days, more so than their ineptitude, I would say. So good job by Shopify. We'll see, though, because every series so far this week has gone the distance, even the FlyQuest Team Liquid series. So I'm hoping we can go 12 for 12 in week 1 of LCS Spring Split, and Dignitas can punch back in game 2.
Yeah, praying for that one, because I feel like there's been a lot of teams are really close to each other, and I'm expecting Dignitas to be closer than what they showed. I mean, there are good ideas happening here. I like the composition a lot. Annie looked like the champion that shouldn't be able to play the game. If you're thinking about the range that Ashe and Seraphine and Anivia, all these kind of picks should make it difficult for him. The positive was the lead that Photon had. The negative was the dive that made it irrelevant.
Oh my God, yeah, we didn't cover that.
Yeah.
XU, look away. XU needs to play better.
Close my eyes.
XU has to play better in game 2. He was trying to do what Hanbok did. He didn't.
Yeah.
But game 2 is going to be up after this. Don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. And game 2 is up next. Will it be the last game of the week? We'll see.
Praying not.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Runner north, runner north.
You can set up in comp, I engage, step into flash. Okay.
Alright, go play left side, guys.
Coming.
Yep.
Play throw,
okay, good.
Play throw.
Gunner no flash, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, has flash.
Go.
That's it from me, that's it from me. I can flash if I need to.
Yep, I will be.
The fight is over before it ever truly started.
Welcome to the LCS city. That is the city that was promised. Holy.
Welcome back to the LCS Opening Week presented by MasterCard. We are heading into what could be the final game of the week, unless Dignitas has something to say about it.
Yeah, they better. They better. I mean, last time around, they won the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl 2-0. But
losing the first game significantly hurts their chances of doing that again.
It certainly does. The tables have turned here. Zinni is online now with the rest of Shopify, and we'll see how far they can go. Can they keep this up? Because they were very decisive, very good in the early skirmishes, but also later in finding their initiation onto, namely, the Seraphine. They made it look like Ignar was only playing the beginning of the game and was not there for any critical moments for the last like 10, 15 minutes because they just kept deleting that Seraphine. So maybe we'll see a little bit of a change in tactics from Dignitas. That was like a very ball comp, group up, you know, kind of slow moving, get to our team fight phase style. Maybe they'll get a little more scrappy this time around because Photon was at the very least doing quite well in his 1v1 and then their ganks up to the top side as well.
I feel like that's something that we were saying a lot in lock-in as well, right? That, you know, Photon had been doing well individually, but the team wasn't always able to bring it all together. And Palafox had a good early laning phase against Zinni, but Zinni found incredible engages, was always the one kind of that seemed to be benefiting from these skirmishes. He was getting further and further ahead. Exio and Palafox, they ended up, you know, really kind of putting up a bit of a goose egg. They weren't able to get many kills. They weren't really able to get involved in a positive way with much, where Contracts and Zinni, it just felt like everywhere they went, they were finding success.
They certainly were pushing the pace of the game very effectively. Okay, so this time around, the Karma and the Nautilus both banned, and with Ashe and Seraphine already getting played, guess what that means? It's Yunara Lulu time. So they go Lulu first. You can split the Yunara if you want, but Lulu, you know, can get paired with Jinx or another hyper carry anyway. And surely they win one. Fuzz is skeptical. That was a good cut from the sign to Fuzzy. Is like, slow down there, buddy. We got one game. We'll see. We'll see if they can finish it out, though. Things looking quite good for them.
Yeah, they're really kind of just debating this Jarvan pick quite a lot, which Jarvan into Lulu, obviously good, but into Yunara, you can just kind of RE out of the Cataclysm.
That's why I'm thinking maybe they want to like split it up. What if they do a Jarvan and steal away the Yunara? Because then they're like, oh, well, if you go the Jinx instead replacement, then it's way less effective. They don't do that, though. They get the Nico instead for the lane, but so then you still are faced with, if Yunara has ult, then yeah, she can ult and then jump out.
You'll
and
almost always have
dodge.
flash or ult, right? Like you're almost always gonna have some answer to it. With the Nico coming through, I kind of feel like it might just be Nico Ezreal and just kind of look for more of a poke-heavy lane. It is going to be the Pantheon here grabbed up for XU, so a little bit of early game power there for himself. We'll see if he can find some action. Instead, it's going to be Caitlyn, so it's not going to be the Ezreal. It's going to be Caitlyn, Nico. Very difficult lane to actually go into the 2v2 against. You know, a lot of poke, a lot of prod, but if you get hit by a Tangle Barbs, you're trapped out of that. There can be those kind of 100-0 style combos, similar to the Lux Caitlyn as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this used super, super effectively. Berserker piloting the Caitlyn and just knocking down turrets, keeping up pressure, rotating around the map to get the other turrets. And so we'll see if they can also get the jungle intervention down there, because guess what? Pre-6, yeah, you can definitely get a Jarvan gank down towards Yunara Lulu and change the outcome of that matchup. Pantheon, you know, same thing can be said, but it's kind of hard if jungles are matched down there, because trying to engage onto Nico Caitlyn can be very problematic if enemy jungle is also there covering the play.
This is interesting. So the Aurora ban to me says they're thinking about going for a Rumble, which is still up and available. And the Mel ban says to me that Palafox is thinking about something like Ahri. That's become a really common counter matchup. And Ahri can pair obviously pretty well with the Pantheon. So we'll see if either team wants to deny those picks. Rumble still being up and available is obviously very, very strong, but there are answers like Galio. Some people like even the Ornn or the Scion into it. So it's not as though there aren't any answers, but Rumble always does seem to have early push and can be quite strong in the team fights.
And then, yeah, if they did give the Rumble over, and then the Galio would work nicely with the Jarvan on the side for Shopify. So maybe they're thinking, yeah, it's totally fine if you go that angle. And so
I think both sides of it, though, are good for Shopify. You could go the Galio or the Rumble, because Spicy Hotbot combo is pretty strong, too.
Yeah, and especially since you have a Nico here, so you've got plenty of engage to hold people on Rumble Ultimate. and put pressure on the Yunara.
Yeah, and I feel like for Photon, because he has been such a point of pressure on the map for them, if you think the answers to the Rumble, besides Aurora, which they've banned, are tanks, I'd actually be pretty happy having Photon on a tank, right? He seems to be their best laning player. So if you put him on a tank and you put him in a matchup where Fudge is just going to be pushing him in, you're kind of neutralizing a lot of Dignitas's early game advantage that they often get through Photon.
Yeah, definitely agree there. I mean, it still is so good for the team comp though if you can have FBI carry. But you're going to need FBI to be the carry here this time around for Dignitas. And the bottom lane is going to have to overall as a duo have that extra pressure.
Yep, exactly. I mean, now that he's on Ornn, I think Ornn is a totally fine matchup, but you're going full scaling basically.
Also now with TF, like
TF blind?
You are carrying you have to have FBI is everything.
Yep.
You've just picked a Twisted Fate to gank bottom lane for you, Yunara as well.
Yeah, it feels like that's the whole comp. It's just bot lane. You're gonna TF ult
and FBI
Pantheon
we
ult,
trust
and just send it down there. Will we get a spicy counter pick here from Zinni? Would be pretty cool. We'll see what he wants to bring out to answer. But it is just going to be the Galio. So they're going to get the Galio and the Rumble. And that is going to be pretty tough for FBI to deal with. I always feel like when you have tons of engage, tons of CC against these low threat comps, essentially, I don't want to call it one threat, but basically that's what it is. You just full send everything on FBI. And even if you don't kill him, if he's not hitting, if he's not dealing damage, where does the damage come from? Because every single fight is going to be Equalizer on his head, you know, the Cataclysm coming in, the Hero's Entrance, the Pop Blossom, everything is just going to be thrown at FBI.
Yeah, they do have a lot of CC on the team, and they can try and put the pressure. You know, Ornn ult is very long. Twisted Fate with Rapid Fire, you know, gold cards, you know, maybe you can get picks that way. You can Twisted Fate, Ultimate, and reveal Nico too, and maybe you try and like attack the Nico before the Nico can get the engage on you, but it is going to be really difficult because the Caitlyn has range. Caitlyn's got the big range advantage here, so you're going to be forced to make some positive moves yourself rather than just kind of sit and wait on that.
Yeah, and the question is, you know, obviously we know what the game plan is. You go, you get this Yunara Lulu ahead. You're trying to play for that with the TF and, you know, with the Pantheon. But do you win the 4v4? That's always my question, is if you're in this losing 2v2 and you kind of have this one obvious place that you're going to go, well, the Galio can respond to your roams, and the Jarvan can just play around bot side too. So then it becomes, can you actually win out on these 3v3s and these potential 4v4s? And I think that's a lot harder when you expect the Nico Caitlyn to have you chunked out, to have you pushed in. That could make things difficult for Dignitas.
Bottom lane is an arms race, so we'll see who's going to commit first and who's going to commit harder with more resources to get their carries ahead. Because if the Caitlyn and Nico get their early advantage and just get to siege and poke you under tower, like if you get your push and then start getting your poke advantage under tower, it becomes really hard to do your play bottom lane later.
Yeah.
Because then your bottom lane's already in bad conditions to fight from all of the getting pushed under tower, trying to CS while the Caitlyn and Nico are harassing you. And it's like this hole where you kind of have to address the problem earlier rather than later, or else it becomes more and more difficult as the game goes on. But all of the globals in this game are going to make it even more fun. Pantheons, Twisted Fates, Galios.
So quick update, there's a slight delay on stage. We're just remaking and going through the pick and ban once again because Zinni was unable to change his runes. So there was a client bug there. And so now he has updated the runes and we are just doing the same picks and bans once again. Just going to be zipping through this as fast as we possibly can. And then we are going to be kicking off this game. But yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, it's very difficult if your bot lane is already in poor condition. And if Caitlyn and Nico have pushed, then guess what? It's pretty easy to get deep wards to try to track where the Pantheon is as well when you do have those pushing lanes. So we will see who the X Factor can be for Dignitas because you can't depend on Photon in a matchup like this.
Yeah. A lot of times the Yunara Lulu, like the level 1 is going to determine a lot. So we'll see how their level 1 trade goes. You know, if they invest, sometimes you can send extra people level 1 down there, like a mid laner or something. Do a little mid lane like pass through, see if you can get some extra damage, or even somebody else's trinket ward in the brush on bottom lane. And those can help out a lot in some of these trades. We'll see. Pantheon with the point and click early on too has a lot of options. So we'll see where they decide to invest.
Yeah, it's always one of these matches where it's funny to say that it's, oh, it's a really important match because it is just the first game of the season. But it does feel like when you play teams around you in the standings, they feel like must-wins because everyone wants to be doing better split over split. Everyone wants to be kind of climbing up the standings, and it can put a lot of pressure on you. If you start off with a loss, especially if they go down 0-2 to the team that was 8th in lock-in, it's not going to feel the best for Daejeon, so definitely wanting to try to keep this series as close as possible, as we are just getting the second phase of bans. Going a little bit slower than I expected, I'm not going to lie, but they are getting through it, and we are going to be in the game.
Have you played Garen with the April Fool's thing? The Garen default now is the tiny little Pangu dude.
Yeah.
I spammed it. Thankfully, my team carried me a couple, one of the games at the very least, but...
I have tried it.
It's very cute.
It is very cute.
The Pangu Garen.
I feel like Garen is one of those champions where either you feel like a god or you feel completely useless. Where it's, it's like you can either get in on their champions, you can get in the back line and one-shot people, or you can't and you get kited the whole time and you feel completely worthless. So it can be tough. It can be tough on the Garen for sure.
All right, well, unlucky for us, no Garen this actual game. But we do have the continuation of the ultimate grudge between Palafox and Shopify after the replacement. And I have to say, if you're just joining us now, game number 1 of the Spring Split looked very good for Zinni, especially considering how poor lock-in tournament was for him and for Shopify. So some, looking up. Definitely some good signs for them.
So another update. So the reason they're going through it so slow, I thought they were going kind of suspiciously slow, is that Zinni is still having issues selecting his runes. So they are now changing some PC settings to see if that is the issue or what exactly is going on, but he's still unable to actually change his runes. So they're trying to buy time to try to fix that issue. So hopefully we don't have to remake again. But did just see them drop out of Champion Select, so it looks like it will unfortunately require another remake here with the client issue.
Those pesky runes. All right, well, we have another remake. A very, very kind fan gave us some Rift-bound trading cards here, the Spirit Forge packs. Should we do pack opening on...
Oh, a nice little pack
Should we do a pack opening on stage right here? Where's that? Where's that fan that came and gave them to us? So nice. All right, I'm trying to rip.
So I know nothing about Rift-bound, so I don't know what cards are good, so I'm not going to know if I hit or not.
All right.
They're saying one at a time,
yeah,
so you go first.
Hold on, I know.
I'm just getting the package open. I got a little bit excited.
Yeah, like I don't know anything, but let's do it! All right. Wait, where is it? I think he's sitting right over there.
Oh, right there.
All right. What do we
Is he happy or sad if you get a really rare card?
I mean, I'm going to be super happy. I guess that the rare one is always at the end,
It's at the end, yeah.
I don't even know. Okay, here we go. This is better.
There we go. We got a good camera angle here.
Scream if there's something good here. Oh, Swifty Boots. I like
Swifty
those.
Boots, little move speed.
Oh, wait, I got some shiny stuff in the back. What do we got? What's this?
You got a show of strength. You got a Doran Shield.
Doran Shield. Oh, whoa.
Edge of Night.
Edge of Night, and I got Lucian. Is Lucian good?
Okay, people seem pretty excited. People seem pretty excited about that.
I feel like they're
You tell me. I don't know
they
anything.
were just being nice. They're like, yeah, it's really
There's
good.
There's a pity clap.
Yeah.
Pity clap. All right, let's see what we get here. All right, so you got Armed Assailant. You've got Guardian of the whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Here, you can read them out.
We know the one at the back is going to be the jackpot.
Okay. We're going through it. See if we get some. If we get a big hit here.
You got Emperor's Divide. Oh, you got some
Divide,
Faker.
okay.
You got Faker moves already.
Okay, I like that.
Perched Griffin.
I think everyone gets.
Oh, it's looking like Renata. Okay.
Oh,
we can bot lane. We can do it, bro.
We got Renata, and we got Fizz.
Okay. Let's do a Lucian Renata. Let's go. Me and you. We got bot lane.
That's our bot lane. And then we got our mid lane. We just need a couple more.
And I got an Edge of Night for my Lucian, too. I just
Okay, you already got the first item.
Slap that on him.
Whose pack was better? I don't know. Oh, my pack was better.
Azale's pack was better.
According to the producer.
No!
What can I say?
What is
Skill
Graham
diff. Skill diff.
Big G. Well, I'm not selling mine, so it doesn't matter.
I will probably donate them to someone who plays Riftbound.
Okay. Oh, I heard a fan say, "Pick me."
All right, we'll see who's gonna get it.
Honestly, maybe we should give them back to the fans.
There you go.
Easy come, easy go, Azale.
Yeah, true. It's about the experience.
Well, that was a fun pause.
That was.
You know, we got to gamble a little bit.
Yep. Gambling.
Turns out
the best
I
part
lost.
is we gambled with someone else's money, which is the best kind of
and
gambling.
we didn't know what we were dealing with.
We don't even know if we're winning or losing.
Except that I was told specifically that I lost. So
Yeah.
I do know that.
But while it was happening, you didn't know.
True.
Yeah. Our producer apologized.
Graham just apologized.
He just apologized. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're getting back into Champ Select. Hopefully, Zinni is able to pick his runes this time around, as we are going to be going through again. Same pick.
I think I'm addicted already. I gotta admit, I need a new Riftbound pack.
Yeah.
I can't.
Just like that.
I can't be told that I got unlucky. I need to go. I'm gonna have to go buy a new
Can't
one.
be told I got unlucky. I gotta prove them wrong.
Now I gotta go get a new pack.
Gotta keep buying packs until I'm lucky. And then
that'll show.
Yeah, and then you can message Graham, send him a text, and be like, huh, who's lucky now? Dummy.
Me after I just spent a bunch of money to become lucky.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A lot of the casters are ultra addicted to this game. I remember we were in China for Worlds. I was hanging out with Dracos and Medic, and they were wanting to go to every mall in sight to desperately find Riftbound cards.
To get the Chinese ones.
Exactly, to get them wherever they possibly could. And then they bought so many boxes that they basically had every card in the game instantly. And they're like, huh, now what do we do? Turns out at that point, then you got to play the game.
Well, you make a deck now.
Then you got to make a deck.
Once you've fully gambled, then you got to get to playing. I think Lucian looks cool. My pack is good, okay?
Lucian does look cool.
Yeah, this is good.
Lucian's pretty cool. I like the Renata one more than the Fizz one.
Yeah, it has a lot. It's got like a good color palette.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Chem Baroness. Happy with that.
This has got to be the longest Champ Select I've ever seen in my life, too. Like, what in the heck?
It's a long one.
We're halfway through another one.
It is a long one. We're looking like they're almost done, so hopefully, hopefully they do have the runes and everything working.
The anticipated runes here for Zinni. Let's see. Is it going to be the Aftershock, or is it going to be the Phase Rush?
Yeah.
I vote Phase Rush.
Phase Rush. Okay. Phase Rush is a fun rune. It's one of the ones that actually feels different, you know? Changes things up a little bit.
Yeah.
Most of them are kind of like, would you like to deal damage with Airy or Comet or PTA or Conqueror or Electrocute? Or you could go fast. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Something different, you know?
I'm down with going fast.
You can go fast with your Swifty Boots.
There's more,
We forgot about that. You have Edgenite and Swifty Boots.
I got a bunch of items I could slap on him.
You got a good build.
I got a Doran's Shield instead of Doran's Blade, though. That's not... Oh, Serrated Dirk, too.
Okay. You got like 2.5 items.
Yeah, we're gonna,
I don't have any
these
items
things
to
are
give
living
you.
rent-free.
I got no items to give you. Sorry, buddy.
It's all good. You know what? I think it's about time for us to get into game.
I think so, too. Coach is going to fist bump there. As we are now loading on into game. Dignitas versus Shopify Rebellion here. Game 2 could be the final one of the LCS opening week presented by MasterCard. Shopify looking to get some revenge for last time these two teams did face off and start off their split with a bang if they can get this 2-0.
And what's it going to be? Is it going to be the Phase Rush we want or the Aftershock of the Scaredy Cat?
Well, we got spoilers. We can see the loading screen. You're in game.
Perfect. Phase Rush. Nice. And he's got the goated skin. This thing is OP.
Oh, yeah, the new one?
I don't remember what it's called. Actually, I do because
that doesn't help me.
It says it right here.
Oh, okay.
It says that. Oh, that one doesn't help me.
That one doesn't help me, no.
The Aegis frame.
Can't read the Hangul. Oh, God. Got some bad news.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me he wanted Aftershock and he's changing again.
He apparently can't load in. So the client is out to get Zinni. He just does not want Zinni to play League of Legends.
At least he successfully got his runes.
He got his runes,
but can't get into the game.
Whoa, buddy, slow down there.
Yeah.
What if you remade one more time?
He got his runes, but he can't get into the club.
The action was too fast and furious. They had to make Zinni slow down.
Yeah, they're like, wait a second. You guys won a game? Has it been like 200 days?
200 days?
Yes. Can verify.
There you go.
They did indeed.
They're stuck on the 90%. We saw it. So now just waiting to see if they can figure this one out.
I feel like that happens sometimes in solo queue. And then all of a sudden, like, I'll drift off. Like, I just start thinking about something else. And I'll be like, wait, it's been like 5 minutes. Do I got to, like, restart my game now or something? Or does somebody just
You
have
just got to look for the
toaster?
little spinny in the top left. That's how you know. If the thing's still spinning, it's not you.
Okay.
Yeah, you see a little in the top left where it shows.
It's not us right now for sure. We know it's Zinni.
We see the thing spinning.
Yeah.
So we're not the ones holding up the game.
No, we're not. We're trying to play. We're trying to play some Riftbound.
I wouldn't say it's Zinni either, but
yeah, true. Not his fault.
I would say League of Legends is holding up the game, unfortunately.
Pretty goated skin though. Again, the Optimus Prime looking guy. I guess Biko is pretty cool too. The B Nico.
What do you think about the fan tech here from Contracts? Trying to keep the hands a little bit less sweaty.
So I know from especially we first heard from Crumbs. Like Crumbs always used to get a different drying his hands technique.
He's the towel, right?
Yeah, he literally had to have a towel over his mouth because his hands got so freaking sweaty. So that I feel like that's just an unlucky, you know, physical hurdle that you're gonna have to get over if you're
bad RNG.
If you're a gamer. Yeah, that's just a bad RNG. But a fan in between, that doesn't seem that bad. You know, if that's capable of taking care of him, you know, during the breaks, just little quick fan time there to dry him off, I guess.
Just get those hands nice and dry. What else we got? All right, who's got the coolest keyboard? I like the green keyboard. Let's investigate the peripherals.
Okay, but there were two versions. So somebody had like a lighter like mint green. This one is like super neon. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it was Zinni himself that we're staring at. Or are those just different cameras?
I think it's the same.
Is that different cameras that just have
just the
really
cameras
different
showing the
color settings? Because the other one was Zinni too.
Does anyone else have a cool keyboard, or they all have black keyboards? Some basic black keyboards.
I mean, we can look from here, I guess.
It's hard to see on the other side.
All right, good keyboard, but can't get in the game. Can choose the runes. Let's see what about the other runes. Anything cool? Spellbook on the Twisted Fate. That's pretty normal. First strike on the Rumble. That's pretty normal too, but it's always nice to get paid when you're playing versus the tank.
It is some good dopamine for sure.
Get some extra cash.
Every time you hear the little gold sound. All right, we're in game, but it's paused, so I'm assuming that Zinni still cannot get in, unfortunately. As the rest of us are in game, but now we're losing players.
All right, give me some more packs now. I'm going to demand, every time that we have a long pause now, I'm going to demand from production packs of Riftbound.
Make Graham buy it for you since he made you feel bad about your pack.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, Graham, go now.
Graham. Come on, Graham.
Don't come back. Oh, what the? No, wait. He's all right. The fan who gave it to us is up here. Let's get
on camera.
Here. What's your name?
You gotta go down. There you go.
My name's Josh.
All right, Josh is gonna do the honors.
Josh is gonna open up the pack. Here we go, Josh. Josh is gonna be luckier than me.
All right, and Josh probably knows if it's a good pack or not.
Josh knows. All right, you're gonna evaluate here. You're gonna keep us updated. What we're working.
All right, let's see.
Does only the last card matter? The last three.
The last three. All right, we're learning the Riftbound meta.
Okay, what do we start on? Okay, Void Drone.
I gotta get out of the way.
Orange Shield, Gearhead.
The Royal Guard, got the Combat Chef. We got the Prize of Progress. We got Fey Dragon, the Recurve Bow, so another item for Kobe's Lucian. Okay, what else we got? The Eager Drakehound. I'm not hearing a reaction, so I'm assuming that one's not that good.
Bellows Breath.
Bellows Breath. Okay.
And
Renata. My Renata looks cooler.
Renata was cooler.
Mine looks cooler for sure.
Here's the other one.
All right. Kobe needs more dopamine. I'm feeling like that one wasn't
This is how you create gamblers. I'm a gambler now.
Based on the reaction, I'm feeling like that one wasn't a hit. All right, we got Ribbon Dancer. We got Aspiring Engineer. We got Punch Fist. That's kind of cool. Got Doran's Ring, another starter item. We got Zon Punk. We got Veteran Poro. Okay. We got the Glass Mixologist. We got a Veiled Temple. Angle Shot. Drag Under. I like the art on a lot of these, I'm not gonna lie. They're pretty cool. Ezreal, okay. People are excited about that. We'll see if that's a hit. Altar of Memories. Oh, what's our last one? Okay.
That was super fun. Thank you for entertaining us.
Thank you.
Amazing. Oh, so kind as well. Here, we got can we make a deck before?
There you
All right,
go.
how many cards? Is it 40? Okay, 40 cards in the deck. Let's make, I guess, dude, we're still not in the game? All right, we're making a deck.
All right, time to play some Riftbound.
Okay, we're going to call the analysts. They don't have Riftbound
These guys
cards.
aren't even working.
Yeah, geez.
What have they been doing the whole time?
Oh, I've been eating.
We've been
I've been
watching
eating
you
good.
open Riftbound
Bro, I feel like you
cards.
opened my pack. I think I left it at the desk.
Yeah, I call that thieving.
Well,
and I've already
finders
called the
keepers,
top.
buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
Apparently so. That was actually, I was going to give that one to Vedius because I owed it to him from the G2.
Yeah, now you got to buy him
Now
one.
I have to buy him
time
Yeah,
to
no,
pony
you
up,
actually
Jet.
have to
Yeah.
buy a pack.
Hey, I think that counts. You tried and didn't work out.
No, this is on record. Now he has to buy a pack.
No,
sadly.
I'm on this side of
Also,
Yeah.
we didn't open your pack because he handed us the packs.
Yeah,
Oh,
true,
interesting.
That's true
I've
too.
misplaced my pack.
Wow.
So you lost your pack.
He lost his pack.
You don't
and
deserve it.
Unlucky.
And then lied.
I don't.
I will say, I really do appreciate the art. I think some of it I also saw, and because I used to play a lot of Legends of Runeterra, and it's really pretty. Also, Dracos did, while we were in China, pull like a Bruce Lee Sin card that was gorgeous. Like, it was so cool looking.
I want you guys to know that at the beginning of the day, I said something.
What did you say, Raz?
That.
You said a lot of things.
Oh, that is true. Maybe that's not very
Refresh
clarifying.
our minds.
Clarifying. I said no matter what, we're gonna get all 3 games, and I would do it no matter.
Oh, that
memes.
is true. He did threat. Has anyone seen?
So, I mean, cosmically, it feels like since Zinni actually arrived in the LCS,
Yeah.
his PC was instantly overpowered with his energy, and now it just doesn't work.
After the last Annie performance, we need to stop him by any means necessary and to get us into a game 3.
Yeah, so let's walk through what's actually happened. Kobe, so you guys went through the first champ select. He couldn't select runes.
Then we went through the second champion select. He
Couldn't select
runes again. Then we went through another champion select, and he isn't able to load into the game. So now we're apparently getting back into the game, which I hope means that
There's
Zinni
no
connected.
promise that he loads, though.
Can we see the monitor?
He connected. We're in there. Let's go.
We did it. All right,
Get
have
these
fun,
analysts
guys.
out of here.
Reporter for AFK!
Yeah, mute him.
Thanks for nothing.
Yeah.
Trying to
losing your Riftbound packs, besmirching our good name as though we would
scam their way
steal
into
his packs.
That's crazy. Didn't he even hear? I didn't even get any. Like, they're not even good, bro.
Even if I did steal it,
I'd steal
I
some
didn't
good
even
ones.
get anything for it.
Okay, what were we doing? Let's go.
Who knows?
League of Legends.
League of Legends, baby. Oh, Palfox is bot. You talked about that. He's got the gold card. Here he comes. Ghost going to be popped. He's in on to Seos. And that didn't do a lot.
Think we talked about that probably 20 minutes ago.
You talked about the level 1. And I don't know. I mean, now Zinni is in between him. We'll see if he actually misses any XP. Zinni wants to zone him from experience. Like, that is the goal here. Mid lane is almost more important. I kind of, oh God.
Ow.
Well, bot lane is a disaster for Dignitas. So that's unfortunate.
Heavy drinking now in the bottom lane. Potions are being...
Oh, potions. Yes, okay.
They're popping the bottles.
Of course, they're popping bottles. Potions, red bottles. Palfox does get back to mid lane. He lost a potion himself and the ghost, as he did use that. Heal's going to be popped now from Ignar. It's a trade of heals, but so far so good here for the Shopify bot lane. Both AD carries have used their potion, but B-Boy is healthier and gets a nice headshot down on the FBI, which I think is going to make things pretty difficult. I don't think they can push for level 2 anymore.
Yeah, there goes the shield cooldown as well. So no more sustain, no shield cooldown. They're going to have to back way up off that minion wave. And guess what? Their jungler's pathing away from them. So Jarvan is coming downtown, and Pantheon is going up towards the Rumble Ornn lane.
This is the depression base, where you go back and you're all you get is the pink ward and the refillable.
It's more heavy drinking.
Yeah.
The refillable
Understandable.
drink.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully for him, they do have home guards, obviously, so he's just going to lose the one melee minion. He should get back for the cannon, but, I mean, it's going to be a loss of a plate. It's going to be V-Boy with a way better buy and is able to target on the cannon.
At least it looked cool, too. When you're surfing back on your beads there for Yunara with the extra speed.
Can you surf on beads?
Yunara can. They're mystical beads.
I didn't say her. I said you.
Oh, me? Nah, definitely not.
I don't think I can even surf on a surfboard.
I mean, well, maybe we get some action down here. The Jarvan again. Remember, it's desync junglers, so Contracts can, you know, look for mid-bot plays here after his Scuttle Crab.
You're asking a lot of me after that pause, you know? You're asking me to remember things, to talk about League of Legends.
Standing on surfboards.
Yeah. Contract's going to be able to grab the crab, as XU will grab one for himself up on that top side. Mid lane just kind of being held in equilibrium right now. Contracts, though, coming down here, going to be looking for a potential dive. Lulu base, so it is a 3v1. We'll see if Seos can tank it up for the team. He's going to be looking to pull aggro. Does now get the aggro. There's the flash in from FBI, but the flag, the drag, it's good. The barrier is there, and he has rooted up and knocked down. B-Boy with the headshot is going to grab first blood.
Okay. All right, what's our plan for FBI now? Because this whole comp is built around FBI being rich, Isaac.
Yeah.
We spent 20 minutes talking about it and waiting it for this composition.
Maybe you can give him your Edge of Night.
Okay, yeah, true. You know,
that could help.
That'll make. I'll give him the Lucian card as well. Maybe he could switch.
He can switch
champions, or maybe have like 280 carries.
Yeah,
in
this
there.
one hasn't worked out so well.
Yeah.
I mean, your one threat comp is not looking that threatening. You know, that's
17 CS on that one threat.
That's tough. What are we calling it?
It's okay. Pantheon. Pantheon's a threat too. Pantheon. He'll be a threat.
Okay.
You know, you just have to be like single target so he can spear one at a time.
Which one at a time? No, don't call him over here all at once. Keep it respectable, you know. Form a line for the Pantheon.
Step right up. That's why. That's why the Spartans, you know, they choose the small little corridor to fight in. So you have to line up, file in
That's
one
what
by
they
one.
need to do. That's the game plan now.
Exactly.
Find a corridor.
Dignitas gonna reenact 300.
Unfortunately, it's going to be tough to deal with B-Boy here, as he is looking powerful with the Noom Quiver by, just the longsword on the other side. And then Sales, pretty big early advantage, and looking to grab their second plate here as they push this in.
And B-Boy's got cleanse for the Twisted Fate gank too. So if you gotta be careful. If you do go for that play, then the Caitlyn cleanses your gold card, and a Galio ult could be channeled, I would say, probably on Seos. Like if B-Boy's cutting back, then Seos could move up for a good position, or Contracts just keeps camping bottom, and they get their siege going. Look at mid-roam too.
Exactly. Zinni is coming. He does have the ultimate, so they could send it if they want, but even if they don't get the dive, they don't need to. They're zoning them off the wave.
FBI is spamming the Keck W Braum face, but I have a sneaking suspicion he's not laughing at the moment.
He's a liar.
He is fake laughing. Yeah. Unfortunate at the moment for him. Not a lot their team could do about it. Guess what? The Pantheon's getting a Scuttle Crab while you hear your bottom lane crying in your ears.
Don't worry, guys. I got top Scuttle. No problem. Unfortunately, FBI can't do anything. He's just going to be stuck down here.
He could go back to the fountain and then surf on those beads again with a lot of extra speed.
They're going to look for a mid lane play here onto Zinni, but I mean, Palafox is out of mana, and there is the phase rush proc.
Bottom is
He's
safe.
going to walk out. In comes the Grand Starfall. They're going to go bot. They're going to try to full send it, but Galio arrives as well. Perfectly timed by Zinni. XU is down in a hurry. That Galio ult was beautiful, and now FBI is going to die as well. It's a double for B-Boy. 3-0, a 2K lead at 6 minutes. This one is looking like it's already all wrapped up.
So remember, Azale, in Champ Select, when I was like, oh, you're going to have to address this problem early, because if you don't, it's going to get more and more difficult to address the bottom. Well, it's already too late, and they double ult down there. Pantheon does go for the early ult, but here we go. Teleport topside play.
Here comes the Destiny, the flash forward with the Call of the Forge God, trying to get Fudge, but Fudge is able to flash away. And it's just a trade of flashes. 2 ults there used, not able to knock down Fudge.
Oh, man. We waited so long, and it is just so painful for Dignitas. All right, we're going to get a look at the landing spot. We saw the launch spot, but this is the landing spot for the Pantheon and the Galio. So flash out from Ignar. FBI was stuck under tower, and then making the call like, okay, get us out of here. Get us out of here quick.
Damn,
Look at that timing.
Exactly. He lands on a trap, and the Galio ult instantly knocks you up, and then you're taunted. That was just complete doom, and an easy dive to follow things up. And this is about as hopeless as games get, and we've all been there, where the things just go so bad so early.
XU was smiling So that's kind of like.
So he's still got some hope.
No, I think it was a full like release of any ties to this game of like whatever.
Look, you know what? I'm kind of hungry.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Cleanse is the only thing B-Boy has.
Yeah,
no
he does
flash.
have that cleanse. They are going to throw the gold card down onto Seo. Seo still has the flash, though, so he's going to pop the clone, and B-Boy just stands and fights and kills him, and Seos gets 6. FBI trying to take down B-Boy, should be able to do it, but FBI is incredibly low. Contracts coming in. Nice sidestep there on the flag and drag, but I think he's going to be able to get both. FBI trying to get Seos back, can't quite finish him off. One auto attack would have done it, but that is one auto attack FBI is never going to get. Contracts cleans up the kills.
That was really nice from Seos there. Sticks in there to land the Tangle Barb to allow the extra kill onto Palafox, so Contracts can kill his former mid laner, who he's played. I don't know, we counted, it was these two have played some of the most professional League of Legends games together of any pro duo. But they just continue the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 2. Palafox trying to gank bottom lane. They go for Seos because there is a cleanse on B-Boy. And I was a little bit erroneous because B-Boy, in addition to the cleanse, he has a gun. And he used the gun very effectively to get his kill onto Ignar first. He had the fully completed Hex Optics, by the way. And so that's where the extra damage came from. But
how come Caitlyn never has to reload?
Why does only Jhin and Graves have to reload?
Yeah, exactly. What's up with that, huh? Come
on,
Riot
what?
Games.
This is why we got you, Azale, to bring up these
asking the hard-hitting questions.
Tantalizing thoughts. Now, we're going to have to come up with a reason for every champion that is not Jhin or Graves.
I'm glad that you were tantalized by my question.
I think this is good because we have some time to kill in this game.
Do.
And you already have a pretty good idea of who's going to win, I think.
Yeah, you do.
If you had to take a guess right now, I think I could predict it.
I think I would guess as well. Here comes the Destiny. We'll see how that works. The Grand Starfall arrives. They are trying to knock down the Caitlyn. B-Boy does finally fall, but Contracts is there to lock them under the tower. Galio ult will come in. Palafox does have the gold card locked and loaded. Dignitas look like they will be able to disengage. Not a bad play. It's just a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, and they do get the kill onto B-Boy.
Could have been worse. And getting the kill on B-Boy, very decent for them. Gives some breathing room at the very least to FBI to be able to get some minions for himself and get some extra gold, get some actual gold. There you go.
Yeah, you gotta like that. I will say, I like how active Palafox is being. Obviously, the game went really bad really early, but he's not just sitting in lane and farming, and you won't win a game like this by sitting in lane and farming. It's time to get out of the map, so he based, he went straight top, looked for a play there, then just without Destiny, ran bot. Destiny's back up, immediately goes bot again with the Grand Starfall too. So Dignitas definitely trying to be as active as they can. They know this is not a game where you can just allow FBI to be locked in this losing lane. They have to find a way to get them ahead.
I like this. This is an exercise in positive mental for Dignitas. They know this is a must-win game. We're already down one here to Shopify. This is match point. So trying everything they desperately can to try and fight their way back in. But even if you're desperate and you're trying, doesn't mean that there's going to be a fairy tale ending for you. And there's no fairy tale ending for the bottom lane, as they're going to get first tower bonus eventually. Trying to deny the cannon first. They do deny the cannon successfully.
And there is the role quest completed as well. 2.2k individual gold lead already for B-Boy. Photon does have the first item completion there for Dignitas. Completed that Canic Rookern for himself up on that top side. So he's looking pretty stable. He's honestly doing well in the 1v1 against Fudge, but this kind of a tough spot for him to be in. You know, it feels like a lot of the game was already decided before he really got to play.
All right. From a deficit, now we practice the scale for late strat. Ornn, you need to get the Ornn upgrading. Well, first Yunar is going to need money to complete a first item. Then you can
need something to upgrade.
You got Ornn to upgrade that item. Have you ever had a game where you're 80
by
carry?
level 14 or 15?
Didn't have a single item yet. Okay, here we go. Ornn's going to be under attack maybe now.
Yeah, they got the whole squad up here. 5 members from Shopify as Ignar's trying to get in there and help out Photon, but Photon's in a lot of trouble. Does pop up the ulti. The Destiny's going to be popped as well. And here comes the rest of the team trying to back up their top laner. They're fighting pretty well so far. No one has fallen on either side. Palafox locks into their gold card. Fudge is very low. Shopify looking like they want to consider a re-engage here. The wave has been cut, but look at Palafox. He's just getting whittled down here. Nice little sidestep, but he's going to die eventually. You just got to run, man. Got to choose a side and try to go, but he kind of sticks on both sides. The TP comes in from Fudge, and Photon just TPs out to, I want to call it safety. XU now going to be the next one moving up. XU. Oh my God, he's gonna die too. FBI is here, but he's down 3 levels to the Rumble. They can't even get to their own damn tower.
All right. That's gonna be.
How do you feel about FFs in pro games?
We get some more Riftbound packs up here. Let's get some opening, some Dignitas opening some packs, maybe.
Yeah.
during their game, they all get a consolation Riftbound pack to open.
Get up there. The ultimate grudge batch bowl too. This is one of the funniest deaths I've seen in a while, honestly, when Palafox was under the tower.
I mean, all right, so how we got there was a little comical as well, because they cut him off. Cataclysm with the Rumble ultimate here. Fudge runs through the tower to get to the rest of the team. And then he run into the tower, but then Palafox is like, oh, there's traps in front of me. I can't get past these traps.
Wouldn't it have been better to just walk through the trap?
You get guaranteed headshot. You're dead. Look at the coach. This is the best part. Production is smurfing it, though.
He was full health. He could at least try to walk through the start, but he's just trapped.
Nah, man,
I mean, they're having fun with
bro. You're dead. You're so dead. All good. All good. And then the other funnier one to me was the Pantheon then going up in there. He's like,
you know what?
He's like, those traps are gone. I could go up in there.
What if I tried too?
It's safe now.
Yeah.
The traps are gone, right?
It's like it was player issue. I could do that.
Nah,
I could get past those traps.
It's not safe up there. No.
Nope, it is not.
It's not
B-Boy has Caitlyn this game. Goal difference at 8. That's the highest since 2020 as the dive is coming through, and FBI will say goodbye as Zinni lands on his head. Seos will get traded back, but XU has a flash. I don't think he even has a chance to use it. It's another kill for B-Boy, and that is the highest gold lead at 8 for an individual player since 2020.
You know, I was just reminded as well that previous to this matchup, I was told Dignitas had a lot of scrim bucks, and they've been doing really well in scrims.
Those bucks are not cashing in.
Nope.
It's potential, you know? It's like you get a Riftbound pack. There could be something really good in there.
Yeah.
There might not be, but there could. Potentially, it's worth a lot. Just like the scrim bucks, you know?
100%. Okay, well, that's a 7.8 thousand gold lead at 15 minutes into the game, Isaac. And a lot of it is on the Caitlyn. 4,000 individual. You get hit with an Infinity Edge headshot with a Hex Optics boost. Then what's your squeal of pain sound like?
Squeal of pain sound like?
Do you call out for
Sorry,
mommy?
Kobe.
Or
no judgment, but I'm not going to squeal for you, buddy. You know?
Fair enough.
No judgment.
You know what?
You know?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Some things just can't be shared between friends.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we're in a game that's between friends as well. Palafox still very friendly with the Shopify members. So.
Former friends.
Yeah, even though this is a grudge match, you know, they're long-standing friendships between these players.
007 Zinni here on the roam. Looking for a move towards the bot side.
That's what you want your Galio score to be.
Yeah, definitely.
At least I do.
Yeah, I don't want him taking a single kill.
As the jungler.
No. Give those to Contracts and to B-Boy. And he has done that. And so far, it is just going to be, I mean, honestly, Dignitas, at this point, there's not really any good place to look for. So they're just hoping that somehow, you know, you could just make this game go really, really long. Photon doing all right on that top side. 0-0-0, the only one not yet to die. And, you know, he's going to keep trying, keep fighting it out. But they're going to be losing the Herald, no problem. And that means Shopify going to be revisiting this top side once again. You can see Dignitas moving members up there to try to defend it, but it is very difficult to do anything. So I think the right play is just try to trade for the objective bounties.
Yeah, and they're doing that. Just keep the split push going. Palafox trying to get the bot side tower bounty and should be able to achieve that at the very least. But when you say there's nowhere good for them to look, wait a second, Twisted Fit, okay.
All right, they're going to be going for Zinni. They do get the flash off of him in trade for a couple of ults and the Ghost. They looked for something, but weren't able to finish off that objective bounty tower on the bot side. Now Fudge and Contracts moving over here towards mid lane. The experience advantage is really starting to show across the board as they lose 2 towers on that top side as well, and the gold lead increases to 9K.
All right, are we gonna get a 20K-er this time around? What do you think?
Ooh, 20K is really hard to hit.
It is, because you gotta like extend the game longer than it should be extended.
Yeah, and you have to be taking away all their jungle camps and stuff realistically on repeat. So I don't think we're gonna get to 20K. I feel like the game's gonna end. I'm guessing around 13K.
But you have LCS Fantasy, so if it does go long and he gets more, don't you?
No, I don't.
Oh, someone was saying they
I have FBI.
Someone on
FBI.
one of the casters does.
It's not working out for me, and Palafox, and this bot lane push is not going to be working out for him.
I'm sorry for your loss, sir.
Yeah. My game's a little unfortunate today for fantasy, but that's okay.
Well, the game.
I wish I had
the game we're watching right now is a little unfortunate for Dignitas Reality, but Zinni, maybe they can chase down the Galio now. He has no flash from last time.
He does have no flash, and Ignar's coming in. I think they will eventually be able to knock him down. They interrupt the attempted teleport out, and Zinni, though, procs the phase rush. Surely he does not get away. FBI is here, too. Nowhere to go. They'll finally get the kill, and it's a shutdown there for FBI as the crowd goes wild.
Whoa, hey, is that a comeback, though, crowd? Immediate no.
No.
Immediate no.
You know what? Fair.
I like that. Good reality. Thank you for the reality check.
Yeah.
I was getting a little hopeful there. You know, shutdown for Yunara. That's the one they want to get.
Shutdown for Yunara. Shutdown for Kobe, as he asked about the comeback.
No. You know what? Fair enough. Have a nice day. Working on the Lord Doms there for B-Boy, and very close to completing that as well. We'll see. The Caitlyn Siege is going to be very painful. Put down your traps here preemptively for the Dragon arrival. What Dignitas, are they feeling crazy about this? Maybe they are. I mean, they were positioning forward, but I feel like it is way insane to go for something like that when it's not even the Dragon Soul yet. It's just the third one. So.
Yeah, I think just keep splitting. Hopefully you can try to get some bounties eventually. I mean, they still haven't knocked down a tower, so there's lots of objective bounties up and available, but it will be soul point now here at 20 minutes for Shopify. One fight is probably going to be all it takes to fully close out this game. There is the upgraded Kraken coming through for FBI, so he made it. Photon does give his first ornament of the game over to his AD carry, who also just got a shutdown, so now he's only down 3.7K, and if you give the extra stats from the ornament, hey, you know, you're only down like 3K.
Well, aren't you just the ray of sunshine today? I like the positive mental attitude we're getting out of his ale.
The gold lead is half full, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, if they could cut the gold lead down to half, that'd be good.
Seos, Pop, Blossom coming in, as well as Zinni with the hero's entrance. XU trying to make it happen, but can't really do it. The equalizer from Fudge. Gonna slow him up, but it will just be the one kill. Unfortunately for Dignitas, that is the jungler, and the Baron is spawned.
And the Baron's probably not long for this world. Ornn is still pushing on bottom side, though, so maybe Dig could get their objective bounty they've been hunting for. Oh, no, he's teleporting in. They're gonna fight it.
Yeah, they're gonna try to fight it. We'll see if they can make something happen. Palafox does not hurt Zinni at all there. FBI down about 2/3 HP. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. Beautiful taunt from Zinni. Interrupts the redirect. The Baron getting incredibly low. Zinni looks like he will fall. Seos getting pretty low and is knocked up. Maybe they can chase down Seos and try to take him down as the gold card connects. It's another kill for FBI. Dignitas get a couple. It's a double kill there for FBI, but at the end of the day, it's still the Baron for Shopify.
Double kill to cut the individual gold difference between B-Boy and FBI down to 3.4K.
Massive double kill. Pulls the game back under 10,000 gold.
Okay, but the objective bounty, Isaac.
Eyes on the prize. B-Boy is not scared at all, and that headshot means FBI should be. That was about 60% of his health with one click. B-Boy just 90 caliber nets straight into 3 people. Not afraid at all. And Contracts looking for this long chase. Don't think he's going to be able to commit to it, but...
Yeah, but he knows. Maybe XU will go for his drop.
XU does claim that blue buff at the very least, but Contracts now up more than 2 full levels over his jungle counterpart, as well as 50 CS to his name. Only one with a gold lead is Palafox, and let's be honest, TF kind of cheats here, printing some extra gold there.
Yeah, well, cheaters never prosper. is what I've been told, and they are not prospering.
Correct in this game. B-Boy moving up here. This guy is so fed. FBI around. Oh my God, another headshot just goes straight in on him. XU will block the ace in the hole as FBI can take about one auto attack from Caitlyn before he has to go back to base each time. Got to be very efficient with your time out there on the map.
Yeah,
you know?
true.
You don't get a lot of it.
He's trying to clear some waves right now. The Baron-powered minions are pretty hard to take down.
They are very difficult to take down as B-Boy is now going to start hitting onto Photon. Call the Forge God will be popped. He's going to flash forward, and they're looking for B-Boy, but in comes the Galio to peel. XU gets taunted up, and on the other side, Contracts has locked multiple into the Cataclysm. The Equalizer layered across the whole Dignitas squad. Sends them running as Fudge will flash in and try to cook up Palafox. He is going to fall as friends become enemies, and Shopify becomes the nemesis of Dignitas. They are knocking them down and looking to end the game pre-24 minutes.
Yep, they're going to finish it off. Contracts here getting a little fancy at the end. Seo's going to go for it as well, but this is going to be Shopify with back-to-back wins.
Shopify winless in lock-in, starting off with a bang here in the spring split. 2-0 over Dignitas. Absolute domination in the second game. It's a great start to the split for Shopify.
Shopify victorious, 2-0. Now the all-time between Dignitas and Shopify here since they've split is 2-2. First round went to Dig, second round went to Shopify.
Setting up for a great
tiebreaker.
Third match for the ultimate grudge match. Part 3.
That game, though, was not close.
No.
Big game around the bottom lane. Really nice stuff from Shopify, playing around that bottom lane. The Caitlyn pick here came up huge.
And what a series, honestly, from Zinni. I think Zinni was really strong across the series, a player that did receive quite a bit of criticism in his debut. There was really high expectations, didn't live up to those in lock-in. Looked great today on both the Annie and the Galio. He was everywhere. He was finding great engages, really playing it out well. A tough start for Dignitas, but there's a lot of league to be played here. This is a full split, not just that lock-in tournament, so tons of time to right the ship in the coming weeks.
Yeah, just the very beginning of spring here. All right, who is your player of the game? Spam chat now as we send it down to Emily, who is going to interview Contracts.
Thank you very much. I'm here with victorious jungler Contracts. After a 2-0 win, you are the only team to 2-0, which means you are now in first place.
Oh, well, nice. I mean, beating Dig is not, I guess it's kind of first place worthy, yeah, sure.
I have kind of a personal question for you to start off. How superstitious are you?
Honestly, I was thinking about this yesterday because my routine for late game matches, so like 4 p.m. is kind of weird. So I've been kind of mixing it up, and I think I'm a little bit superstitious on game day.
Okay, I was wondering because it seems like every time I predict you, you guys lose. But every time I don't predict you, you win. But then also when you're on my fantasy team, you do really well. So what should I do for the rest of the split to keep you winning?
Just keep me on your fantasy team, I guess, please.
All right. More serious questions. Obviously, you guys have done a lot of content about it as well, about how rough this first split was for you. Today, you came out and looked a lot more coordinated as a team, in particular, working Zinni into the rest of your squad. So how has that gone, and what was your offseason like?
Yeah, I mean, off-season was pretty much just working on our mid-jungle synergy, or just synergy with Zinni in general, because it was pretty obvious that we had pretty different ways that we wanted to play the game. And obviously with the language barrier, that makes it even more difficult. So past, 1.5 months, we've just been grinding it out and just really trying to get on the same page in terms of how we want to play. And Zinni's English has gotten a lot better, and we can just understand each other in the game, what we want to do. So it's been a pretty good process so far.
And then if you could identify something that you feel like you guys did really well today that you can take into the rest of the split, what would it be?
I think we punished info pretty well. I think we, like in game 2, Pantheon was pathing away from his bot lane for some reason. So every single timer where Pantheon's going to be ending up on top side, like we can just play to dive bot. So I think that, like once we knew Pantheon was pathing towards top side, we just could punish really well.
And then, as we were hyping up going into this, this is the second edition of the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl, because the last time you faced off against Palafox and Dignitas, it was Super Bowl Sunday. Today is Easter Sunday, so kind of fun. But we'd like to present you with the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Championship Trophy for Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 2. So congratulations.
I mean, that's 1-1 now, no?
Yeah.
We got to meet each other in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if I'm deserving of this.
Well, Christian also got a trophy, so.
Okay, then that's fine.
All right. Thank you so much, Contracts. Congratulations on the win again. Always great to catch up with you. We'll throw it to the lounge to close out the day.
Congratulations, Palafox. Contracts.
They're one of the same
They're
to you?
so linked.
They're just one of the same to you?
It's been a long week.
Oh my God.
We
it's
played
like
almost the max games and had a long delay.
It's like Professor Quirrell and Voldemort.
Well, now Contracts has one trophy and Palafox has the other trophy. So at least it's even.
Yeah, a little bit.
That series was not even.
It was,
That was insane.
Yeah. You know what's funny is like after the pause and everything, I was like, okay, maybe there's like a mental advantage. This guy, Zinni has been trying to log on to the game and play for like a solid 20. No, he just goes in and they smash. This team is different right now. This is not the same Shopify that I know and did not love in Split 1.
I'm worried about Dig, man. I am on high alert.
I think this is perhaps the worst power ranking so far that I've had.
Your lowest, like, it's 1 week.
It's 1 week, but I'm a 1 week Andy.
If you're a 1 week Andy, the team that didn't win a game last split basically beat you in 40 minutes clean. That's Pog for the last game, by the way, is B-Boy on a more positive note.
Oh, nice. That's
he did
thumbs
great.
up. Yeah.
Great game for B-Boy.
Those Kalen headshots were literally headshotting.
Sheesh. So his damage throughout this entire series was insane. The Korkinami, the Caitlyn in the game 2, just really dominant. When Shopify is at their best in the past, it was through a lot of B-Boy. The vote actually...
Oh my God.
Okay, for a second I thought Seos got a bunch of vote, but for some reason he's just in the support
that's
slot.
the biggest. Oh
yeah, so we're in agreement. We're in agreement.
There we go. Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Scared me there for a second.
They actually shocked us. That was a nice little prank at the end of the day, isn't it? That's a fun one.
Seos' Nico was good.
It was.
As well.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good. In fact, that is the Nico clone of B-Boy. No, but let's take a look at today's Pogs overall. Jose Diodo, Masu, Jose. I mean, look, Jose just owned the day.
I'm seeing double.
Yeah.
No, he looked great. The crazy thing about this is when the Team Liquid roster got put together.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the commentary was, wow, look at all these godlike players, and there's Jose.
Yeah.
But if you look at whenever they win, who wins player of the game, it's almost always Jose.
It is. In game, he's supposed to be the glue that connects the map. That Lee Sin game was he just going forward. That is prime 2016
now, he's the sled dog pulling the team forward.
Yeah.
Like, he is absolutely the one making stuff happen.
A one-man machine on that one. That was actually a ridiculous carry performance. But that being said, here are your Samsung OLED power players for the week. I'm interested in seeing this one. I mean, Jose Diodo. Okay, like, yeah, okay.
This reminds me of something else. I'm going to throw that out there.
No, it's unique. It's
okay,
different.
This
I've never seen
brand
this
new.
before. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, Samsung OLED Power Players, APA, fastest legendary item.
Ooh, the QUDs.
The battle of the QUD mid laners was won by Quidd in game.
Understandable.
And in the fastest legendary item, beating Quad by 1 minute and 26 seconds.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That solves that. We don't need to see any more of that one. We won't see them for the rest of the split until playoffs.
That is the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. With single round robin, best of 3, we might not even see the dig. That might be actually.
That might be the sequel. Is all that we get.
Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl Part 3. We might have to wait for summer.
That's gonna be a long time. Wait, let's just get it out there. The Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl number 2. That's it.
That's
There's
it.
no 3.
It's why we have to make such a big deal of it every time it happens, because it's a rarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel sad now.
The loser of the last Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl did finish last. So I think that's what makes it the Ultimate Grudge Match Bowl.
My
so
God.
currently Dignitas is in pole position for last place.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Okay, you've constantly made me depressed.
Okay.
So we have to lighten the mood.
Well, at least you're not on Dignitas. Do you feel better?
I feel better. Okay. I do feel better.
I'm sorry. That was too much. That was too much. That was too much. Your player of the week is Thanatos.
Boom.
He played great. I mean, it was funny that in lock-in, the big meme was that he couldn't win player of the game. And then as soon as they play Lion, as soon as Spring Split happens, he just completely pops off.
Yeah, it's insane that we got to see him play as well. And usually it's like, okay, well, Thanatos can't get that level of performance because the rest of the four-man core is usually incredibly clean. This one was a scrap between them and Lion. I felt he was just the difference maker.
He really was.
Yeah.
My God. And then he also had this highlight moment at the very end when he is last hitting the Nexus on sub 500 health. What a nice series for Thanatos. If he can continue to build the synergy with the rest of the team, he's going to be the difference maker for C9. Because
he will be.
And especially with their biggest rivals being Lion, I feel like, the one that's to knock them out in the finals. If he can do this against Oakland, it's going to give them such a good chance. But let's pull up the standings after the first week. It's a lot of 3-game series, which keeps the standings pretty close. But technically, because of the 2-0 Shopify Rebellion, if you're not first, you're last, which was true. They were last in lock-in, and now they're first.
They're going shopping, and they bought themselves a win. First place. First place. Let's stop it right here. Just every Shopify fan out there.
Stop the count.
Every Shopify fan, every single one of them. Cloud Sitke. Freeze frame it. Freeze frame.
All right, next week, big matchup against Team Liquid. See if Scrim Team Liquid shows up.
Let's see if that
Or
happens.
Lock-in Team Liquid shows up.
Yeah.
Dig Lion. It gets harder for Dig, that's for sure.
Oh, brother.
DST Fly and Sentinel C9 will be an interesting way to close out that week. But that's it for us.
Wait.
We will be rating.
One last thing. Annie ulti, get him! Just throw it on top of him! Easter Sunday, baby!
This is for making fun of Dignitas. Don't do it. We'll be rating I Will Dominate, coach for Cloud9 on Twitch after this. Make sure to say hi, and we'll be back Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. for Shopify versus Team Liquid. Oh.
Deflected on Emily again. Get her! Get her! Get her!
Today, it's time to see the other half of our squads go head-to-head and kick off their Spring Split.
Thunder behind you guys. You see Thunder, guys. We can turn on jungle. We can turn on Thunder. I will. Nikon ulti. Thunder inside. They keep on us. You guys need TP. Stop passive fighting. Stop passive. Lock. Fine. Nikon no flash. Hitting front, guys. Victor's here. I can look. Not bad. Coming. Enzo's 1 HP right now. Nikon turned the flash. Zion. Nikon no flash. Can you go Baron? 1 second. Enzo right side. 1 HP. Hi, sir, Baron. Not bad. Can you guys go Baron?
And that's it. 26 kills in 26 minutes. Team Liquid wins the series 2-1.
We play low. I'm peeling.
I'm on my way, guys. On my way. I can ulti soon. On.
Play slow.
I'm gonna ulti them here.
Yeah.
I will flash on them.
Oren no flash. Yeah. Careful, you know. You're not a flash.
Yeah, coming to you, Nara.
You're not a flash. We can end.
Can end. What's up, guys?
No.
Starting off with a bang here in the Spring Split. 2-0 over Dignitas. Absolute domination in the second game. It's a great start to the split for Shopify.
Oh, I forgot. Just go right now. Go in the middle.
Go in the middle?
Just flash it to the stage, bro.
I'll flash it to this camera. Maybe it picks up. You think it picked up? Is it picking up? Okay, I'll keep holding it. It's picking up?
Okay, maybe not.
Okay, nice.